Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, in-cyber autograph signings, support wrestling superstars, pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the August 28th, 2021 edition of Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review. I'm Dan Marty here at the beautiful MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, in the zip code of Champions 02176. I'm at the big podcast table today where I get to do my Main Street people watching. I never know who or what is going to be walking down Main Street here in Melrose. It is an eccentric group, to say the least. You want to talk about eccentric? My dear friend Marty Jannetty reminded me. He said, Dan, don't tell the fans how many consecutive days you've worked. They do not care because they work too. And I agree with that. Well, I'd like to think that everybody works, even if you don't have a job where you punch in and punch out. You know, you're contributing to life at home or in the community and so on and so forth. But, you know, I do look at my consecutive days almost with something as a thing of pride, almost like Cal Ripken Jr., if you were a baseball fan. Well, granted, I have not been here 2,000 consecutive days. Granted, Cal had an off season, but I am now at well over, I'm at over 60 at this point, I think. So that's a lot of days without a day off. I'm not saying 60 consecutive work days. I'm talking consecutive, baby. June 25th was the last full day I was not in this building. Sorry, Marty. Sorry, Marty. Each week, you know, I have warned you to enjoy your summer weekends, I should say, and here we are. It's the last weekend in August. Isn't that unreal? I think everybody was so happy just to rip the mask off. Look at this one crossing the street. She looked, well, I won't even go there. She's ready to rip something else off. But, you know, and I think Mask Mania finally hit. Everybody ripped them off like Hulk Hogan with the T-shirts. They enjoyed life. They enjoyed summer. And they said, you know what? Time flew by, and here we are now on August the 28th. It's a big weekend for us here. I remember former ECW World Champion Justin Credible joins us live in studio tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for a cyber autograph signing and a series of Wrestling Insiders Extreme tapings. I'm really looking forward to our new series that premieres on Tuesday, September the 7th. Out with the old, in with the new. We're going to go extreme for the new fall season in our 20th anniversary. If you are a ECW fan, you are certainly not going to want to miss this. We're testing the waters a little bit. We do have the episodes that we tape with New Jack. We're going to have episodes we tape with Justin, and that should take us probably through mid-November, which should give us a pretty good idea if you guys like the concept or not. As part of our 20th anniversary celebration, we're going to be going L-I-V-E live each and every Sunday night, probably through at least mid-October until we see how this concept works. We're going to be doing our usual live pay-per-view watch-alongs. There will be times we have special guests for cyber signings. We're going to do retro watch-alongs. We're going to have trivia contests and more. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's free. You can get updates on when we go live. You can tune in, win some cool prizes at the same time. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I never know who is going to appear. Socko returned for the watch-along last week. I got Captain Lou. Charlie Wilson showed up. Some of the people that you hear about through my voice or that I talk about in studio, but certainly you're not those such as Marty, John Cena Sr., and others that you'd recognize by face. With it being August the 28th, we are now officially 11 weeks away from our 20th anniversary back to the 80s WrestleFest Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. During our live NXT TakeOver watch-along last Sunday night, the gentleman, the Hall of Famer we thought that was going to be our sixth featured superstar, unfortunately had to postpone to a future time due to an ongoing issue that we previously mentioned. That was the reason for the delay in the announcement to begin with. No heat. I just hope for the best for him. We're working around the clock to bring you 8 unique legends from one of the best times, from one of the golden eras of professional wrestling, at least in my opinion. We've already announced 5 of those 8, including Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty... look at that, frog in my throat, just as I was trying to say his name. Marty Jannetty and a host of others, until the official announcement is made for the 6th guest, because we're people of our word, we are good guys trying to do the right thing. The ticket and VIP package discount will remain online at bostonwrestling.com. So if you want to save a few bucks, help us out at the same time, get your tickets now. We've announced 5 superstar guests with at least, and I say at least, 3 more 80s legends. And on top of that, folks, you have to remember the in-ring wrestling that night. You are going to get a top-notch, grade A quality live professional wrestling event to go along with the memories you're going to create by being able to meet and interact with these legends. This past week, John Cena Sr. and I made you a VIP package challenge. If we sell out of the VIP packages before the event, within a reasonable period of time, we're going to save that 8th legend spot. So that's the deal we're making to you. If you guys sell out the VIP packages for us and help us pay the bills, we're going to go above and beyond to bring you someone extremely special to make this a night, again, for the ages. Again, head on over to bostonwrestling.com to get your tickets now. Our goal is to give you the best value and memories in professional wrestling. Again, the bostonwrestling.com super site can save you some money for an event 20 years in the making. Along with Just Incredible tomorrow night, don't forget, Marty Jannetty is going to be back with us this week for not 1, not 2, but 3 big days. Wednesday, September the 1st, Thursday, September the 2nd, and Friday, September the 3rd. It's going to be a great time taping episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty, along with live cyber autograph signings. For more information, visit bostonwrestling.com. Pre-order your Marty Jannetty 8x10. Get a great collectible for your professional wrestling collection, your man cave, so to speak, and help us keep the lights on so we can afford to keep bringing these superstars in. See how it works? It's a pretty simple thing. We're a team, baby. We're a family. Well, especially if you're on one place, but I'll get to that in a minute. If you're unfamiliar with tonight's program, Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, our concept is simple. With your busy lives perhaps preventing you from joining us 7 nights a week for talk shows and shoot interviews, we bring you easy, one-stop shopping to catch up on all of our programs Monday through Friday, so you can sit back, relax, listen to it like a podcast. If you want to have a device in your hand, use it as second screen enjoyment, or just enjoy the video itself. For the next several hours, we'll be talking 80s, 90s, and current events in the world of professional wrestling. As we have noted, it has become harder and harder to pump out quality in-studio content, like any high-quality human being. Your tips, your donations of any kind mean a heck of a lot to us. You have that gray super chat button under the Premier Chat. You can use Venmo at Boston Wrestling. You can use PayPal. There is a link that I don't have in front of me, but you can simply use the email address don'ttellgramps@yahoo.com, which makes me laugh every time I say it. But I believe it's paypal.me/Boston Wrestling MWF. But again, the notes were not updated, so I certainly would not want to tell you a lie. After Justin and Marty with us this week, folks, we're looking forward to more in-studio guests. And then I think it's actually 2 weeks from today, we get on the bird. We head west, Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. I have not been to Las Vegas now in 2 years, I think. And it's been driving me nuts because I love Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada for the 55th annual Cauliflower Alley Club reunion. The reunion has been pushed back now 3 times due to COVID. It was originally supposed to be in April of 2020. But you know what? I am happy to have it in September. It's like an early kickoff to the Dan Marotti birthday celebration. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Birthday cards of any kind are accepted here at the studio. We do accept snail mail. As Bobby Heenan would say, you won't offend with cash. When we are in Vegas, beyond the actual award ceremony and the banquets and seeing all of our old friends, we have rented a suite. We're going to be taping Wrestling Insider episodes. We're going to have some live programs for you to enjoy online and some cyber autograph signings as part of the unofficial kickoff to the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. It's a great chance for me, for us, I should say, all the hardworking folks are included in the process, to get things rolling early, get some interviews done, get some autographs signed. It'll be far less work, far less stress in December, and I might actually smile for Christmas this year. Can you imagine that? Instead of me wearing my Bah Humbug sweatshirt. But again, we do it in honor of the late, great Paul Bearer. There are so many ways, folks, to help make this show happen. Beyond what I mentioned with all those Venmos and PayPals and Super Chats, you can simply give the show a big thumbs up like Hacksaw Jim Duggan, who we're going to see in 11 weeks. If you haven't already, again, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Free. Alerts you to all of our great premieres, over 2,000 free videos. If you want to be a true Boston wrestling warrior, share the link to the video across social media with your friends and fellow wrestling fans. Every time you leave a comment, in the premiere chat or in the comment section below, it lets YouTube know that you're interacting with us. All of these things are very important when it comes to growing these talk shows, which is important because if we don't have growth or stay stagnant, it's not exactly the best thing as far as how the future looks for it. We have a lot of great live wrestling coming, but since the virus hit, I literally have had so much fun with some of these different talk shows. Now, I know the past couple of weeks have been rough for us for the obvious reason, but in general, I really do enjoy these shows. Millions of fans left wrestling after the 80s boom. Millions more left wrestling after the Attitude Era, but I believe in the bottom of my shrinking heart that once fans of those generations find our great talk shows here in Boston wrestling, they're going to become new fans, new friends, and perhaps new family members. It was another busy week in the world of professional wrestling. Let's kick off Wrestling Insider's Week in Review podcast style with Oscar of Men on a Mission's Monday Night Mission, where the former WWF Tag Team Championship manager shoots on SummerSlam, his disappointment with the treatment of Bianca Belair, Becky Lynch, Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, CM Punk's much talked about AEW debut, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the Monday, August the 23rd, 2021 edition of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. As WWE Raw just wrapped up, it was a heck of a weekend between AEW Rampage, SummerSlam, NXT TakeOver, our live watch-alongs. Things are happening, Oscar, as we continue to count down now the months to the weeks to the days to the big one, our Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. Discount tickets remain available at bostonwrestling.com for a limited time. Our sixth featured guest, unfortunately, had a very indirect COVID situation come up in their life, so they will be unable to join us. More on that to come. But I tell you this, Oscar, today, Chairman Manolian had a meeting with the one we can only call Piggott, and she jobbed out David Reese.
Wait. Okay. There was a lot I wanted to begin with, but
Piggott jobbed out David Reese.
What do you mean she jobbed out David Reese?
She said there was no need for him.
The
president of our organization, the man that was the resident psychiatrist that ran the department at Melrose Wakefield Hospital for all the psychiatric patients, and she feels the man has apparently no value. She won't even refer to him by name.
Okay, I'm not going to address this. Excuse me, Dreamy. Yeah. The lady that runs the the venue where you're gonna be singing out. She said, and I quote, and here's my headphones because this is for you. She jobbed out David Reese. She said there's no need for him, so he's disinvited and he can't come. They call
Well, he's not banned from the
take
event. She feels he just has no value and he's not needed.
He has no value. David Reese has no value.
You know what?
Piggott really has an attitude.
Yeah, and so you know what? Dreamy Mimi, she has a very soft spot.
Yes.
And she does not like people bullying, especially Dr. David Reese.
She thinks Piggott's bullying David Reese?
She thinks Piggott is bullying David Reese. Anybody, she'll snatch her earrings out like a ghetto chick and fight over David Reese. You think I'm playing?
Well, I tell you this, we may get a sample of John Cena Sr.'s FWW.
I was so bad.
So you better. Okay, I'll give you an example. We were at this black tie event in California,
Yeah.
at the Beverly Hilton Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that runs it, he's like a brother to me, but he's a real asshole. I mean, he's an asshole from way back. So he was letting us in, and I had Dr. David Reese with me.
Yes.
The guy who really runs it said that he could come, but his sons, kind of like treated him bad. Like, get to the back of the line. I mean, Mimi was damn near ready. She don't like people picking on David Reese because he's so meek, mild-mannered.
Yes.
And he sponsored us to come out there and everything like that. She was ready to snap, and she had a fabulous dress on. She was ready to snatch her dress off to her sports bra and start swinging on people.
What does she think about his pieces?
I'm like, let's go.
That wasn't she's not. She talks to him about that all the time.
She talks to David about his pieces?
Yep.
Really?
No pieces.
She doesn't want him to have any of Reese's pieces.
Right. So this woman that's picking on David. Piggott that's picking on Dr. David. She better watch her back in November because Mimi will definitely go for her.
Oh, you know what? That's one I'd pay money out of pocket to see that. You have no idea.
Can't say he'll pay money to see that.
I'd contribute to the fund.
They don't like this woman at all.
She's been horrible for 9 years. No, my God.
Going
back to 2008.
What does she know about David Reese anyway?
Well, she knows that he's the president of Boston Wrestling MWF. She knows he's an acclaimed psychiatrist throughout both the East and the West Coast with practices on both coasts. He works with major league sports franchises and, has run, the mental facilities at several major hospitals. But she feels David Reese is unimportant.
Okay, well, first of all, who is she to tell anybody? I don't know who is Piggott to tell anybody who is coming to the 80s WrestleFest and what role they gonna play. She don't have nothing to do with us.
Well, I want to stress she has not banned him from the event. She just said he has no value to her. Like he's nothing. He's David.
Well, she ain't got.
Go ahead.
She ain't got no value to us besides renting us the building.
No kidding. Please, you have no idea.
Oh, God.
Just another day in the world of the Boston Wrestling MWF.
I don't know why.
This should be a documentary.
It should be, because I don't know why it is. Every time you get involved with somebody, there's always got to be a problem.
Piggott and I have been dueling since 2008, Oscar. It's been a long journey and an unfortunate one.
I'm speechless behind that one. But anyway,
all right, what do we got? What do we got on your end, brother, since we last spoke a week ago?
Vegas, what days is it that you need Dreamy on the red carpet? Because let me get that straight.
I just thought that might be kind of fun, entering the two dinners on the Tuesday and the Wednesday.
Okay, what's the dates on those?
Geez, Oscar, you're really challenging me now, brother. Let me get the calendar.
Okay.
September 14th and 15th, I think, would be the 2 days.
our lodging situation has changed dramatically, and I'm gonna tell you why.
You got 2 suites at the Gold Coast.
Yeah, no, I'm far away from the Gold Coast. The executive producers of my record label are flying in to Vegas coincidentally on the 12th, because on the 13th, they've invited us to Monday Night Football at Allegiant Stadium.
Oh, I didn't know the Raiders were home that night.
Yeah, the Raiders are home. That's the opening game against Baltimore. We got seats on the 40-yard line, and they're putting us up at a 5-star hotel somewhere for a couple of days.
Well, my birthday is the 21st. If you wind up with an extra ticket, cough, cough, wink, wink. But that's great for you. Wow. I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
Oscar, again, is the man on the mission.
I mean, we got a private jet situation to go some places, and it's really picking up.
Now you're going to pick up Reese on the way.
I wouldn't mind. I love Reese, but he's still. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Well, he's going to make up his mind somewhat soon.
I'm going to do my best. I'm like, when the hell? Yeah, exactly. When the hell are you going to make up your mind? All the rest of us, all the rest of us.
We're leaving in about 2 weeks.
He still don't know. He still don't know if he's coming.
He's too worried with the pieces.
She over there rolling her neck and rolling her eyes.
He's exhausted.
Leave him alone. He leave us alone. He got us. He don't know whether he coming or going.
Well, I bet he's doing a lot of coming, but that's a different story for a different time.
I mean, come on.
Do you think he's doing a lot of that, a lot of coming with the pieces?
He must be, because I guess he don't want to part with the pieces or leave them or whatever. I don't know.
He's leaving them with something if he's doing a lot of coming.
I don't know. I got to check my schedule.
David Reese could become an advanced aged father at this point.
I got to see if I'm going to have any work in the Massachusetts area. In that case, I can't come because I'm in Massachusetts. I mean, come on, dude. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. What the hell is you doing?
I mean, he's had a year and a half to prepare.
He's had a year and a half to plan.
Well, we're going to have a great time at the 55th Annual Cauliflower Alley Club. We're trying to set up some great guests that week as part of Wrestling Insider Special Edition, and to get some early work done for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. So we got a lot going on. I'm going nuts behind the scenes trying to line everything up per usual. Little help for old Dan Marotti. Marty Jannetty told me not to say anymore, Rosca, how many days in a row I work. He says people don't care because they work too. And I don't say it because I'm looking for the Barry Horowitz pat on the back, but, I try and I want the fans to know how much we care about them and love them, and that's why we put so much effort. That's why I haven't had a day off since June 26th. I'm a tired guy.
Stop listening to Marty. Stop listening to Tony. Stop listening.
I'm definitely not listening to Tony.
Stop listening to everybody.
Just listen to Reese.
I'm proud. No, listen to me. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you got the energy. And then too, people don't. It's not the same thing as other people working. I mean, you have challenges. You have pain challenges and physical attributes, but you push ahead and push on and still give us quality TV and quality product despite the things that you going through. Because people don't know what you go through. People don't know what people go through in their life, and then they still push on and still deliver, stuff. And it's not like you making a lot of money. You do it for the love of the business and the love of the fans. So leave them alone.
And just to keep trying to grow it, baby.
Yeah, and keep trying to grow it. Well, anyway, let us get into
Reese's
SummerSlam.
Pieces? Oh, all right.
No, let us get into SummerSlam. The first part of
SummerSlam. You want to talk SummerSlam before AEW?
Yeah, I want to talk
go ahead. SummerSlam
before,
baby.
I got to eat crow for AEW. That's why I ain't in a rush to talk about it.
All right, we'll start with the biggest party of the summer then, from where you're going to be on September the 13th, the Legion Stadium, Las Vegas, Nevada. Take us there, Oscar.
I had grown to be a fan of Bianca Belair.
Mm-hmm.
Bianca Belair is, to me, my opinion, she is the most talented diva on the roster, and I didn't know it until I really started paying attention to her. She got strength. She got agility beyond, agility beyond belief. And I mean, that girl has in-ring technical skills. She is the entire package. Now, the question is, what did you do, Bianca? Who did you piss off for them to take Becky Lynch and she got buried? I mean, it's not a matter of a squash match. Let's talk inside a jargon for a minute.
All right.
They buried Bianca Belair just that fast.
Do you think that maybe, and I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not even saying I disagree with you, but just to play devil's advocate for the talk show, do you think that maybe it was a wise decision to execute the match the way they did, so they can almost pass it off as Bianca wasn't ready. She had no idea Becky was going to get the match. No WWE official authorized the match. And then she just got hit by one move out of nowhere and was almost in shock. 1, 2, 3, 3 seconds, and it's over. And it was almost like a crazed dream sequence where she really didn't have a chance to compete, didn't realize she was going to be competing against Becky. Do you think they could go that route with it, or do you think it was just a complete waste?
It's a complete burial, and I'm going to tell you why.
Sure.
When she gets the rematch with Becky, she is not going to get that belt back.
You think they're going to keep it on the man?
Oh, they're going to keep it on Becky because, number one, Bianca's over, but Becky is more over. Number one. And they did not
and
bring
I think that's
Becky.
True.
They did not bring Becky out of retirement or baby retirement or whatever you want to call it in order for her not to just get her star status back.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Did you hear about what they were talking about doing at Mania?
What's that?
They were talking about doing to try and help fill 802,000 fans at AT&T Stadium for the SmackDown Women's Championship. They wanted to do the man versus the man, Becky Lynch against Piggott. Two redheads going at it.
Why are you so ignorant?
Oh, I'm not ignorant. I'm just having a little bit of fun. But
God.
It just feels like everything they've done to build Bianca up as a top-tier talent was flushed down the toilet pretty quick.
Yes, yeah. That is. See, when stuff like that happens, there are behind the scenes backstage antics behind that kind of thing. And I don't mind saying that in public because people sometimes need to understand, what it is that's going on. This is a talk show, so we can shoot.
To the right.
Yeah, that is something. There's something to that.
Clear. No.
Well, you know what? You know what I find amusing? Well, not amusing, but interesting, I guess, maybe, if you want to look at conspiracy theories. I was told by those within the know in WWE that up until AEW started to make headlines, Becky wasn't slated to return until October. So they rushed this.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? With everything that's going on, they had to. I mean, look at what happened at the very end. Brock Lesnar came back.
We're going to get there, but let's focus on this for now.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, to me, it was too much.
What they know, but see, the thing is, they feel like they gotta throw the kitchen sink in because AEW is not playing. They're not playing around. They are not playing. Oh, speaking of AEW announcement, are you aware AEW is having a Fanfest in Chicago?
I did hear that. Yes.
Yes, well, I'll be there.
Really?
Yes, I am.
And what are you going to be doing there, you little rascal?
I'm going to be hanging with the boys and hanging with the boys,
signing
and with the fans, and
signing.
I'm signing for free. You can stop me in the lobby and get an autograph.
Wow. Well, the big news, fans, if you're headed out to the big AEW Week in Chicago for the Fanfest. You can meet one of the hosts of the Boston Wrestling MWF talk show series, the host, the man that almost blew the roof off of Madison Square Garden at WrestleMania 10, the one, the only, the man on a mission himself, Oscar, at AEW's FanFest in Chi-Town. What great news.
Yeah, I was watching right before to get me in the mood. I was watching what was it? SummerSlam '94. I had to see that glimpse of that, and I just saw
Brought
how
back
good,
memories.
I saw how good looking I was. Oh my God! I don't mean to pat myself on the back in public, but I was so good looking. And
You think Piggott wanted to do a little rapping with you back in '94?
I don't care what Piggott want to do. Piggott can't even say hi to me.
All right, well, yeah, you almost, and that's another venue you almost blew the roof off of. The first event, I believe SummerSlam '94 was the first event in that building, period.
It was the very first event at the United Center. And I didn't almost do nothing. I did blow the roof off of United Center that night. That was a great night.
Well, what are you getting there, Oscar? Another call?
No, that's my mother-in-law's phone.
Oh, your mother-in-law is there.
My mother-in-law.
Well, tell her I said hello.
Dan and the boys said hi. She's the most fashionable woman in the Chicago area.
I've heard that.
Y'all have
I've heard
y'all
that.
have the most fashionable woman in Chicago. She's like, ooh,
very classy lady, from what I understand.
very extremely classy.
Well, that's what we like here in Boston wrestling. Not like what's down the street at Memorial Hall.
Or Pig. Yeah.
Well, as we continue with SummerSlam, any more thoughts on that match, or should we move along to some of the other happenings?
No, let's move along. I just think it was a shame.
Yeah. What did you think about Lashley and Billy Goldberg, and an issue that apparently isn't done?
It was exactly what I expected. See, what you got to understand when you understand the mechanics of this thing, Lashley and Goldberg, because of their size, and then you factor in Goldberg's age, they get blowed up, and blowed up means tired, real easy, real fast. So you're not going to see them go no 60-minute Iron Man match or nothing like that. They don't have the chops for it. Yeah. So they got to do a whole lot real quick, and then go to the finish, go home with the finish, and resolve the match.
Right.
And so that's the reason why it was like a blitzkrieg, what they used to call in Germany when Hitler's tanks and planes and stuff just bomb a country without relentlessly. So they blitzkrieg each other, which means they just go all in with everything they got. Everything is fast-paced, hard-hitting, and just constantly.
Yeah.
And so that's what I expected. That's exactly what they did. And, and Lashley came out on top. But like you just said, they set up to have a rematch someplace. I believe the rematch can't be a regular match. Been there, done that. It's probably going to be a cage or Hell in a Cell.
Well, they have Extreme Rules next month, but the thing is, where Billy Goldberg only has a couple of matches per year on the contract, would you waste it so soon? Would you not save it for a big event like Survivor Series?
I would save it. I would save it for a bigger event, definitely.
Well, it seems like, though, it is tailor-made for Extreme Rules, where that's a pay-per-view of, in theory, on paper, which should be big grudge matches with big stipulations. But I'm the type of guy that, on the B pay-per-views, you don't put the big money matches on there. And I think even though while Goldberg continues to be very limited as far as what, he can do when that bell rings, you know what? I thought he was very believable with his injured leg. I thought it was a great angle and very believable how Bobby Lashley was able to assault a minor, with the explanation being that they thought it was a fan jumping in the ring. No, honestly, the storyline made a lot of sense.
Yeah,
I thought it was
God,
while the
that
match
was so funny.
The match may not have been great, but I thought what they did was executed very well. And if nothing else, even if the technical wrestling wasn't Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly last night on NXT, they left you wanting to see more with what Goldberg's next move would be after his son was physically assaulted by Lashley.
Oh my God, that thing with the son. That was just so funny. I felt for the kid. I really did.
You thought it was funny?
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
Why did you think it was funny?
It just the way it was done. The kid jumping on Lashley and then Lashley snatching the kid. I'm sorry, it was just hilarious.
Well, I thought it was one of the more memorable parts of the show. I thought it was believable.
No, it was. That was definitely memorable. I mean, it was.
Lashley had to deal with Piggott before when he worked Memorial Hall. I wonder if he ever wanted to put her in the Hurt Lock.
I would. I do.
Not that we'd condone man-on-woman violence like that, but, maybe in some alternative universe, if Piggott took a swing at him first or something. I don't know. But
yeah.
What did you think about the big one, the true main event of the show, in most people's eyes? John Cena, the man that came from the loins of John Cena Sr., against the head of the table, Roman Reigns.
I think that I'm not going to call their job exceptional, but it was good. I mean, it was good. Roman went over like I expected him to because, I'm sorry, kids. John Cena's not staying. Hollywood beckons. I mean, he did Furious, Fast and Furious 9. That was a Hollywood blockbuster. So there's nothing that's going to stop him from keep doing a movie. He's got this new movie that's on Hulu. I don't know if it's on yet, but it's getting ready to come on. So, once you get into movies like that, I don't expect him to get rock status, but I do expect his star to be viable. That's where the money is for him. And so he would have to stick around or make a commitment to do so many shows for WWE. If he had the belt, he can't do that. And so that's the reason why he didn't go over.
Well, I think it was pretty simple to me, Marty. Oscar. When WWE goes for the gold, so to speak, and they go to push for John to get that 17th World Championship to break Ric Flair's kind of record, even though Ric really did hold it more than 16 times. But just going with that number 16, when John is going to make a serious run at it, there's going to be video packages, and the announce team is going to shove it down your throat that John is going to be the greatest world champion of all time. And in the build-up for the match with Roman Reigns, they barely mentioned that, he could become the 17-time world champion. So that to me gave it away pretty easily. No matter what his Hollywood commitments were, they gave away that he wasn't getting that belt.
Right.
There would have been a lot of pomp and circumstance leading up to the match, I think.
But it was decent. It was like you said, it was a decent build up to the match. I feel like they could have did, a little bit more, but I mean, I think they did. Yeah, I think they did enough. They did that. I didn't feel shortchanged by no stretch of the imagination. And then the end, with Brock Lesnar making an appearance, I think that made SummerSlam that much more better. I mean, it was like the end to a really good movie. And when you can make the fans feel like that, everybody leaves satisfied and happy and talking about it in a positive way, then that's what they was after. And I think they got that.
I'm going to tell you, Oscar, as far as the match goes, I thought it was a little slow, a little methodical as far as the build-up to the finish goes, and sometimes that's fine. I would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit more explosive of a match. That's one man's opinion. I think it is a complete and utter waste to bring back Brock Lesnar right now. I think that is your money for WrestleMania with 102,000 people at AT&T Stadium in Dallas, Texas this April. Why pull the trigger on Roman and Lesnar now? We know WWE is a company with very little patience, very little pacing. I mean, are they going to throw Reigns and Lesnar on Extreme Rules next month? Are they going to waste it, have it in Saudi Arabia in October? Are they going to rush it that quick?
You hit it right on the head. Probably not Extreme Rules, but in all likelihood,
the Kingdom
he
of
showed
Jeddah.
up. Saudi Arabia is coming up. That's exactly where they're going to have it. Because they try to treat Saudi Arabia like it's WrestleMania.
And I think that's great for the money that they're making, but the problem is no one watches those shows. There's the fan backlash that don't like the fact that it's in Saudi Arabia to begin with, and it's in the middle of the afternoon on a Thursday.
But see, you gotta
a Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock.
You gotta understand something.
Tell me, brother.
When they go to Saudi Arabia, it's for Saudi Arabia.
Right.
They could care less if we tune in, if we can get it, if we watched it or not. Because if you notice, when they come back, it's like those storylines never happened.
Sometimes, in a lot of cases, yeah, you're right. Well, I think they could have such a great WrestleMania storyline if they present it as, who is Paul Heyman going to side with? Brock Lesnar, who he never parted ways with, or Roman Reigns? I think that would make for a tremendous build-up to one of the main events at WrestleMania.
Yeah, but like you said, the problem is they done pulled the trigger on showing Brock Lesnar already. So you can't pull the trigger on him today and then he go back in hiding until March.
Yeah.
That's not going to make good sense.
He's not going to vanish for 6 months.
Or April or whatever it is.
He's not vanishing for 6 months, Oscar. I think we both know that. We both know it.
I'm like you. I think it's a waste for him to be around right now.
Yeah, it's really disappointing to me. I think that they could get so much more mileage out of it again if they had patience, if they had pacing. They didn't need both Becky Lynch and Brock Lesnar to return on the same show.
No, I mean, yeah, you're right. And, Becky Lynch is going to mop up the whole women's division. Believe me.
And nobody cares.
Just
After
wait
last
and see.
time they built the company, I'm still irked with her. I don't know if we ever discussed it on this show, but I mean, I think the way she went about her pregnancy was a disgrace. The company built it around her for a year and a half, and then instead of saying, geez, I want to start a family, can we come up with a storyline to write me out over the next couple of months? No, she just shows up knocked up, and instead of doing a job to put someone over and give them some credibility, she gave Asuka a lunchbox with the women's championship in it, with Asuka screaming in Japanese that no one understood, and she said, I'm going to go be the mom now. Good, go stay and be the mom if you want to be the mom. Treat the business that treated you so well with respect. Every woman that laid down and put her over could have been put in that Becky Lynch position. She should have done a job before she decided to start a family.
I've never been a Becky Lynch fan. I don't understand her stardom. I never will. Like I said, you got they are wasting a talent in Bianca Belair, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bianca Belair's now making a path on the island to leave. I wouldn't be surprised.
You think Asuka's will be on her way out?
No, Bianca Belair. I wouldn't be surprised.
You think she's going to
was
leave? Oh no, I would be shocked.
I wouldn't. I mean, no, but I mean, if I'm being, see, you got to understand something. That stuff you see on TV, and then the way they shake it off and all the kind of stuff like that, that's TV bull. They really have a psychological, it's a psychological effect on the way things are done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? If I was Bianca, like I said, there's two ways to me I'd look at it. I'd look at it as A, they jobbed me out, or B, the storyline that I laid out, that she was in shock. She wasn't prepped for Becky Lynch. She had no idea Becky Lynch was there. No WWE official came out to make the match, to sign a contract or anything like that. It was just a referee ringing the bell, which I absolutely disdain and hate. I don't know why they don't have, if they want to go that route, why don't they have a general manager of some kind come out and authorize the match before it happens? It just, the bell rang, then one move hit out of nowhere, 1, 2, 3, it's over. It's like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, I'd
play that route. That's how I'd go with it. I think it would give Bianca more credibility.
I like how it's fixed now, where wrestlers can authorize their own matches now.
It's ridiculous. It's just another reason why nobody watches.
Oh my God! They just come out and be like, "I want to challenge you for the title." Okay.
Yeah, we'll be back after this timeout.
Then it's done.
Don't even get me started on that, Oscar. I'm gonna get hot, brother. I'm gonna get piping hot.
I don't want you to get piping hot.
Like
but
the Chinese food over at Red Rose.
Like you say, it's ridiculous.
Well, I think they shot Bianca Belair in the foot. Hopefully it doesn't do too much long-term damage, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, it's a company with very little pacing and patience. I think Roman looks good coming out of Extreme Rules. My question is going to be, when does the big match happen between Lesnar and Roman? I don't know.
Okay. All right. Can we go to commercial now?
All right.
Something need my attention.
All right, boss. The vice president has spoken, fans. We're going to take a brief time out as we count down the days to go back to the 80s for WrestleFest, November 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. Stand by. Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was sold out at the Joe Louis Arena in Detroit, Michigan, Friday, August the 23rd, 1985. In the opening contest, the Iron Sheik beat Polish Power Ivan Putski. Adrian Adonis with the win over Rick McGraw. Leaping Lanny Poffo drew Iron Mike Sharp. King Kong Bundy defeated Jose Luis Rivera. Corporal Kirchner victorious over Steve Lombardi. WWF Intercontinental Champion Tito Santana retained the title over Macho Man Randy Savage via disqualification. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat defeated the magnificent Don Morocco and Mr. Fuji. If you were in Detroit live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service, so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to the post-WWE Monday Night Raw edition of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. I'm Dan Marty, along with your host, the former WWF Tag Team Championship manager, the VP of Boston Wrestling, MWF, the man that blew the roof off of Chicago at SummerSlam 94, even more than CM Punk did last Friday night. I'm only talking about the man on a mission, Oscar. Oscar, again, will be having a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, okay, everybody.
What do we got?
Mea culpa. I got crow. I gotta eat a lot of crow. I told y'all that I did not think CM Punk was gonna show up. And sure enough, like a ghost out of a shell, in the United Center, walking by himself, came CM Punk. I'm like, oh, I'm glad I didn't make a bet.
Well, what did you think?
I mean, all I can say is, if I didn't think that WWE was in trouble on a competition front, y'all in trouble now.
Really? You think it was that big of a move?
I think wrestling fans, whether you watch AEW, whether you watch WWE, or whether you're an Impact or a Ring of Honor fan, I don't care where your loyalties lie. Everybody, almost everybody, was looking for CM Punk. And I give kudos to CM Punk that he had the patience and he made the right moves with his money to be able to stay out the business for 7 years. And when he decided it was time to come back, he was able to write his own ticket, I'm sure.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
world was his oyster. He went to the highest bidder.
Do you think there was bidding though? Do you think Punk even had an interest in WWE?
I think he's a smart businessman.
Mm-hmm.
I think he went to the highest bidder, and not only the highest bidder, to whoever was going to succumb to whatever his rider was, whatever his demands were, not just money, but whatever else he asked for, because he was in that position.
Well, again, like you said, it must be nice to have been so smart with your finances that you were able to be in that position and and live his dream of trying to compete in MMA and just have a nice, relaxing life with his wife. He found a company he feels that he wants to work with for the foreseeable future, and I think there are a lot of wrestling fans that are very happy to have CM Punk as part of their world of wrestling viewing now.
One of the reasons I'm looking forward to going to the AEW Fanfest is, I'm going to say this, and I mean it. I don't care what they would say to me, not they would say anything to me. I have no interest in going nowhere, not back in that business. I done made this record. I got to contend with that and see where that goes, and that's fine with me. But I would like to talk to some guys, and just see firsthand what they're offering, what they got going on. What is the big attraction? What is the difference between them and WWE? What's the difference between backstage at WWE and backstage at AEW? What makes them tick? And there has got to be something going on that's the allure to wrestlers besides money. I'm curious.
Well, it's one thing I'll say is it seems like it's a much more fun atmosphere than WWE, a lot less stress, almost like the quote-unquote good old days when, the boys were the boys, having fun out on the road. It's only 2 days a week of work. They're not stressed with house shows.
Whoa. It's only 2 days of work. You're not talking about WWE back in the day, are you?
No, I'm talking about AEW now.
Oh, AEW now, so
yeah.
2 days of work. I was going to say, you out your damn mind if you thought it was 2 days of work back in the new generation. New generation.
I know better than that.
Oh, okay.
But
we was on the road, and when you had days off, when you walked in your house, there was a phone was ringing, and they took those back.
And they did, yeah, a lot of the times for a lot of the guys, which led to a lot of the problems that a lot of the guys have now. But that's
I remember one time coming back into my apartment, I couldn't even drop my bag before the phone was ringing.
Really? Well,
I had this pager gimmick that that had words on it. It was state of the art. And it was beeping, and it was like Call Priscilla. I'm like, I knew what that meant.
Well, I'm sure you're jealous of the schedule that the AEW superstars have then, for only 2 days a week for, I'm sure, a very healthy amount of money.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the life. Believe me. I would have been like Reese. I would have had more time for Oscar's pieces.
But, I think it'll lead to much healthier bodies. My only concern is, Oscar, if I was AEW, where they're limited as far as the time goes on their TV shows and their never-ending internet shows that sometimes have 13, 14, 15, 16 matches, you have a lot of young, green guys that you have coming in, that could use the ring work. That's why I think outside of the top-tier talent that's already been to the dance, I would almost encourage the guys to do independent shows for quality promotions, just to continue to get the work. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah and no. I agree to do it for the reasons that you stated, but on the other hand, I don't know if I would take the risk of getting a serious injury working an independent situation when I got this television situation going on. Because every time you go out there or every time you train, more people get hurt training than they do in actual matches, because actual matches are more of a controlled situation. When you hear people have gotten permanently hurt, they got permanently hurt training in the gym, or they got permanently hurt at some BS independent show somewhere where the guy you working with is not as skilled and not as seasoned as you are and don't know how hard to hit, how hard to throw, or anything else. So would I take that risk? Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Well, how do they get the experience then? If they're only running 2 nights a week, you're talking about a couple of short TV matches. That, to me, if you're going to go out and work, you need to go out there and work.
Well, see, it's not a matter of. It's not a matter. It's not a matter of keeping up practicing. I mean, that's what you go to school for when it comes to wrestling.
Well,
you're supposed to already know.
There is no experience like the live experience in front of fans.
Yeah, I got you on that. But like I said, being in front of 20 people for $40 and risking an injury because you with some jabroni that don't know what he's doing. That's a big roll of the dice.
I don't necessarily think you're wrong about that, but I think they do need to come up with the formula, whether it's they run their own house shows or they come up with some kind of agreements. A lot of those guys need a lot of seasoning if they're going to become major league viable talents on a long-term basis.
What I would suggest, I didn't mean to cut you off. What I would suggest is maybe they should set up their own developmental camp. That is not a bad idea. Like WWE got one, so that the guys don't have to go and risk everything, to go to some crack house and go and risk it all. Get a developmental camp. That way, everything is in-house. That way, you're working with people That way, you can develop your talent. That way, you are under the supervision of some veteran that can tell you left, right, up, or down, and then that's the way to solve that problem.
Well, they do have their, what do they call it? The Monster, it's not the Monster Factory, but the Monster Training Facility in some fashion that Cody Rhodes and QT Marshall have a hand in Georgia. Dustin Rhodes has a school in Texas. But, it's a very large roster. And like I said, I would say, the majority of them that have never worked full time, they need that seasoning. They still need more work or they're not going to pass as major league talent on a major league wrestling show. It's a shame, that AEW has some of the, no pun intended, the elite talents in the genre right now. And they have other guys that look like they don't belong anywhere near national TV. So it's kind of odd.
Well, I mean, I think that's maybe another reason why it's smart for them to snatch up your CM Punks. I read somewhere where Bray Wyatt was heading there. I don't know how true that is.
Well, his no compete clause ends on right around Halloween, and AEW has a pay-per-view the second Saturday in November. To me, that would make a heck of a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, but what I'm saying is, that would be a good move to bring them in and pay them extra money for them to spend some extra time with some of the younger talent. Because you get there 3 hours or more before the match.
Yeah.
You sitting around, you ain't doing nothing. So why not have masterclass, when you come in with some of these people who know what it is they're doing. That way you developing your craft, you getting your knowledge is getting higher, and that's a great way to spend that time. That's what I would do.
Well, again, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think there's a lot of guys there that could do a master class, so to speak, but they need to get the experience in the ring, working in front of fans, knowing how to work to fan reactions. And they're not going to get that during seminars. They're not going to do that during training sessions. They need to work in front of fans.
Yeah, no, they need to. I don't disagree with that. But they need to get the experience one way or the other anyway. So what I'm trying to say is, to have a master class, maybe you're not, I'll put it like this, to get a master class, they're going to be better when they get in front of fans. Their time is not wasted just being rusted, sitting in the back, farting all day and eating pizza and ribbing on each other or whatever it is whatever it is they do. The time is spent being productive.
Well,
And I put it like this, and one other thing to answer to what you're saying, there's enough of them to make to make a small concentration of fans that are there, and if they pop, you're doing something right. That is the one rule of wrestling. When you are wrestling, you're not wrestling for the fans. You're wrestling for the back. If the back is popping at what you're doing, you have done something heavenly.
well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think again, outside of maybe outside of the top 20 that they're not building the company around, I'd encourage them to work as often as they could. Again, one man's opinion. Your thoughts on Daniel Bryan? Apparently, he is AEW bound as well. I think it would be smart to save him for one of the New York tapings they have coming up. It's a big deal for AEW to be coming to the metropolitan area in New York City. Tickets are selling very well. I don't know if they're completely sold out yet, but it's going to be 2 big weeks for AEW when they're in the New York City market, Oscar. And I think having Daniel Bryan debut is certainly would be a big-time bang for them, much like CM Punk was in Chicago.
You know, it speaks to their success, and to me, that is just genius booking. It was genius booking to bring CM Punk to Chicago, no matter what the cost. Even if, I'll put it like this, even if they didn't make a profit, bringing CM Punk to Chicago, and it might have cost them money to do it, was a stroke of genius. It was hot shot booking at its best. And so bringing Daniel Bryan to the New York area is the same thing. Because if you didn't make money this time, you sure as hell gonna make a boatload of money next time. So when it comes down to booking and booking certain people in territories to headline, they have got the playbook down pat. And I didn't think they was. And honestly, I didn't think they was. I didn't. When they first came out, I didn't bet on them for a bowl of farina.
Well, I tell you this, you know, they continue to bring in, I think Andrade is a very underrated signing for them. I think he's should be right now a main event heel in WWE. I think Aleister Black or Malachi Black was another great signing for them. The potential to bring in Bray Wyatt around Halloween time, my God, that's almost a dream come true. I mean, you look at a guy like Strowman, it's almost like they don't even have room for him. Where's Big Braun going to go?
They're fine. I mean, if they put it like this, if they sign Strowman, they'll find a place for him. I mean, you could sign him and keep him on the shelf for a while, but the opportunity is going to open up to bring him in a big way. Probably when they sign some other big monster, which they can, and I believe they will, and then it's gonna be on like popcorn. So yeah, I would definitely do it, and then I would work it slow. Just because I signed you today, don't mean I gotta use you tomorrow.
Well, I look at it like this, Oscar, and I think the only problem is it would expose the size of the majority of the roster. What if you brought in Wyatt, Strowman, and Eric Rowan together and form almost a new look Wyatt family to try and take out the superstars of AEW? I think that would generate a lot of interest, but again, the problem is the majority of those talents on the roster, they'd look like little children compared to those three.
Well, it all goes to the big rule of the Royal Rumble. The big man is in there. 15 of us got to jump him and get and get him over the top rope first. So it's not like it's an impossible situation.
It would be boring if they did it every week
to deal with. Well, like I said, I mean, you know, it's all in the scripting, and I think AEW. I'm not gonna say they've mastered it, but I think AEW is doing a good job. I believe it's still a learning curve.
Absolutely.
But I do believe that they will find a scenario where it will make sense. So I would sign them, number one, before WWE decide we made a mistake letting Strowman go. Maybe we need to get him back, which they are very known to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know it and I know it.
Yeah.
But I would definitely snatch him up first. You know, the same thing with Bray Wyatt. I think that somebody's going to wake up and say, we need to get that acquisition back in our fold.
How hot?
Because
how hot would a stale Raw be right now if all of a sudden you had the return of the Fiend with a dangerous Strowman and Rowan with them? Talk about a faction that could cause a lot of havoc on a very boring TV show instead of having, Nikki almost the superhero and the possessed Alexa Bliss and all the other women that they shove everyone down everyone's throat, 4 or 5 times a night. I think that would have a real interest if I was booking WWE or writing for WWE.
They would have title belts forever. I'm not just talking about
that'd be a money angle.
Year.
Money angle.
Yeah, that would be a money angle. But I mean, but like you were saying, AEW is smart enough to snatch these acquisitions up before WWE can realize the ones that got away, as they put it, and then go and snatch them back. So, I mean,
as we're winding down on this one, Oscar, I got to ask you your opinion. Do you think where Goldberg's contract is for 2 appearances per year, do you think WWE is going to let Billy Goldberg go and risk him going to AEW to join some of the other tenured veterans of the sport like Big Show and Sting and Ric Flair, apparently even?
I don't think that they would see that as the biggest loss.
They're not worried about Billy.
I don't think that they would see that as the big. And the reason being is because unlike Strowman and Wyatt, he's been around for a very, very, very long time. So would the fans miss him if he don't show up every now and then? No, they would not. So I don't think they would care. So yeah, I mean, I could. But then too, you got to ask yourself, if Goldberg got let go, would AEW have interest?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not so sure.
Really? Interesting.
Because he go to AEW. You think about it for a second. He go to AEW today. What really would he do?
I would imagine along the lines of what he's doing right now. Come out here and there as the old gunslinger, almost like Sting, who is on TV an awful lot but doesn't wrestle very much.
But see, that's where getting a Strowman or Bray Wyatt come in. He got to have somebody viable for him to match up against. Not the midget roster that they got right now. That ain't going to make no sense.
No, you're not necessarily wrong about that, pal. But I guess, again, what is the AEW roster going to look like when Goldberg finally fulfills his WWE contract? That's an interesting point of contention, too. We're going to have to wait and see.
I mean, that is
a lot can change.
That's way too much speculation. And the reason why that is because, they a loose cannon. So it's not like they following any real continuity that we can really guess that this going to happen, that's going to happen, this going to happen, that's going to happen. Just when you think so-and-so is going to happen, they switch it up, and then something happens, and you really don't believe it. Like, I'll put it like this, like the releases.
Yeah,
exactly. We couldn't believe half the releases that got released. We were like, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, if you go back to the beginning of Corona, you're talking about that was about 70 or 70 or so talents that have gone gone missing, whether it be Raw, SmackDown, NXT. You know, not all of the talents have got on the major league rosters, but I mean, that's a lot of bodies. You could have created a third promotion with the amount of people a fourth promotion, I should say, with the amount of people that they've released over the past year and a half.
Let me tell you my favorite part of SummerSlam before we go.
Yeah, let's hear it,
that
baby.
I almost forgot. My
Let's hear
favorite
it.
part was the FanDuel commercial coming on, and they wasn't talking about boxing, football, nothing like that. The FanDuel come on, and they have bets in wrestling.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
You're not sold on that yet. Did you bet on SummerSlam?
I didn't bet on nothing.
No.
No.
No, all right. Well, I just wanted to make sure.
No.
Oscar, again, a huge weekend. We didn't even get to NXT TakeOver. I thought that was a solid event. Had some good matches. It looks like it is the end of Adam Cole. All of Adam Cole's merchandise was put in the clearance section of WWEshop.com. So I would expect Adam Cole to also be debuting in AEW. And I think, at least size-wise, he's the perfect fit.
Yeah, no. God. Yeah, no. Adam Cole going over there. I told you this last week. I told you he fit right in.
Adam
There's
Cole,
a
baby.
bunch of people. There's a bunch of people that he can run angles with, and those angles can go on from here to next summer, and they would make sense.
I mean, AEW continues, the momentum continues to grow and grow and grow and grow. And in WWE, you know, I think they again lack the patience and pacing of, are you still there, Oscar?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I had another call. I was trying to get rid of it. But I lost my train of thought there. They didn't need to bring back Lesnar and Becky in the same night. That would have been like AEW debuting debuting Punk and Bryan in the same night. It's too much. It was too much. They didn't need both. They didn't need both.
Well,
Please.
You know me. They could have kept Becky at home. I mean, I don't know. I mean, but I mean, it was too much. But it was good. It was good for their business. I mean, the fans lost their mind, and that was the purpose of it. So it fulfilled whatever the purpose that it was supposed to fulfill. So if you look at it that way, you know, it was not a bad move. It was a good move for them. The fans got bumper like this. The fans left the stadium in Vegas feeling like they got their money's worth and then some. And that was the purpose behind that.
And that's cool, and I agree with you on that. But the problem is, okay, what happens once you go back to your week-to-week TV? Is there going to be any interest out of that? I don't know.
Hi,
I don't
Corey. How
know.
you doing?
Who are you talking to, Oscar?
I'm good.
No, that's not me. It's my
Oh,
mother.
that's not you.
Actually, I'm blessed.
All right, Oscar.
no.
Well, you know what? Things are getting chaotic there over at the mansion in Indiana. Any final thoughts before we hit the road this week?
I'm just, no, it's still a couple of weeks away. You know, I'm looking forward to
The Cauliflower
bumping
Alley Club.
heads. I'm looking forward to Cauliflower Alley Club. That is just shaping up to be, a weekend. Cauliflower Alley Club, that was big in and of itself. I was really excited. But, the fact of going to Allegiant Stadium, on top of that, that is just the icing on the cake. I didn't see that one coming. It's just going to be a weekend of a lifetime. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to seeing you and hanging out. But I'm telling you, no matter what we are going to do, we are going to the Gold Coast Buffet. We got to go.
At least once.
Yeah, no, we only going once.
Well,
But
I know you like. Sometimes I know you've gone as many as 3 meals a day. You love it there that much.
We definitely going. So yeah.
And I ask you this: are you going to tune in tomorrow night at 10 o'clock for the series finale of Wrestling Insiders at your house.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely going to tune in.
Well, I tell you this, the fans, I don't think will ever look at our old pal, Mr. USA, the same way again, as his lovely stepdaughter shares some stories of her experiences with Tony over the past 30 years, from the late 80s until his wife suffered a stroke. Very unbelievable, shocking. I was shocked. And I almost felt dirty at the end of it, Oscar.
You better... I done told you. I done told you once, leave them folks alone.
What's that now?
I done told you, leave them folks alone.
Well, I tell you, you know what? I thought I was very nice in extending an offer to Sunglasses at Night to come to the studio.
Oh, Lord.
And instead, those two losers, they decided to make yet another video, another attack video. So you know what? As I told Tony via text and his little buddy up in Maine, I said, when the arrows continue to be shot at me, I'm going to fire a bazooka right back, baby. And his daughter-in-law, for an hour and 15 minutes, has some very interesting stories. Very interesting stories. Can you believe, for example, that, you know, a high-quality individual like Tony Atlas, we heard him talk about all the gang rapes that he used to watch and do nothing about, not call the police or try and stop them last week. We learned this week that on his wedding night, to Monica, forced her to have sex with another wrestling promoter. And that's just one of the torrid tales we learn tomorrow night at 10 o'clock after NXT on the USA Network.
On his wrestling night.
On his wedding night.
On his wedding night.
Yes. He forced his bride to have sex with another wrestling promoter.
Why?
You're going to have to tune in and find out. There's some really crazy stuff going all the way.
You know what?
What's that?
Hang up off the air and brief me so I'm prepared.
There's so many different stories. Even he's always told the tale that he was homeless and he was living under a park bench, and his wife sat down on the bench that he was under, and that's how they met. Well, the truth of the story is, no, Tony didn't meet her under a park bench. Tony's wife and stepdaughter didn't drag him back to her home and bathe him. Tony didn't go into a coma and go into a hospital because he was in shock from being outside for so long. The reality of the situation was, when Tony met Monica, he was working as a bodyguard for drug dealers in Maine, and they met at a supermarket. So, again, it just shows the character and credibility of old Mr. USA. He sounds like he should be running for political office, but anyway. All right. And again, fans, don't forget this Sunday night, we're going to be live. We're going to be live for our new concept every Sunday, at least through mid-October. At least that's the plan. Just Incredible, the former ECW World Champion, joins us live Sunday night in studio for a Wrestling Insiders taping, cyber autograph signing, and more. For my partner in crime, Oscar, I am Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Monday night after WWE Raw. And again, do not miss what we have tomorrow night at 10. Good night. Wrestling fans, we've told you that we have a new Tuesday night coming for you for our 20th anniversary beginning September 7th when Boston Wrestling MWF goes extreme. Sunday night, August the 29th, one of the rotating superstars joining us will be former ECW World Champion Justin Credible, coming to MWF Studios for the first time for Wrestling Insiders Extreme tapings, plus a live episode and cyber autograph signing. Joining New Jack, Justin Credible brings a brand new edge to Tuesday nights. Interested in joining us live? Boston Wrestling Patreon family members can join us for free. For information, visit patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans anywhere in the world can join us for the live episode and cyber autograph signing. For more, visit bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, Insider autograph signings, support wrestling superstars, pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. Don't forget that Oscar's Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission is back with brand new episodes each and every week in its traditional time slot of Monday night at 11 p.m. after WWE Raw. Great way to wind down after what can be long nights of wrestling. As we continue with Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, folks, we want to remind you we got 11 weeks to go. Don't forget, discounted all-inclusive VIP packages and event tickets to our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, are on sale now. That discounted price will be available until we announce the 6th 80s WWF legend that will be joining: Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and old Marty Jannetty. On November the 13th, we'll have a VIP exclusive Legends Q&A session. Everybody in attendance will be able to attend the Autograph Photo Fanfest, and we'll have white-hot in-ring action. If you're in the Northeast or even beyond, we have a certain super fan from Virginia that's going to be coming up. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. Get your tickets, get the VIP packages. They're moving fast, especially the Ultra and the Platinum packages. Those two are the ones that are moving the fastest. So if you're interested in those two, not only can you save a few bucks, but you can be guaranteed a spot if you get them now. We're going to have to, unfortunately, in dealing with the woman Oscar and I know is the monster known as Piggott, we have to reconfigure the floor seating a little bit due to the lights that we have coming in. So if you go Ultra, if you go Platinum, you're going to get the best seats in the house. Also, fans, don't forget, if you're part of a nonprofit organization looking to raise cash for your cause, and let me tell you something, in 2021, who couldn't use a little cash for their cause? I have the solution for you. Visit WrestlingFundraisers.com. Let myself and John Cena Sr. let you know how we can become a tag team partner of yours for an interactive night the fans will not forget. As noted, fans, Tuesday nights are going to be getting a lot more interesting beginning on September 7th, a new fall season, a 20th anniversary. It's going to be the debut of Wrestling Insiders Extreme, featuring the superstars and stories around Extreme Championship Wrestling each week after AEW Dynamite. I was an ECW kid. I was lucky enough to be around it. I was lucky enough to be behind the scenes in the venues before the doors would open to see these unique personalities. I was in a couple of the hotels, a couple of the car rides. Let me tell you, if you're an ECW fan, this series will be a treat. Up next is one of the deepest, most surreal episodes we've ever produced in the history of any of our talk shows. It is the series finale of Wrestling Insiders at Your House. WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas is not with us for it, but his wife Monica's daughter Malika is, sharing stories about life involving Tony that they might make you want to cry. As someone that was Tony's longtime friend, it was difficult for me to sit through. But you know what? Tony attacked his stepdaughter online on our program, and I felt it was only appropriate we give her the platform to have her peace. And I think she's at peace now that she's had a chance to say it. And I had a chance to interact with Tony this week, and I let him know that he was planning his next move, which was going to be another online attack, that if this was to happen, I explained A, B, and C, what the end result was going to be. And I believe now, the good news is we have a little bit of peace with Mr. USA. Nonetheless, fans, learn the truth of Tony Atlas through the eyes of his stepdaughter. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders at Your House. I am Dan Marotti here on this fine Tuesday night after WWE NXT. We hope you are well wherever you may be. For the second week in a row, we're doing an episode we really never wanted to do. We'd rather be hyping up that Tony Atlas was coming back to the studio or that he was going to be appearing at our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s live event in Fanfest on Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose, which, funny enough, Tony was partially paid for the event already to be part of from the money that he stole from us. You know, there are fans out there that loved Tony Atlas, the wrestling persona. They loved his physique. They loved his moves. They loved his interviews. They want to believe that everything that he says that comes out of his mouth is the truth, even if the sky is red and the grass is blue. I don't understand that lack of common sense. I think last week's episode certainly raised many, many questions about his credibility, his honesty, his character, his integrity, but yet he continues to cling to these two lowlives that do the talk show in Long Island that purposely got him drunk, that had him trying to say I was trying to steal his Social Security check, which I don't think is humanly possible. But instead of asking Tony the hard questions that we presented, these two sunglasses at night individuals continued their attack on me, which is fine. We could waste time trading insults, but instead we decided to have a very classy individual with us tonight. Someone that has nothing to do with pro wrestling. I don't think she wants anything to do with pro wrestling, but it was certainly blown away when she found Tony's internet attack on her online that she had never seen, which led to her and I communicating for the first time. Fans, I introduced to you the daughter of Tony's lovely wife, Malika. Did I say it right?
Malika.
Malika, yes. I'm sorry. All right, I'll get it right on the fifth try. Don't worry. How is the world treating you today, my friend?
Very good. It's a nice, beautiful Sunday here in Hawaii, and it's good. Just getting my day going.
Now, your background, just to let folks know a little bit about you, were you actually born in Germany or were you born in the U.S.?
I was born in the U.S. I was born in New York City. Mm-hmm.
That's right. I remember Tony mentioning that your mom spent time in New York City. Okay. Before we get into the obvious 500-pound elephant in the room, one thing we would always do when Tony was here, we'd do the check-in. How is your mom doing right now?
Well, I don't really know, to be honest with you. We've been estranged since about November. Things had gotten very, I guess, contentious on her end. And she said a lot of incredibly hurtful things, which I didn't understand at the time where they were coming from until I saw the interview last week with Tony that you had on YouTube. And the same things were coming out of his mouth that my mother yelled at me and spewed at me about on Thanksgiving.
Really?
And so, yeah, so now I know the origins of this horrible attack that my mother had on me. And it was very sad to hear, her say these things to me, and I had no idea where they were coming from. But now I do, and it's all very shocking, actually.
And honestly, and you saying that, it makes me feel bad that we gave him the platform to attack someone needlessly, and that it's created this rift between you and your mom, where that you haven't had communicated now. And you said November. That's going on 9 months at this point.
Yeah.
Wow.
We had a really good, what I, had deemed to be a very good relationship. And all of a sudden, it just changed without any warning, actually. My mother now at this point, she was starting to suffer from dementia from the stroke. Mm-hmm. So, it just seems to me like Tony was over there, spewing his hatred about me. And, that fed over into the relationship that we had. So,
and really, outside of the hospital folk, that was pretty much the only, according to Tony, the only form of real communication she had to the outside world was him, when he was able to go before coronavirus. Yeah. He claimed that he would be there most of the day after his job at the YMCA. And then I do know that they were on the phone regularly because we'd see it here at the TV studio sometimes. So I'm sorry that our platform created this rift. I had no idea. I didn't even really knew you existed at that point. But, Tony is a man that likes to talk, as I'm sure you've come to learn over the years. But let me ask you this. I don't know what your history with Tony exactly was, but why do you think Tony did it? Why do you think he chose to take a video platform to attack you so maliciously?
I don't really know why he chose that. moment to decide to bash me the way he did. He's never liked me. Let's put it that way. We have had a very contentious, mostly non-existent relationship for the better of 30 years. And I just never wanted to deal with him because he, had acted in certain ways that I wanted nothing to do with the man. I want even less to do with him now.
How was he at that point when you just originally came across him in life that was a turnoff to you? Was it a personality thing? Was it actions? Was it?
Well, no, his reputation actually preceded him.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm going to break a few hearts here when I tell this story, but Tony has this ongoing story, this origin story that, we found him under a park bench, that he was freezing to death in the cold, I watched one of your interviews where he actually said that we chipped ice off of him with knives.
Yes.
And none of that is true. None of this was ever true. My mother met him at Foodland in Auburn.
Which I'm going to guess is a supermarket.
Is a supermarket. She met him at the supermarket. And my mother and I, we lived next door to each other, in Auburn. And she came home one day, and she said, hey, I, met this guy, he seems really nice. And, he's going to come over for dinner. And I was like, okay, good for you. And she told me his name. And I had heard that name before, and I became very concerned. I told her that wasn't a good idea to have him over. I told her that, he was known to be the bodyguard for the drug dealers in Lewiston. And I told her this isn't a safe person to be around. She poo-pooed me. She didn't believe me, and she went on and, had this man over for dinner. I stayed away from that situation. I kept trying to tell her, that this wasn't a good idea, but she did not listen. She did not believe me because he was such a nice guy. And, they had a very quick relationship. Before I knew it, they were married. And then things changed. He suddenly became the controlling person. He started to control things. And he started to control my mother. And which I didn't understand because she's not generally the kind of person that's controlled by other people.
And that's how Tony had always described your mom, was that, she was a tough German woman, that she would put her foot down when she wanted to put her foot down. But you make it sound like when she was around Tony, she almost kind of turned into a different Monica.
Yeah. And suddenly she wasn't allowed to see her grandchild.
Oh, wow.
She wasn't supposed to see me. If I came around, it was almost like, it wasn't a relaxed situation. It was always very tense. And that actually started, I get ahead of myself because that actually started because of an incident, because of Tony, that he suddenly did not want me around anymore. There was one day that I went to see my mom, and I had brought my son, who was 2 years old at the time, with me, and he invited us in. It was her apartment. We invited us in. He was sitting in his lazy boy in front of the television, and my mom was, I think, still at work because she worked at Clover Manor. I also worked there, but I worked night shift. But I went over just, to visit with her, and he said she would be home soon.
Oh, so your mom wasn't even home at the time?
Wasn't even home at the time.
I gotcha. Okay.
And so I sat down in this, we called it the cubby. It's actually was like a little bench, but the wall receded back almost like a makeshift type of closet that was by the front windows of the apartment. And that was about 25 feet in from the front door. So we're sitting there. My son's playing around with some toys. And I look over, and Tony has his hands in his pants,
Oh,
and he's
God.
masturbating
Oh.
himself in front of me and my 2-year-old son. And I, kind of placed my son as far back into the cubby as I could get him. And I just looked out the window because at that point, in order to get out of that apartment, I would have had to pass him and run 25 feet across with my 2-year-old in my arms.
So
And I was terrified.
There was no way out unless you
There was
went near
no.
him.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
my
terrified.
God. Oh, my
And
God.
I looked out the windows and, just tried to keep my son in his spot so he wouldn't see what was going on. And I kept looking out the windows, and I just tried to just ignore the whole thing, hoping that this man would not get up and attack me. And, after a while, things got quiet, and I happened to kind of look peripheral vision, and he had fallen asleep in the chair. And I grabbed my son, and I got out of there as fast as I could.
He actually fell
And
asleep?
he actually fell asleep in the damn chair. And I got out as fast as I could.
Well, thank
I
God
grabbed
that it
my
didn't
son
turn
and
into a
out.
bigger situation.
Well, I was
What it
frightened
could
it
have
would.
led to. Sure. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Especially
I mean,
with a little
who does
kid
that?
on top
Who
of
does
you.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. No normal human being does something like that. And I ended up telling my mother about it. It caused, I guess, an argument between them. But my mother never left him. She, for some reason, stayed. I guess it was fear for herself at that point. And from that point on, our relationship, Tony and myself, was completely done. He didn't like me for telling my mother. I couldn't stand him for what he had done. And it was just, very, very cool going from that point on. I wanted nothing more to do with the man.
Just
So,
despicable what he did. But never
Mhm.
mind the fact with you there. But with
Yeah.
a little kid playing with toys.
Exactly.
I mean,
he has no respect. He has no scruples. He's like a wild animal.
Well, if you go back to that video last week, one thing that we have done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of interviews with Tony, but one that someone had pointed out in the studio was, remember when he talked about all the gang rapes that he used to
Yes.
witness, and just instead of actually trying to stop it or call the police, he almost made it sound like he sat back and, had popcorn and watched.
Well, that's exactly what he's done. By his own admission, because he did it to my mother on her wedding day.
No, what do you mean?
He forced her to have sex with someone, the one of the promoters, while he sat and watched. My mother didn't tell me that until years later.
Oh my God!
Okay.
A wrestling promoter?
Yeah, one of the promoters. And I was so disgusted. I mean, I did not understand. I still don't really understand how my mother could stay with him. I mean, my mother had gone through so much in her life, and maybe it was all the abuse that she'd gone through with other men in her life previously to Tony, and so she, told me she just, didn't really know what to do. She was afraid, and if he would do this to his wife on her wedding day, on the day that he's supposed to be her husband, if he would masturbate in front of his now stepdaughter and grandchild, what else would he be capable of doing? I have he has brought so much pain and disgust to my little family. I can't even anymore. I just cannot even wrap my mind around it. I have tried to keep in contact with my mother. I've offered her to live with me more than once,
Yeah.
several times. I've offered to pay for her plane tickets to come see me. She wasn't even allowed to visit her granddaughter. My youngest child, she is now 15. But the stroke is the first time when we went to Maine, was the first time that my mother was able to see her grandchild.
Really?
My daughter was 12. So, and she'd never met a grandmother.
I wish you had the ability to feel what I feel right now I've known Tony since 1993. I considered him to be a friend. You know, he has stated many times on the talk show that we've done, I was his only friend during the virus that offered to open my wallet and help him with the mortgage and advance him money for so on and so forth. But I've heard the phrase before, and I believe it to be true. You really don't know someone until you live under the same roof as them. And what you're sharing with us today, even just the lies about the origin of your mom's life with him, you know, being frozen to a box under a bench.
What a joke.
Maybe just to backtrack just a little bit, when your mom did meet him at this supermarket, was he homeless at that point at all, or?
My understanding was that he was bouncing, you know, from place to place, and he was homeless, you know, in essence. Whether he slept on a park bench or not, or under it, I have no idea if that is actually true or not. But I know it wasn't how we met him. I know that's not at all truth at all. Never was.
In another, I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
In another episode, I'm going to guess you didn't watch. Tony said when he met you guys, you know, like you said, he met your mom, and he was under the bench, and he got, you know, why are you sitting on my house, or whatever the phrase was that he used. And then he claimed that you went back with your mom and helped get him out of the box, brought him home, bathed him, and he went into shock. Then your mom and you had to bring him to the hospital for several days where he was in some kind of a coma. Is there any truth to that story?
There is no truth to any of that.
No.
There's no truth to any of that. I know. Okay, my mother is probably 5'5". I'm 5'8". You know, in the snowstorm, we lived in Auburn. Lewiston, the park in Lewiston is about, I don't know, 4 to 5 miles away from where we lived. We're going to carry a 300-pound man in a snowstorm 5 miles to our house, put him in a bathtub, and then he's in a coma.
Instead of just calling 911.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, why would anybody believe any of this? Tony is a carny. He makes stories. People eat it up, you know, and he makes money off of his lies. I mean, it is just ridiculous, you know, and I don't know how anybody couldn't challenge this before, you know, in the story that Tony, a cop friend of his, I heard that interview, a cop friend of his, let him use his phone. I'm the cop. Tony came next door to where I lived and would use my phone to call Vince McMahon.
Oh, you're
there
a
was
police
no cop. I'm now a police officer, apparently.
Oh, so you were not a police officer?
No.
Oh, I don't know what your profession was. Okay.
No, police officer was not one of them.
Okay.
And yeah, apparently, you know, I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, my mind is reeling from the lies this man is telling, and people actually believe him. You know,
and
I mean, it is
I hate to say it, up until February, I believed it hook, line, and sinker too. You know?
Yeah, well, you know, I can honestly say that none of this was ever true. None of it.
Well, you have no reason to come out of the woodwork and create fiction about Tony. Tony is trying to create a persona that he can capitalize off of financially and to get sympathy for.
Well, that's exactly it. And, you know, I've kept my mouth shut. I've stayed away. My mother's, you know, my mother and him had no marriage. They had no marriage whatsoever. You know, she left him for a while, but he still wouldn't leave her alone. And, you know, and in some parts, I don't think she wanted him to leave her alone either. You know, she was very lonely. And she kept telling me that she felt that he protected her somehow, you know, because of his size and because other men were afraid of him. And she was afraid of men. My mother was very afraid because she had been abused by men since she was 4 years old.
Wow. Well,
so
I don't want to get too personal into it.
But
Tony...
but this is the mindset, is what I'm saying. This was her mindset. as to why she stayed with this
Right.
person.
Well, Tony had said on one of the talk shows that, again, not to get too personal, she really was
No.
violently attacked at one point when she was in New York City. So
Mhm.
maybe, the thought of having a very physically impressive human being, if nothing else,
Yes.
almost as her bodyguard, to keep her
Exactly.
safe from, the subconscious mind is something I don't think any of us truly understand.
Yeah.
So maybe there was something to that. But another point, again, I kind of wanted to backtrack just a little bit to try and
Mhm.
expose Tony's frauds and some of his lies and his contradictions and so on. On one of
Sure.
the shows that Tony did, he claimed that your mom had never seen a black man before she met Tony. And then I found it was hysterical that you yourself are biracial. So either your mom
Yeah.
was blind or that's just another one of Tony's lies.
No, my mother came to the United States because she was in a relationship with a Black American GI.
Hmm.
That was back in the 60s prior to my arrival to this world. And things did not work out when she came here. And so she ended up working in New York
Mhm.
with a couple. And they took her in. She was working with them and as an au pair. And then she met my father. And my father is African American.
Hmm.
And so the idea that my mother, Tony makes my mother look so dumb sometimes. It's like she just like he found her on Mars. And my mother was a very intelligent woman. She's not dumb. And he makes her look helpless. He makes her look stupid. And I resent that. And anyone who would believe that, there's black people in Germany. My mother'd never seen a black person. I mean, give me a break. It's just, it's just laughable.
I know you said you were kind of familiar with the name Tony Atlas, based upon
Mhm.
his quote unquote profession at the time in the late 80s, early 90s, when he was apparently a protector of dealers in the area. At any
Mhm.
point, did you ever believe that Tony was a good person or a sincere person?
No,
Never, not even once.
no,
Really?
no. I never trusted him. I never trusted him. I didn't trust him from the time that my mother told me that he was coming over for dinner. I never trusted him.
Did your mom ever have the doubts that you had?
Not until later.
Yeah.
Not until it was, she was already married to him and things had already happened the way they did.
Hmm.
She had no idea. My mother didn't follow wrestling. She had other interests. Wrestling wasn't one of them. She didn't keep up with wrestling or sports or, many of the American pastimes. She had no idea who he was.
Well, I tell you, we got quite the response from the phone call that you decided to share with us last week. I think most people with common sense and an open mind would really have a lot of questions after watching what I said, then the call that you shared with us. What got you to the point where you decided, you know what, I think maybe it's a good idea that I record these calls with my mom? What was happening? I know she didn't get into specific details, but she mentioned that she had money that was stolen from her. She said that she never loved Tony.
Yeah.
Tony was basically a nuisance and a pest to her life. But what got you in Hawaii to say, you know what, I really need to document what's going on here?
Well, actually, it had nothing to do with my mother.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't recording the calls because I wanted to record anyone in particular, well, especially not my mother. But in 2011, I had put a call recorder on my phone because I had some problems with my car loan company.
Oh,
I had made a double payment and they didn't attribute my payment correctly, and I could not prove to them that I had given certain instructions to the call center to apply my payment to the next month's payment. So anyways, it had caused me some problems, and I had decided at that point that I was going to put a call recorder on my phone so I would be able to prove what I had to say or what I did say in case something like that happened again.
Mm-hmm.
So from one phone to the next, I always uploaded a call recorder.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was not a matter of, oh, yeah, I want to record my mother. That was never even in my mind. It wasn't until after that I realized I actually had all these phone calls recorded.
So kind of in the moment, you didn't even realize, you weren't even thinking that they were being recorded. You were
No,
your mind was focused on this interaction with the car folks.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. It had nothing to do with my mother.
Mm-hmm.
And then shortly after that, she had the stroke. So.
Do you have any idea how much money it was that Tony stole from her, and why did he steal it from her?
She told me it was $5,000.
Wow.
And that, that was the money that she had saved from her sewing.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that he had stolen it. He had asked her for money, and she said that she couldn't, she didn't have anything to give him at the time. And he wanted his weed and his drugs and his, she used to refer to them as his shoe girls.
Ugh.
And, shortly after the money was stolen, actually within, a couple days, he suddenly had money.
Yeah.
And
cough.
Yeah, out of nowhere. So she was very upset about that. She was very stressed out, and, like I said, they had no marriage. He lives, they bought an apartment building together with 2 units. He lives
Have
upstairs.
you ever been to that house?
Yes, I had. Yeah.
Well, we're sharing the same vision then. It was an odd, and this was after your mom had the stroke that we were up there, but just an odd setup altogether. It was almost like, your mom had the bottom floor and he was living up on the top floor by himself.
Yes, they hadn't lived together in years.
Really?
Yeah, they had not lived together in, I don't know, at least over a decade.
Wow.
Not physically lived together, not since she
If they
left
got
him
that
the
house.
first time.
Oh, she left him?
You know,
Okay.
She had left him at one point, and she was living in her own apartment.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and that was for at least, almost a little over a decade. And then I guess when they bought the house, he had asked, asked her to take the bottom unit. They did it to save money.
So your mother left Tony for over a decade?
Yeah, they weren't
Really?
living together.
Oh,
she was living in her own apartment.
I'd
in
never
Auburn.
known that. Wow.
Yeah, and but he would always, still come over, still make his demands, still take up her time, and that was their relationship. She's a grown woman. I'm not going to tell her what to do.
Right.
It doesn't affect me really one way or the other. I mean, it does knowing what I know and resenting him, but it doesn't affect me in other ways. So, so they moved in together, and, he's upstairs, she's downstairs doing her sewing business. And, that was all there was to it. There was no physical relationship that she let me know about because she said that he was homosexual and, or bisexual. And, she was very sad.
Well, geez, I don't even know if this is the right platform for it, but I tell you, a very, very great mutual friend of Tony and I's told us that he and another wrestler down in Georgia were arrested. This is probably circa late 70s for some kind of a cross-dressing incident in a hotel, which was always kind of an inside joke amongst the guys, but where Tony has been so loose-lipped with some of his creative fiction that he's put online the past 6 months and his contradictions, I guess it's fair to trade a barb every now and then, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there was, another story about him that was known within the wrestlers that I don't want to name the name of the man because he's involved with WWE right now, but Tony went into his hotel room, and then when the time Tony left the hotel room, the poor very, very young at this point, and I'm not saying underage, I don't know that to be true either way, but a young guy tough, pro wrestler, quote unquote tough guy. He was in the bed shivering in fear from whatever happened when Tony shut that door to the time Tony left. So, obviously what would the conclusion be, especially amongst pro wrestlers, as to what went on during the duration when they were alone in that room. And, just some of the strange off-the-cuff remarks he'd make about, feet and things like that. If it is true, it is what it is. I mean, as long as he's not causing anyone any harm, it is what it is. But when you cause someone harm with it, that's when it turns into a problem. And it seems like there was a lot of harm, caused. Just that wedding story to me literally has me sick to my stomach that you told me from earlier on, because I met your mom one time. It was back in June of 1994 at the venue where we're having our big 20th anniversary event in November. And I don't know why she came with them, because she very, very seldom would come with them on a wrestling trip. Maybe because it was an afternoon show or something like that. But I remember it being very nice. I always like to say hello to her when Tony would talk to her on the phone. When they talk at the studio for Christmas time, I don't know if Tony ever gave them to her, but we got her some candies because, the hospital life can be a depressing one, as I know from the injuries that I've gone through. So I can certainly empathize with what your mom has been going through. But, I never knew this. I obviously never knew this side to the story, or we probably wouldn't be having the conversation right now. But one thing that Tony has always stressed is that as far as the women, the walking, the foot walkers, however you want to call them. I don't know if you've ever seen the video that he wanted us to share to try and get people to understand it. I don't know how you understand watching a WWE and bodybuilding Hall of Famer licking the bottom of a shoe, but was it something your mom had no problem with?
My mother had nothing but problem with it.
Really?
She was so angry. My mother was so angry about the whole situation. And there was nothing she could do about it. Yeah, she was not okay with this. She would get, sometimes, there was one woman that tried to hit her with a car once because of Tony's one of the tried to hit her with a car once because, there was jealousy going on. It was disgusting. He was looking at my feet. I didn't even feel comfortable going around the man with shoes on,
Yeah, I guess the safest way, according to him, would for you to have been barefoot, because for him, whatever I don't know if you ever saw the episode when we actually had an acclaimed sports psychiatrist, Dr. David Reese, with us on the show, and he tried to, I don't know if diagnose is the right word because we were on a television show, but just maybe to try and explain to Tony a little bit about what the heck was going on upstairs about that, why he enjoyed this or needed it, or, it was almost like Popeye getting his spinach, the way he made it sound. But so your mom did have an issue with him having these women around.
What woman wouldn't have an issue with something like that? Of course she did.
I'll tell you this, and, again, this is someone that considered Tony a good friend. I always found that to be a little odd that he would say that your mom just, I couldn't imagine my spouse saying, well, you know what, when you go grocery shopping or go into the mall, I'm going to have someone come over and walk on me and kick me in the face repeatedly. Have you ever seen any of the bizarre footage of it?
No, I don't want to. I
won't include it in this show then, my dear God. But
I'll pass.
It blew me away the first time I ever saw it. At first, I've actually seen the walking in person. We've gone to wrestling-themed conventions before, and Tony, literally, he'd lay down and these women would just walk on him.
Yeah.
And people would be in shock, and they'd be taking pictures. Some would be laughing. Some would be weirded out by it. But the home videos that he shared, that I don't know if he filmed it or the woman walker, this was literally violent. It was violent how hard they were kicking him in his face. And then
my mother was concerned about that.
And you said there was some jealousy with one of these, at least 1 foot woman.
Oh yeah.
That your mom was around.
Yeah.
Jesus, my dear God.
My mother was concerned he would come. She'd tell me that he would come home with bruises, and welts all over his body from the stepping and the kicking and the shoe prints that were welted into his skin. She was just, she used to tell him, one of these days you're going to die. They're going to do this wrong and you're going to die. And she was very concerned about that. It was a very strange dynamic. It really was. The whole thing was just very strange between the two of them.
With at least what he shared with us, this is a woman that was very, very well built for a female, obviously not the size of a man, but she was kicking him in his face as hard as she could. I mean, just it almost sounded like people running up and down a basketball court, the way it's the foot hitting him in the face. And then when it was done, he was euphoric. It was, again, I have never seen anything like it.
I think, my own opinion of his situation, why he does this, is because he knows he does so much bad. Maybe that's his way of atoning for it.
Maybe.
Because he has done so many horrible things. And that's the only logical explanation that I would have for that. The explanation that he gave is absolutely ridiculous, that he wants to liberate women, because the way he treats women is an absolute joke. I mean, it is pitiful.
With your story from when you had your little one over there at the house.
Oh, yeah, it gets worse. Or it gets just as bad.
It happened. Did it happen more than once?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was a one-time deal. I didn't even want to.
You weren't going to put yourself in that position again.
Yeah, it was a very long time before I, visited again. And then it was not being left alone with him for sure.
Did Tony ever try and go above and beyond to try and be nice to you after that? To try and, I mean, I don't know if there's a way you could ever make up for doing something like that, but did he at least even try and, I don't know if fake it is the right way to put it, but did he ever try and be kind to you?
Sure.
He did? Okay.
Yeah, he tried. He faked it. He was nice sometimes. It was very bipolar. You never knew when he was going to either be nice or blow his top. You just never knew.
So you saw an angry side of Tony.
Oh, did I ever? Oh, yeah. I remember one day I was sitting with my mother in the living room in the apartment that they had before she moved out. And I don't know. I was talking to her about some personal stuff, and he came in the room and started screaming at me, just bellowing. And we weren't talking about him. We weren't talking to him. He was just losing his absolute temper. I mean, if his head could have popped off, it would have, it was just, and I was just in shock. I was just like, what is this man blubbering on about? So, I ended up leaving, and it was, again, a long time before I visited. It was just, it was ridiculous. It was just such a dysfunctional relationship between my mother and Tony and myself. It was just ugly.
Well, the story about the theft and the $5,000 was despicable, but I had no idea that they were, I don't know if separated is the right word, but at least not together for a decade until they bought that, the yellow, I'm going to guess the yellow house?
Yeah, the yellow house.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Gee, and for me to be this blown away, that has known Tony since 1993 when I was a freshman in high school, I just don't understand how there are some fans that just look at this like it's this attack on him. I don't think you or I woke up today saying, geez, let's go slander Tony Atlas and make him look bad. But we've had these horrible experiences with the man, and yet he continues to use these online platforms to bury people needlessly. From what you've explained to me, can you think of any reason why Tony Atlas would have a reason to dislike you?
Because I told my mother the truth. Because I knew I wasn't starstruck by him from when I met him.
You didn't care.
I didn't care. He held absolutely no interest to me. I'm not interested in someone's star power. That doesn't make them a better person to me because they, have been famous or know famous people. I couldn't care less. If you're a good person, then I'll recognize that in you. But if you're a bad person, I will equally recognize that in you. And to me, he was a bad person. And I could see he was a bad person. So, he didn't appreciate my honesty with my mother, and he didn't appreciate the fact that I never saw him as anything special.
When your mom left him for such a long period of time, did she ever talk about coming to live with you, in such a beautiful part of the world and enjoy her golden years that way around you, her grandkids? I would think that would be kind of a nice ending to the story.
Well, at the time, I was still living in Maine. I lived
you were
in Maine
still in
until
Maine.
2000.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I lived
sorry.
in Maine until 2004.
I got you.
And I had gotten married and left the state and hadn't seen my mother until 2019.
Jeez, 15 years. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And let me ask you this. How did you learn, of your mother's situation? Did Tony actually give you a call or a text?
Yeah,
Did you communicate
actually,
with him like that, or?
Yeah, Tony, well, we didn't communicate prior to that. It was just my mother and I talking.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, he called me. He called me to let me know my mother had a stroke, and it was very surprising, scary. I didn't know, from one minute to the next if she was going to make it. It was a very stressful, scary time for our family. And
I do. And, again, the Tony that still somewhere in my brain that I know and I like and I care about. I remember how worked up he was about it, for him to miss appearances and for him to, it was chaotic for him in his own way. Whether you love him, whether you hate him, for him, he didn't really know what to do. He said he was cooking dinner for her, and he said, Monica, it's dinner time, and she just walked out of that bedroom. I don't know if it was the second or the first floor, and she just, kaboom, went down. And the funny thing was, at least Tony claims, he had appearances set up that wound up being canceled. Thank God they wound up being canceled, and that, for better or worse, whether you love him or hate him, at least he was home when it happened.
Yes.
Yes. My God, if she was ever stuck there alone.
Yeah.
So in that one instance, thank God for Tony Atlas being around.
Yeah.
I God
agree.
only knows what the conversation we could be having right now. How long was it before you decided to come and see her? Was it immediate? Did you want to wait and see what the doctors were going to say?
Well, I had spoken with the doctors at the hospital, and they told me what was happening, and I kind of kept close touch with them, and trying to find a way to get there. So it's like getting the money together to get there.
Not cheap.
And to fly out, and I had to fly myself and my daughter out there. It wasn't one ticket, it was two round-trip tickets. So it wasn't cheap by any means.
No.
But we managed, and we made it out there. And Tony had said that we could stay in my mother's apartment.
Oh.
And, I had spoken, my mother was at the rehab facility at the nursing home. And, I was cautious. I was very cautious. Tony,
Hey, even
of
if
course,
you locked it, he would have had a key.
Yeah, I was, I was very cautious, with my daughter being there as well. It wasn't a very comfortable situation.
Right.
And, I felt, I don't know, it felt dangerous. It had a dangerous feeling to it, even under the circumstances. I did not feel comfortable, with him around, or, having my daughter around him. I had to explain a few things to her that I never wanted to explain to a 12-year-old. But, I had to kind of be, I had to be, prep her. And, things were okay. And I went to visit my mother, and she had expressed to me that she wanted me to take things out of the house. She told me, I want you to, take my stuff, grab my things, and, send them to your house. And so I did. That's what she told me to do, and I did what my mother told me. And
that was something I definitely was going to bring up, because I do remember Tony bashing you about that he almost made it sound like you were Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern at Home Alone, going through all your mother's stuff trying to steal it, the wet bandits. But so your mom asked you to take whatever it was that you removed from the home and take it back with you to Hawaii, as she found it to be, I don't know if it had sentimental value or great financial value, or something that maybe Tony could have sold for foot women or something like that.
Yeah.
But your mom specifically said to you she would have liked you to take that.
Yes, she specifically stated she wanted me to take the things out of her house. She wanted me to move her out, which is what I did.
And did Tony know you were doing it as it was happening? Or did you
No,
wait for
he
him
did
to
not.
be okay?
No, it was not. My mother and I have this relationship and always have had, that if she tells me to pack up and go, we pack up and go. That I do what she says. And under the stressful situation, I didn't think twice about it. I just said, okay, you're ready to come. You're ready to, when you get a little bit better. I figured, she was going to go to Hawaii and I would take care of her here, and, she would be okay. She finally decided that she wants to leave him, and so I went and I packed up her things. Her things consisted of family photos, pictures that she had crafted, some of her craft stuff, a broken embroidery machine, and her sewing machine, and her laptop that had family photos on it. And this was the massive haul that he makes it sound like. We've just. She had no jewelry or anything like that.
That's what I was just going to say. It wasn't tens of thousands of dollars worth of diamonds that you were pocketing.
No. I mean, my mother crafted jewelry like out of beads.
She made a beautiful necklace, cross for Tony that he would wear on the show. I actually like that very much.
Yeah,
I don't know
she
if
loved to
you
do
ever noticed it, but it
crafting.
was beautiful.
No, I never watched Tony or any of his stuff. It wasn't.
I don't know. Maybe just even if he had it on, and you may have come across him when you were visiting from Hawaii. It was just a beautiful cross that she made for him.
Yeah, she was very talented in her crafting, and she kept. That's how she kept herself busy, making pillows and crafting jewelry out of beads and crocheting. These were the things that kept her sane during this marriage. And so she asked me to grab all of this stuff, and I did, thinking that, she was going to move with me and I would take care of her and everything would be okay. This was where she led me to believe.
Yeah,
and so I did.
Just so the fans know, this is 2019, shortly after she had the stroke.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So, and at that point, I had gotten in contact with a dear friend of mine, and she invited me to stay with her during this time.
In Maine?
So, which is in Maine, which is what I did. So, I had removed, what was removable, what she had asked me to get. The rest was, old furniture, and I brought her clothes. I packed up clothes for her, and I brought it to the nursing home, because she didn't have anything to wear, just those hospital gowns.
Yeah.
So I brought some, personal stuff. I brought some music for her. I brought some,
that's nice.
CDs that she had, music that she liked to listen to. I brought her clothes. I brought her personal effects. And when I got to the nursing home, Tony was sitting in the chair in the corner, glaring at me because his neighbor apparently told him what I was doing, that I had moved things out. So he had gone to the nursing home and he was waiting for me, and I was like, okay, yeah, so what? So I bring in the suitcase of my mother's things, and he goes, well, what did you do that for? She doesn't need all that. And I'm like, what do you mean she doesn't need all that? She needs her clothes. I mean, even if she doesn't leave the nursing home, she still needs to be dressed, and she had nothing. And so it kind of escalated from there. My sister, my mother's other daughter from Germany, was on the cell phone, on my cell phone, and she had wanted to speak with my mother. And so, I was holding the cell phone for my mother because she was paralyzed. And Tony got angry because I was doing that, and he slapped the phone out of my hand. and it landed on my mother's chest, and I, was just totally taken aback by that. And
he just didn't want your mom to talk to your sister in Germany for some reason, or?
Yeah, I don't know, he just wanted to escalate the situation. And, I told him, I said, she asked me to do this. She asked me to take her things, because he was getting, upset about me taking the things. And he looked at my mother. Now, my mother's, like I said, 5'5", maybe 5'3" now because of everything.
Mm-hmm.
She's laying in her hospital bed, paralyzed, okay, looking straight up, and he's screaming at her face. He is screaming at her.
At your mom?
At my mother in her hospital bed, bellowing and screaming at her. Did you tell her to do that? And he kept repeating himself over and over and over again. And my mother's, she was just staring dead at him, and she looked so frightened, so tiny. And he was just, this huge man just screaming at this little woman in the bed, and she didn't move a muscle. She was just staring. Her eyes were wide open, just staring at him. And she said, yeah, and I ran to the front desk and I asked them to remove him. I said, listen, you got to get this guy out of here. So I, had them come in and ask him to leave. And the nursing staff was afraid of him because of the way he is. They were terrified.
He's a big guy, yeah.
Yeah, there's no men on staff. The security guy was $150, and so, he's pounding around and screaming and hollering and swearing. And he finally leaves and he calls the cops. He calls the cops and accuses me of stealing.
Oh.
And the police, came and interviewed my mother, and
well, she's in her hospital bed with
paralyzed?
She's in
her paralyzed in her hospital bed. And so the police, got her, side of the story, I guess, and she confirmed that I had taken the stuff at her behest. And he was not allowed to come to the nursing home for a while. And but during that time, before he even left, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Before he even left, my daughter was sitting in the waiting room.
Too?
Oh no! My daughter. Before I went into my mother's room, my daughter, had kind of broken off away from me.
Oh, okay.
And gone
Good.
into
well, at least she didn't have to see it.
Oh no, she had her run in with Tony. She was sitting in the waiting room. They had it's like a little family room. Mm-hmm. And she was working, she decided she was going to work on a puzzle. Mm-hmm. She's 12 years old.
Sure.
She's a brittle diabetic, 12 years old, nice little kid, and she was minding her business. She didn't want to be involved with any of this drama. This is the first time she's meeting her grandmother and this monster. And, she didn't want to be part of it. And I don't blame her. And I didn't want her to be a part of it either. Mm-hmm. And apparently, while I was still in with my mother before he left, after all this hullabaloo, he goes in and sees my daughter by the elevators in the room, and he starts intimidating my daughter, screaming at her, telling her that we should lose everything, that I'm a monster, that, that I deserve every bad thing that happens to me. And, he's inches away from my daughter's face, screaming at her.
Really?
Yeah.
My God.
And then he broke the puzzle that she was working on.
He broke her puzzle?
He broke the puzzle she was working on. And she came, actually she didn't even come to me. I went down to find her, and he was standing by the elevators at this point. Mm-hmm. And I ran in, and she ran to me. And he was bellowing, and there were men at the elevator waiting to go down with their families, and he was just standing there bellowing, about how I was fat, and the same things, just repeating the same things.
He said,
and
you were
that
fat?
Yeah,
Is it
that
overweight?
and nobody wants to have sex with me. I haven't
He
seen
said
this
this at
man
the
in
hospital?
at the
Oh,
hospital. And
my.
I'm like, why do you care who has sex with me? Why do you care what I look like? I'm 50 years old, 49 at the time. Why do you care? Why is this any of your business? I'm a grown woman, living my life that you know nothing about. Who are you to talk to me that way? And he's just bellowing and going off. And I just shielded my daughter and ran past him with her. And that was the last we saw of him, for quite a while, you know. So, that was the end of that, I guess. It was a very traumatic experience for my daughter. It was a traumatic experience for me and my mother
Oh,
especially.
my.
And, and the staff at the nursing home,
Yeah,
it was a
exactly,
zoo.
right?
It was,
I'm sure they weren't used to that in Auburn,
no,
Maine.
no, it was a circus. It was an embarrassing circus. And, and even through all of that, there was a nurse's aide that actually walked into the room and asked if she could get his autograph.
Oh.
I was just like blown away by the whole thing. I'm like, are you kidding me?
In the middle of the argument or before?
No, after the
After.
argument. I was just like, are you kidding me? I mean, this is how starstruck some people are.
That's
That
what
no matter
amazes
what
me.
he does,
No matter what he does, no matter what he says, there are some
yeah,
people, because they know him from TV and they enjoyed the things he did as a wrestler, they'll believe absolutely anything that comes out of his mouth. He could say it's 2024 and some people would believe it. And
right,
I'm blown away by that lack of common sense, I guess.
yeah.
Is
And
this whole
so,
nonsense has gone on our end. I mean, I know you
right,
watched the episode that we put together last week, where I spoke a little bit before we played the phone call. And I mean, I just don't understand how anyone with an ounce of common sense or intelligence could not, even if they didn't believe everything I was saying, at least question the character and integrity of what Tony was claiming. But there are some people that believe it hook, line, and sinker. And you think to
yeah,
yourself, my God, what's on the other end of the computer sometimes? You know what I mean?
yeah. He's very well, he tends to be very nice and acts all sweet and jovial, and he likes to play this whole I'm a Southern gentleman angle that he does. I'm this poor, beat down crop share person. And that's not even his personality. He's not a good person. And people are still going to like him, and that's fine. And I really don't care. I'm just saying my piece at this point. I wouldn't have said anything. I haven't said anything for 30 years. I wouldn't have said anything if he hadn't dragged my name through the mud
He attacked
on
you.
YouTube.
He attacked
He
you.
attacked me. Yes. And
Needlessly.
I had no idea. This video has been out for 3 months. I just happened to stumble across it, while I was surfing YouTube for other reasons. So, it was just amazing to me, like what he had to say. And it's like nothing could be further from the truth. I have no interest in Tony. I never want to talk to him again, ever. And I'm done. I'm so done with this whole situation. I wouldn't have never said anything.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you did. I think it highlights the real person that fans are going to interact with if they choose to in years to come, and promoters are going to choose to interact with in years to come. Sometimes the real person needs to come out of hiding, so to speak. But just a couple of questions before we go. One that just popped into my head. After this horrible, horrible exchange that you, your mom, and even your little daughter had to endure at the hospital, did you have to deal with him at all again before you left and went home to Hawaii?
No.
That was the last
thank
you saw
goodness.
of him.
That was the last I
Good.
saw of him.
Good.
And I left to the airport from my friend's house, and that was it.
Wow.
And I was glad never to see him again.
And, I know you said that Tony had reached out to you after last week's episode. Was he angry, or what did he have to say about it?
He was angry at the fact that I I had given you guys the what did I give you guys?
The telephone call.
The telephone call, that's right. Yeah, he accused me of hating him, and that
Well.
he would have kicked my mother, or he would have lifted, his words, I would have lifted her if I had known that a long time ago, if I'd known how she felt. So
You would have lifted her?
yeah, lifted her. So I don't know if he meant leave her or hurt her. I don't know, but he said lifted. I would have lifted her a long time ago if I had known, that was how she felt. So I have no idea. I can just go. I mean, he's illiterate, so it could have been spell check or his illiteracy. So I have no idea. But that was
in my limited interactions with your mom, which basically, other than that one time I met her when I was in the 10th grade, just what a nice, kind, sweet lady, how she came across to me. And for her to have to live 30 years of just such, what sounded like on the phone was just such unhappiness, for her to say, it didn't really bother me because I never really loved him. I mean, our lives are so short and we only get one run at it. For her to have spent so much time with someone she didn't really want to be with, it sounded like.
Well, I think there was two sides to my mother. And, on the one hand, she felt, okay, he was very annoying. For 30 years, we couldn't talk on the phone without him calling and trying to interrupt, or coming down, to our apartment to knock on the door, knowing that we were on the phone, because he could hear, her talking
upstairs,
to someone
right.
from upstairs. Walls were thin. And so every phone call we had, if he was around, there was always an interruption. So, he made himself a nuisance. He was a pest. He didn't want us to have a relationship. And, the other side of it, she didn't want to be alone.
And
she
that happens
was
too. Loneliness is, that's why they say, bars and pubs exist. They're the cure for loneliness.
She put up with a lot not to be lonely.
She just picked the wrong day to go to that supermarket back in 1989, I guess, huh?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I wish that had never happened.
I wanted to treat this with as much respect as humanly possible, and I hope you feel I did. You seem like a very lovely person from our interactions we've had via email. In this conversation right now, they say Virgos are sensitive people and they pick up on certain vibes, and you give off such a nice, positive vibe. I want to give you a platform right now. Tony has had the opportunity to say everything and anything he's wanted to say. Is there anything that you would like to say, a message that you would like to send to Tony, to your mom if she ever came across it where you haven't spoken to her? I just want to give you the floor to say anything you want to say, uninterrupted and unedited.
Well, for my mother, I'll always love her, no matter what. And yes, it hurt my feelings, the things that she had to say, but, things happen. And it's never going to change the fact that I love her. I was very angry, but I love her anyway. And as far as Tony is concerned, he's gonna reap what he's sown.
And in a lot of cases, I think he has. If you knew how much, from what I know, he's struggling, he hasn't had an easy existence, believe me. He needed your mom.
Yeah, he needed her.
He really needed your mom.
Yeah, and he needed the story, and he needed the lies. And, whether people buy into it anymore, I don't care. I hope, whoever they are, I hope they're happy being his fans or not being his fans. It's neither here nor there for me. I'm going to go back into my obscure life and enjoy my days and go to the beach.
You a beautiful home.
To a beautiful home. And, and I don't care what happens with Tony anymore. I never really did. It was just my mother I was concerned about and her well-being, and now she's safe. And I know she's safe, and, he can do what he wants, but he can't really hurt her anymore either. So, it's all worked out. I guess, sadly, in a strange way, I guess the stroke was probably the best thing that ever happened to her, in a way.
Well, I can only hope, from how I feel, is that, at some point you guys, you and your mom, communicate again on a regular basis, especially during these corona times when he can't go in and out of the hospital as he had before, when she'd have a little bit of privacy maybe to actually have a conversation with you the way she'd want to. It's a real shame that you guys haven't spoken in so long, and I mean, maybe even the hospital could even just update you on what's going on with her. I'm sure you really want to know. That's your mom at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, I'll probably give her a call and see how she's doing because, now that I know that the words that were coming out of her mouth weren't her own, that changes a lot for me.
And I'm sure that must really piss you off, to be fair, that, it was put into her head, again, by him.
Yeah, well,
not by her own fruition, by him choosing to cause trouble. I mean, I look at the stress and headaches and drama that he's created for us since February, and it pales in comparison to the sickness I feel in my stomach right now from what you've shared today. Just going back to the story when you brought your 2-year-old over and the story from the wedding day. I mean, this is someone I considered a friend. This is someone I opened my wallet to try and help pay his bills. This is someone that I had interact with my ex's kids. And, and this is him breaking a 12-year-old's puzzle and masturbating in front of a 2-year-old and his stepdaughter. I'm sick to my stomach is the only way I can describe it right now. I question myself. I question myself. Again, as a professional wrestler, part of the job is, you're portraying a persona. And, I guess when it comes to the persona he wants to portray, when he wants to turn it on, he's very good at turning on the Tony Atlas persona.
Yes, he is. And he always has been. Go ahead.
No, I feel like an idiot, to be honest, that I didn't see through it.
Well, people want to believe, like I said, it's the star factor. It's the act that he puts on. Nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors.
Exactly. Yep. We mentioned that earlier. Nobody knows unless you live with them. The only person that could probably tell that story better than you is your mom.
Yeah.
I always found it interesting when I was a high school kid. I don't know if I went into too much detail about that in our emails, but I worked for a man named the Boston Bad Boy Tony Rumble, who passed away in his early 40s, and was very close with Tony for a long, long time. And then around 1997-ish, maybe early 1998, instead of having Tony on every show, nothing. It was like Tony vanished and fell off the face of the earth. And, I wanted to be a sponge. I wanted to learn this industry. So I didn't feel it was my place to question Tony as to what happened to Tony Atlas. But I always found it so strange, the two guys that were such good friends. I don't know if there was a falling out, to be honest with you. I don't know what ended the business relationship. I know when Tony died, at 44 years old, Tony didn't even come down for the wake. And, it was only a couple hours ride, but I know a lot of people were turned off to Tony Atlas because he didn't show up to Tony Rumble's funeral, just to try and keep the Tonys straight. But boy, I can only send just positive thoughts to you and your mom and your daughter and your whole family. I hope at some point things work out where there is direct and open communication again. And I hope at some point, your mom can get healthy enough and get to the point where she can get the hell out of that Addams family like yellow house and, spend the rest of her golden years, however she can, in a beautiful place like where you are. I think that would be a nice ending. It's unfortunate it didn't happen before when Tony stole the $5,000. And, maybe she could have made that move. She seemed like, when we heard that phone call, she was kind of on the bubble about it.
Yeah. Yeah, she had been on the bubble about it for decades. And I had kept trying, but, it was just too late.
Well, the power of persuasion was living with her or above her or nearby her, I guess, at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
Well, I have to say it has been an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Again, I wish we never had to do this episode. I wish the Tony Atlas that I thought was my friend for so long was that true human being, and there weren't all these stories that existed that no one really knew about. Is there anything you felt we left out? I just want to make sure we covered everything that you feel we should mention.
I think we've pretty much covered, most of it, all of it.
Okay.
Without getting, into my mother's personal side of it.
Right.
That's, her story, her feelings,
sure.
and I can't completely speak. I can just speak on what she has told me, but even that, is I don't want to get into any further, things about what, how she felt, but, I think I've said enough.
Well, that's perfectly understandable, and I think this interview has been riveting to those that aren't involved, to someone that is, again, known Tony for so long. I almost feel dirty, I guess maybe is the word. You've had it in your head for 30 years, and you've experienced it, and you've lived it at different times, but to me, it's all new, and it's just... Ugh.
Yeah.
Phil,
so I apologize, for the graphic nature of everything, but it is what it is.
You deserve the chance to tell your story after what he said about you.
Well, I'm just glad to get it off my chest after 30 years and be done with it. And, I don't even want to deal with him or any of his drama anymore. I want no more part of it.
I wish I could say the same. The way things have gone since February, I have a feeling on my end, that's certainly not going to be the case. But I can only wish that you guys have the absolute best, happiest, healthiest life out in Hawaii, and that Monica can get out there once she's healthy enough to, get out of that facility that she's in right now and not go back to that Addams family, mansion that they're in. And, even the steps going in. I don't even know if I told you that. I almost broke my ankle with one of those stone steps that were broken. I don't know. He said he was going to make a ramp to try and get her in with a wheelchair. I would have loved to have seen what that ramp would look like, but, I don't want to, be comical in what's been a serious interview. But it's been really nice to talk to you. I feel like I made a new friend. If you ever have to come back to Maine for whatever reason and fly through Boston, make sure you stop through and say hello.
All right, I will do. Thank you very much.
All right, my friend. I hope we will continue to communicate via email. And again, my best to you and your family. Wrestling fans, again, this isn't something we wanted to do, but you know what? With the slander that Tony has put out there about us for the past 6 months when we did nothing but try and help the man, and what Tony's stepdaughter has explained about the past 31, 32 years, hopefully it has given you food for thought if you were at least on the bubble or maybe on the bubble now. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well. Again, just like the family, we hope you guys the best. I'm just a little out of it right now. I wasn't expecting this to become what it became, but you know what? Sometimes it's nice to know the truth. So good night from Boston. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye now.
Aloha.
Wrestling fans, we've told you that we have a new Tuesday night coming for you for our 20th anniversary beginning September 7th when Boston Wrestling MWF goes extreme. Sunday night, August the 29th, one of the rotating superstars joining us will be former ECW World Champion Justin Credible, coming to MWF Studios for the first time for Wrestling Insider's Extreme tapings, plus a live episode and Cyber autograph signing. Joining New Jack, Justin Credible brings a brand new edge to Tuesday nights. Interested in joining us live? Boston Wrestling Patreon family members can join us for free. For information, visit patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans anywhere in the world can join us for the live episode and Cyber autograph signing. For more, visit bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, Insider autograph signings, support wrestling superstars, pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. As noted earlier, folks, we're going to be having an all-new Tuesday night, having some fun. Tuesday nights at 10 o'clock after WWE NXT, starting September the 7th. It's Wrestling Insiders Extreme, where we focus on the world that was ECW. If you want to help keep Wrestling Insiders rolling 7 days a week, fans, we invite you to check out the great selection of items in the Boston Wrestling eBay store, featuring superstars of every era. Each purchase not only helps out these fine talk shows, but you get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured superstars as our thanks for helping the team. You can find the link to the eBay store in the description box below, along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free with access to over 2,000 free videos. It's the best way to show YouTube that you guys are interacting and enjoying what we do. Leave your thoughts in the premiere chat and in the comment section below. As always, baby, that super chat button is open for business. It's hollering your name. It's screaming at you like you would any waiter or bartender. Recognize the great entertainment we provide. We're also now using Venmo at Boston Wrestling, thanks to Captain Lou, a man that is opening the door to technology in 2021. Every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great talent to share their stories with you. Coming up, it's our Wednesday night Wrestling Insiders Special Edition, as I'm joined by my good friend JTG of Crime Time. This week, Jay shoots on WWE 2006 to 2007, getting called up to Raw and meeting Vince McMahon for the first time. Shelton Benjamin and Charlie Haas, Lance Cade and Trevor Murdoch, Crime Time's pay-per-view debut, WWE releases, and tons more.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another special episode of Wrestling Insider Special Edition. As you can tell, we are not in our humble studio back in Boston as we continue our on-the-road Wrestle House adventure in Tampa, Florida. We got so many great guests, so many great episodes, so many great stories. This guy, we had a hell of a lot of fun. WrestleMania 35 morning in New York, so we decided to actually put it on video here in the Sunshine State, even if there isn't a lot of sunshine right now. You brought the doom and gloom, Jay, and usually you're a pretty happy guy.
I know, right? Man, sorry I brought all this rain with me. Man.
Well, you know, our episodes have been so well received right now. Again, I'm anxious to get you up north where you have people you can obviously visit when you are there that would love to see you. Our first episode, again, it was just kind of an introduction to you as a human being, the life, the night that Kofi worked that magic in front of almost 80,000 people in MetLife Stadium, not too far from where you grew up. A good friend of yours who had that magic, and the tragedy that came along with Chad and coronavirus life. And then last episode, we got into you taking the leap of faith in life from going to be one of those kids that just loved wrestling, and then wanted to kayfabe it a little bit, not to let your friends know that you were that big of a fan, and going from during the week AMC movie theaters to the weekend, getting on the old Greyhound reward
bus.
Miles, headed out to Louisville every weekend, and the magic that came from that into the World Wrestling Federation.
World Wrestling Entertainment, What? Get the
F
out.
Yeah,
get the F out.
Is that?
Get the
What
F out.
company is that? I'll always. You know how long it took me to go from saying WWE?
Oh, I was on the same boat. Yeah.
Oh my God! Was Ed Cohen still there when you were there? He ran the live event department.
I can't remember.
I worked with him in 2000 and 2001, and I would still stay in communication with him even when I was done.
Yeah.
And I'd always type in an email WWF, and I would be corrected every single time. And they were that adamant that those 3 letters did not exist anymore, unless you were involved with a kangaroo or a panda or something like that.
Yeah.
There was no F anymore. They wanted that F as far gone as humanly possible. And even the announcers, when they'd slip, I could only imagine the verbal beatings that they got. You know, one thing I don't think we ever even came across in the other interviews we did. What was your first meeting with Vince McMahon like? Your impressions? What did you talk about?
It was great. Yeah, we didn't talk about that.
Yeah, no, we kind of glossed over.
Let's touch on that now. So our first meeting.
All right.
Our first meeting with Vince was the first time we got to went to Raw, not the Staples, so not our debut. We was on the road prior to that. It was not too far from Kentucky, so I want to say it was in Ohio.
So you were around before you actually made it.
Yeah, they wanted us. They wanted us to get it acquainted to the road and the life, I guess. And I believe it was in Dayton, Ohio. I'm going to say Dayton, Ohio, because that's not too far. I remember driving a few hours to go to Raw, and Vince wanted to talk to us after Raw. I remember standing in the hallway, Shad and I looking at each other like all day. We knew we had this meeting with Vince. It's like, this is my first time meeting Vince. It's like, is he gonna be the character I see on TV? Is like, how is he gonna be? We're standing outside his office. We're waiting. I think we were waiting outside his office for maybe like a good 30, 40 minutes, and then somebody comes out. He's like, you guys can go in now. We go in. We sit down, and we're sitting down. He's still doing what he's doing. Like, we didn't break his thing. He was like going back and forth. He's checking his phone and blah blah blah. And we're just there waiting. Like, I don't know.
In the room with him.
In the room with him. Yeah. I'm like, Shad and I like, okay.
Should we be here yet?
Yeah. And then he comes, sits down, pops open. I remember he opens up an Altoid tin. Pops open an Altoid.
Did he offer you an Altoid?
Did he? I don't think so.
Really?
I don't remember him. Probably did. I don't remember. And then he I guess he liked silence. He was just sitting there in silence for a little bit. And Shannon and I just looking at each other like, and then he breaks it and he's like, all right, Crime. I don't think we had the name yet. I think he's like, you guys are gonna be my babyface heels. And we're like, okay. Shannon and I are like, yeah, we could do that. We could definitely rock with that. He's like, you guys are gonna. What I want to do is I want to take this image that the look that you guys have. You know, sometimes it could be intimidating, especially to the whites. And I want to make it. I want to take this look, and I want to, when they see it, I want you to make them smile, make them happy. And at the time I'm like, okay, how are we gonna do that? And when we come out, he said, I never want to see you guys mean, like looking mean or being. You guys are always upbeat and smiling on camera. When you come out, when your music hits, I want people getting off their seat. I want them dancing, having a good time. So I was like, he wants to take the look that's been portrayed as negative and flip it. But he said he wants us to. What else did he say that he wanted from us? That we're gonna. He said this is his exact words. You're gonna steal from Whitey and give it back to and give it back. And what else? I'm trying to remember exactly. It was not too long ago. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. Steal from Whitey and give it back. A lot of crowd engagement, and just have fun. He said take skits for I think he used, at the time Dave Chappelle's show was very, very popular, and he wanted us to do something similar to that.
Like, he would watch Dave Chappelle. I'm fascinated by that.
So he wanted us to do a lot of sketches, and Shad and I were big growing up in Living Color, so we had a lot. So we had a lot to bring. We were like, well, we got that covered. Don't worry about that. And yeah, he was like, you guys are gonna be my babyface heels, and you're gonna do heelish stuff, and the crowd is gonna love you. On a lot of crowd engagement, and just have fun, and you guys can make a lot of money. And I'm hearing like, oh yeah, so that was music to my ears. It was a great meeting, and every time after that, when we finally got our name, we could talk about how we got the name.
Okay, how did then? Again, another thing we kind of glossed over previously. How did Crime Time come to be?
So we didn't have a name, and
did you use it in OVW?
Crime Time?
Yeah.
No.
So that was a WWE original.
That was a WWE kind of. So we were in the office with the writers and creative, and we were probably stuck in that room for about 2 or 3 hours trying to come up with names. Because after we would say a name, we would have to go check the trademark registry and all that stuff. And we went through so many. Like, oh,
it's not an easy process.
It's not at all. He was like, they were changing the spellings, and it still wasn't. I'm like, yo, this is like this. We have to do this with every talent. Like, we were like really like thinking our heads about it. And then I remember one name that was really bad. I can't remember who came up with it. One of the writers, like, he was like, look, you guys are gonna love this. You guys are gonna love it. Let's check this out. He made it like a real big production. He was like, Hoodie Nation. And we're kind of like, you guys will have your own flag. Fans will buy your flag at merch and be waving it when you guys come out. Hoodie Nation. What do you guys think? And we're kind of like, let's see if it's available. And I'm like, please don't make it available. And for some reason, it was taken. I'm like, who the hell bought Hoodie? Like, it was so anyway, I didn't complain. I'm like, yeah. And then I think Shad, he's like, we just kind of like keep brainstorming. He was like, what do we do? We're into crime, crime buddies, crime. Shad said Cryme Time, and then we kind of all just kind of started looking at each other and started saying it over and over again. Cryme Time, Cryme Time, Cryme Time. It rhymes. It's okay. We checked it. Cryme Time was taken. The correct spelling.
Crime.
Yeah, Time. And they like, what if? And then I think one of the writers or creatives said, "What if you spelled it with a Y? It's available." We just took it. At that time, it was just like I wanted to brainstorm a little bit more, but we was in that room for so long, and I was getting tired of throwing out good names and having being taken. Cryme Time it is. Let's go with it.
Can you think of a couple of names that you really like that were taken?
I really wanted to use Gangstars. I still wanted to use
that was taken?
Yeah, we could have used Gangstars.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, we could have used Gangstars.
They didn't want it, or it was already copyrighted?
It was taken. It was copyrighted or something like that. Came up with some others. I can't Hoodfellas or something like that.
That's kind of good. I love Goodfellas. So
Hoodfellas would have been nice. That was taken.
Jesus.
There's some other names, but that's off the top of my head. I can't remember. Yeah, but Cryme Time it was, and I love it. Cryme Time. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it worked like magic.
Yeah, it did. And every time Vince would see us, Cryme Time, he was like, oh, we always put a smile on his face. He loves Shad and I. I hope I still have that same effect on him when I see it.
It was a fun gimmick. Like you said, you really were baby face heelers. You're going around stealing, doing heelish type things, but you were doing it in a way where people got some enjoyment out of it. They got some laughs out of it.
Auctions, that was a blast. We got to keep the money. So,
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
MSG, we made a pretty penny at MSG when we sold Lillian's. We took Lillian's chair from underneath there and we signed it and sold it to somebody in the crowd live.
Really?
Yeah, I think we got like $1,000 or $800, something like that.
Wow, so they had that much cash in their pocket?
Exactly. If you sit in front row, yeah.
Well, you know, you gotta have a pretty penny to sit front row at MSG, yeah.
And then after that, we went out. We took our families out to eat after that show because we were at home. Yeah.
I don't really remember a lot of Cryme Time merch. Did they do a shirt or anything?
We had a few shirts. We also had a pendant. We had a Cryme Time pendant with the fist with the money. I would actually want to find one of those. I think my mom has one, but she's not giving that up. I have to find me one of those original Cryme Time pendants.
Well, you should have them made. You know, maybe once life comes back to normal, you can push them when you're out doing indies and conventions and things like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes people just like the little, the knickknacks and the accessories that go along
with it. The nostalgia
of
the crime. Yeah,
or if you had the gimmick that you put over
the grill.
Like that.
You were supposed to actually have a Cryme Time grill. Like it was supposed to be like a mouth guard, not really a grill, but a mouth guard, a gold mouth guard with Cryme Time on it. But I think some situation, Kurt Angle was supposed to do something with the mouth. They couldn't. They nixed it. Yeah.
Well, did you guys do okay with the merch?
We did all right. Yeah. We did all right. I also have another cool story about my merch in the book.
Wrestling fans, head on over to Amazon.com right now. You can search JTG or the official titles.
Damn right I write this book, and damn right I write this book too. But one of the stories in there is I was supposed to have my own shades. The yo-yo shades, remember that?
You did have. Oh, you mean that they were going to merchandise?
Yeah, okay. I got the news. Actually, I remember I got the news in Boston. The merch guy was like, we got the okay on the glasses. Money, yeah. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And then if you want to find out why I got nixed, you got to get the book.
Now, in a situation like that, would you have had to split it?
I don't think.
Shad
I
never
think.
wore the
I think I
glasses,
asked
see?
that. I asked that
Yeah.
question, and he said, "No, this is all yours." And I was like, "Oh, 100% all me." Okay.
Really? Even better.
I don't think
yeah,
Shad
it's
was
not like
happy
those
about
t-shirts.
that. I don't think Shad was happy about that.
Shad
Like,
would have been like, "Oh, I'll wear them too.
yeah, both of ours.
I'll wear the glasses anytime." Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to find out about that, yeah, check out the book.
Fun story. I am really anxiously now, even more so than times people have mentioned the book to me, or when we talked about it when we had your WrestleMania 35 morning. I look forward to digging into it now as we try and do more and more of these episodes. Because one thing that's great about you is beyond talking about your career and experiences, you still stay up to date with what's going on in the world of wrestling.
Yeah, so
sometimes when you have talents that may have great stories, great careers, but then they don't care anymore about 2021. It's kind of like the end of the road. You know what I mean? When you have guys that are still interested in what's going on in the world,
I'm still a fan.
You're evergreen. You can stay with us forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even Tony Atlas, he'd have no clue what was going on in 2021, but he'd try and come up with his own. I don't know if thought process is the right word or anecdotes to go along with it, but the fans found great humor in it, if nothing else, even if it really wasn't relevant. So, but you can be relevant. You're very well spoken and intelligent.
Oh,
Tony
thank you.
Is just kind of he's
Tony.
He's a unique human being.
That's Tony.
Very late. Now you were kind of close to us at WrestleCon when we were in New York last year. Did you see him get walked on?
Walked on?
You're not familiar?
Oh, yeah, no. I took a spell like, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah, Tony. We're talking about Tony here. Did I see him get walked on?
Maybe another
probably, and I blanked it out of my memory. Yeah. But yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about him getting walked on, and the boys having fun with that. Because we watched the video, and I remember it was Shelton and MVP. They were working the live events together, and they were imitating.
Have you ever seen the video?
I think I saw a little bit.
I was going to say I'll send it to you.
No,
I have. It is.
He was getting walked on some stiletto heels, and he was so the boys would take his exact way how he would sell and did it in the ring, and we had a blast.
And the funny thing is, he's mentioned that before. I think you said it was MVP.
Yeah, MVP. Yeah, Shelton. Yeah, in the ring. Yeah, Shelton would put the boots to him. He's like, in the ring.
You would think, oddly enough, that there was something sexual about
going on.
We have actually, I don't know if you're familiar with him out in Cali. He works with a lot of the major league sports teams. Dr. David Reese, he's a psychiatrist. And he's the president of our group. And he actually kind of broke down to Tony why this is ingrained in his brain. Because he used to see his mother get beat and things like that. And it's almost like when it happens to him, it's revenge for his mom somewhere deep.
Wow.
Psychologically on the inside.
Therapy, people. We all need therapy.
What is humor for us? But I'll never forget, at that WrestleCon, Tony found this giant German woman to step on his face and so on and so forth.
He paid her?
No. She paid $20 for an autograph.
Oh.
Then she started walking on him. But you know what a klutz Tony is. So Tony's in there, oh, that was great. And then he gets up, and Vicky Guerrero was next to us. And Vicky was hustling this big painting of Eddie.
Yeah.
And as Tony's getting up, he kicked the easel. It may have been the loudest excuse me that was ever uttered as Vicky, almost like a football player, went to tackle and save the Eddie Guerrero painting.
Did she save it?
She did.
Okay,
she was trying to raffle it off for a little extra payday. And Tony just being a klutz, so excited from the euphoria of having this German woman with her filthy shoes step on his face. It was just one of those moments I don't think I'll ever forget. I found great humor in that.
I love Tony.
Tony's something. He can be very lovable at times.
Yes.
During the coronavirus, we talked about being such a pain in the ass. We couldn't have him in the studio for a while. So we were doing it like podcast style over the phone, but I think it lost some of its charm.
Yeah.
So after a while, myself and that warrior, that animal and that beast behind the cameras over there, only that can be known as Glance, we would go up to Maine to Tony's house.
Oh, wow.
And we would tape episodes on his front porch.
Wow.
So you remember in your house.
Yeah, in your house.
We were calling it Wrestling Insiders at your house or Atlas your house. So for the whole summer, Tony and I would sit on his porch and do interviews like this. And when the bugs weren't out, sometimes we had a lot of fun. It was different. It was very
I
different.
enjoyed Tony, especially when he was on Beyond. Was it Beyond the? What was it called?
No,
Beyond,
he was on that MTV True Life. Is that what you're talking about?
not True Life. No, he did it.
Legends House?
When he talked about the tragic,
Dark Side of the Ring.
Dark Side of the
There you
Ring.
go.
Yes, I enjoyed him on that. And he got into about Bruiser Brody. He did a great job telling that story,
Yeah.
filling in the
Yeah.
holes that I was kind of like didn't make sense to me.
You know, if you're interested in that, Dark Side of the Ring, they were stuck in the position of trying to tell a very unique tale with many unique personalities in 40 minutes when you take the commercial times out.
Mhm.
He did a very interesting episode with us about it. Dutch did one yesterday too, as he was also involved. Zeb Colt.
Oh wow.
So
Okay.
if you're interested, I can link you those if you want to check them out
Okay.
and get it.
Yeah.
Because ours, it's more unedited and it's not
Yeah.
clipped up and chopped up and so on. And
Okay.
just such a sad story. Even Savio Vega. Savio saved Tony's life. I don't even know if you're even familiar with that.
No, I'm not.
Because Tony, being Tony, wouldn't stop talking after it happened, and they were going to off him.
Wow.
So Savio, who spoke Spanish,
Yeah.
understood what was happening.
Yeah.
He said to Tony, he said, "Go to the airport.
Uh-huh.
No, I'll go back to my room and get my bag." And
No.
he goes, "Go to the airport now,
Uh-huh.
or you're next."
Wow.
So Tony had to get out of Puerto Rico as fast as
Has he
possible.
ever been back since?
He did. He actually funny enough, he went back to work for Carlos Colon and Jose Gonzalez, I think it was their, I'm probably going to get this wrong because I don't know my Puerto Rican wrestling history well, but maybe their 30th anniversary show or something. But it was
a lot of years went by.
It was
though.
2010. I do
Okay,
know
yeah,
that
yeah,
much. So
okay,
it was
okay.
over. And I said, "Well, what was it like to interact with Jose Gonzalez?" He just came up and shook my hand, and that was it. I said, "Well, you
yeah.
lived, so I guess
Yeah.
it worked out all right." But
Man.
that's just one of the sad stories. Do you remember Brody from when you were a kid, or was that?
No,
Yeah.
but I did a lot of homework on him, and he was definitely a presence. Yeah.
I'll never forget his being, what year was that? That was 80s. I wasn't even, probably in the second grade, and opening up that Pro Wrestling Illustrated when we were able to get all those magazines. every month.
Yeah.
And remember they had the back section that it wasn't like this, but you turn it sideways, almost like a newspaper. And on the top section, it was the death of Brody. And on the bottom section, it was the death of Adrian Adonis, who was pretty fresh off of a WWF run. I don't know if you know about his death. He drove off a cliff up in Canada after he left WWF. And it happened with
Depression or what's?
No, they were just working. They were working a show, and it was a tight road, and it was a
Oh,
group
wow.
of 4 of them. They just drove off the highway into
damn.
the rocks, and
Oh damn!
so within
I
2
didn't know
weeks,
two top guys, two stars. Yeah.
that July 4th curse in wrestling, it lived on. Brutus Beefcake with his face a couple of years later. Remember when he got his face crushed in that parasailing accident? And,
Okay.
I mean, his face is, he's almost like Arnold Schwarzenegger in The Terminator. There's so much metal in it just to try and save the guy's face. But that's a different story
Man.
for a different time. Back to you, where you are the center of attention in this episode. 2007 kicks off. John Cena, for whatever reason, is feuding with, what was it, Kevin Federline, Britney Spears.
It was John Cena?
Yeah,
Oh yeah. And Morrison was with
that was something.
Yeah, that was crazy times.
forgettable.
Yeah.
Anyway, but you, to kick off 2007, you talk about theft and pickpocketing and so on and so forth. A man that recently made his first non-battle royal wrestling appearance, Shaq.
Shaq. Oh yeah, Shaq. You're working with
You
Shaq. That
stole
was
from
great.
Shaq.
From Shaq?
You pickpocketed him.
Shaq?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember stealing from Shaq?
No, I don't.
Well,
What did we steal? What did we take?
Must have been money. I don't think you ripped the Orlando 32 jersey off of
I
him.
really don't remember stealing. I gotta watch that back. There's a lot of
Really?
stuff. A lot of fans come up to me and be like, "You remember that segment
Yeah.
you did?" And I'll be like, "No, I don't." And I have to go back on YouTube and check it out. There's a lot of stuff like your career. Sometimes it all happens so fast. I have to go back and I have a lot of stuff to watch that I haven't seen years since when we aired it. Yeah.
And think of the fun you'll have someday with your kids being able to watch it.
Watch it
together
back
when
and
they
watching
fully
it,
grasp
yeah.
what the hell it was that you were doing
Uh-huh.
for all those years before they even came into the world in a lot of cases.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do remember being in the ring with Shaq when we was working right before we started working Jericho and Big Show, and Shaq came in at the end and did the big save. So I remember that, but I don't remember stealing from Shaq.
It's too much theft. I
No, but they-
when you have a life of crime, you forget the time. I guess
you
right?
forget your.
Next pay-per-view we were on, it was almost like a repeat of the first one you were on at Cyber Sunday at the New Year's Revolution 2007. It was another one of those multi-person tag team matches. This time it was the much better duo of Shelton and Haas.
Okay.
The Highlanders and another, you talk about a unique tag team duo, Mexican luchador Super Crazy and Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Well, I do remember Super Crazy, but I do not remember Hacksaw Jim Duggan being in there. But yes.
A guy you went and saw as a little kid at MSG.
Yes.
Now you're working him on a paper.
Had his action figure. Still got it under my mom has it under all my toys under her bed now.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
that's awesome.
She saved my action figures. I had like a big bucket of action figures. And I had a few wrestling rings. She still has I think some of the posts broke, but she still keeps it and the ropes are still intact.
Nice?
Yeah.
Is she still? I know you said she was a big wrestling fan.
Oh,
Is she
she's
still
still a
watching
big
now.
Yeah, she's still a big wrestling fan.
She's probably a little jealous you're down here watching the show.
WrestleMania. No, she likes to stay in the house. She enjoys her WWE Network or now Peacock, whatever.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot missing until the summer, so she's going to have to try and get used to that.
Oh man, well,
there's Slim Pickens on there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man,
that's not what it. Because I'll say this again: whether you love WWE now, don't enjoy the weekly content, they did a phenomenal job putting that network together.
Yes, they did, and then.
When Peacock came banging with $1 billion, they weren't going to turn those feathers down. That was one cock they'd take over and over again.
Every night.
Every night, baby.
No kiss, no nothing. Just whatever. Just give it to her.
But any memories of that tag team turmoil match with those guys? Your second pay-per-view?
I don't remember.
It was such an unforgettable match. No, I mean just for the fans in general. It was just and it wasn't like there was a big build-up to the tag team turmoil match with Super Crazy and Jim Duggan.
Yeah, I know, right? random people. That's when they really started doing that. They started pairing superstars together, and that was like really bothering me. Like, if they're gonna pair them together, at least have them look like a team. Have
like
them
a tag team.
Yeah,
right. You remember the great tag team? Yeah, when we were kids. They had a great.
Sometimes tag team matches were main event.
Demolition, and they were the tag team.
Exactly,
right.
And now tag teams are just.
As much as you love Kofi to death, and I think Kofi's great from the time he worked with us. But I mean, even the reign they gave New Day, they were on TV. They'd lose 2 or 3 times a month in non-title matches. You wouldn't see that with the champions back in our day. Those belts were treated with great respect.
And they look so beautiful, too.
Yeah. All those 80s tag team title belts. Yeah.
Meant something. Like, if they if they was to ever bring those titles, like, I might have to consider being in a tag team again, because those tag team titles look good. Like, right now, yeah.
Remember, and they were even worse. Remember when they looked like 2 big pennies?
Yeah.
Probably 5-6 years ago.
2 ugly pennies, yeah.
Oh, now they're similar, but they're silver and with the color of the leather. All right, fans, as we continue this journey with JTG, is it just too good? Is it just too great? I'll tell you this, if you want to look great, if you got something like what he's got, baby, still a little work to be done on this one. Again, I don't know about the females out there, how they do their grooming, but check this out. One of the creations from the mind of JTG. Available now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer.
Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to part 2 of this great interview. SAHbeard.com, baby. If you want to look as good as him, you know, he's only 26 years old. He's doing great. This needs a lot of work. At least that's what Linda told me, so I don't know. So I look forward to trying it out myself, and maybe I can look sexy as hell. There is a fan, June McGowan. She comes into the premieres, and she says I am a very handsome man.
Oh, okay.
I don't hear that very often.
Oh, okay.
So I need all the help I can get with all of the natural medicines you found in the ocean. Maybe that'll help me a little bit.
That would definitely help you.
Rejuvenate
I
me.
promise you that will help you.
Well, in all seriousness, you know to the degree from the injuries I've suffered from that car accident when I was hit by the drunk driver, you know, my quality of life was taken from me at a very young age, at 24 years old. So maybe with your great products, not only can I improve the moths here a little bit, but, you know, maybe be a little bit more spry, so to speak.
Yes.
Maybe Linda would want me around again.
Sea moss would definitely help with that.
Well, you mentioned the libido.
Yes.
You mentioned the libido.
Yes.
Where I am Italian, she said it was almost like when you take the pasta and put it in the water.
Oh,
those noodles weren't very hot.
Yeah, we're going to have to get you some sea moss. I'm going to send you're going to fix that.
How many people would admit to that on camera? You know what I mean? You know, we were working with the soft serve ice cream. You know what I mean?
Oh, man.
All right, we mentioned New Year's Revolution. Big match on that show I thought it was a really good feud. It was the DX reunion with Edge and Orton. I thought it was a great dynamic with four great workers. Triple H tears his tendon. He's out for 8 months. Even though he knew he was severely injured, he still had to hit his finish so they could go over, which was it was what it was.
Yeah.
But did you think maybe at that point where DX had kind of taken over the tag team division, maybe there was a room for you guys to kind of climb up the ladder a little bit on the babyface side? Because you weren't going to overtake Michaels and Triple H.
Absolutely not.
Right.
There was even talks about us even, we wanted to work DX. That would have been a lot of fun too.
As heels? Or?
Huh? No, two baby faces. But I think, yeah. But I remember what I do remember was sticking out with DX is that very popular segment that went viral afterwards. We did a segment with DX. We did it in the UK.
And what was the segment?
So the segment was they got kicked out of the arena in the UK. They couldn't get back in.
Oh, and you sold them tickets or
yes,
something
we were
like
scalping
that.
tickets,
Yeah,
and we sold them. And we sold them tickets. And we did a lot of great back and forth. We were supposed to be done live, but because I think I can't remember if it was Triple H or Shawn. I think it was Shawn Michaels. They started laughing. We was having so much fun outside shooting it, and we had to do it over. But it came out great, and everybody loved it.
All of those creative Crime Time skits, were a lot of them ideas that you and Chad came up with? Was it the writing team? Was it a collaboration?
It was a collaboration. They couldn't really write for us because there were times where they had to go to the Urban Dictionary to find words for us to use. Yeah.
Not for nothing, but look at what those creative writing teams look like sometimes.
Yeah,
Are
exactly.
they going to understand Crime Time?
So we just told them what's the message you're trying to get across? What's the plot? And we'll do our own thing. And that's what made us so over with the fans, because we were original, we were authentic.
Natural.
Yeah, it was natural. Exactly. Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, and then we had a lot of that backstage segment was a lot of fun. Fans still bring that every time I do remember that. There's some stuff I don't remember, but I definitely remember working with Shawn Michaels and Hunter. Shooting that. I do remember being freezing in the cold, waiting for see that red light to go live, and we hit a home run with that.
It was. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see you guys try and put a match together like that. You had the size of Shad, you could bounce around and go pretty quick. Maybe, I don't know if on quite par with Shawn at that point, but Shawn, he wasn't 25 at that point.
But he could still go.
That would have been. I think that would have been a really interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
Especially where Shad was so much bigger than both of them and so on. And what could have been. That's why we have wrestling figures and video games.
Exactly. Right? Recreate your own DX versus Crime Time match.
In mid-January, you had a chunk of releases. You had Tatanka, the Gemini twin, Sylvester Terkay, who was kind of getting a big push at one point with, I think Elijah Burke really outshined him, but that's a different story for a different time. Tony Mamaluke, how did it affect you guys when you'd see it? Not just one or two, but a big chunk of your peers get the axe at the same time? Did it make you walk on eggshells a little bit? Did you just kind of feel bad that the guys were gone? Was it just business as usual?
It was always, you always feel bad for your colleagues when they get released. You wish them the best. You hope for the best, and then but you have to. And you mentioned walking on eggshells. Like at that time when I first started, it was always walking on eggshells. But if you want to read the book, Top Guy cut a promo on me and already threatened my my job as soon as I got there. So it was always.
Where can you get that book again?
Oh, yeah, you can get it on Amazon.
All right.
Yeah, just damn right I write this book, and damn right I write this book too. So yeah, it was always walking on eggshells. I think after some years went by, then that feeling kind of, it's always there in the back of your head, but it's not as bad as when you first get there.
It must be tough to have that kind of stress when it is the job you've wanted literally since you were a little guy.
Yeah,
probably
2 years
barely
old.
able to walk when Mama G
Yeah.
was taking you to MSG to see those great house shows.
Exactly.
Now you live in it, but it is such a big, corporate, stressful environment at the same time, beyond the magic that the fans get to see when you put the TV set on.
The politics, there's a lot. A lot that the fans don't see. We have to be on our P's and Q's every single time. Even now we have social. Back then, social media wasn't wasn't big.
Right.
Twitter
Now
wasn't
look
out.
at it. Oh.
You gotta be careful what you say on social media. You don't want to offend the wrong person or wrong group. It's like
even text messages you've sent to exes.
Pictures, videos. Oh my gosh!
Look at what.
But if a video came out with me, it wouldn't be that bad though. I'll be all right.
All right. You think people would be impressed? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I'll probably get some more gigs.
All right. Well, I don't know. That one with Xavier Woods and Paige.
Oh,
I think that's
man.
where he came up with the
Wow.
idea for that video game show, Up, Up, Down, Down. But,
Up, down, down. Wow. Good sub.
Oh, I tell you, the world of professional wrestling, sports entertainment, however you want to classify it, it is a unique thing with unique people. That,
yes.
Again, but I mean, what was it like? Throw a name out there, Tatanka. I know you guys were on different brands, but again, a guy you probably enjoyed as a kid.
Oh, definitely enjoyed him as a kid. Yeah, Tatanka was always cool and chill backstage. Yeah, and I remember him always being dressed professionally. Like, there was a time where we were able to relax with the club because at the time when we first started, we had to always dress in a business suit because they wanted us to give a certain image to the fans.
And a rent-a-car that you had to pay for to get as cheap as possible.
Exactly.
Staying at a Red Roof Inn.
Yeah, and I
you had to have the suit, though.
And I remember Tatanka wearing his suit, but also he was able to merge his gimmick with the suit, and I always remember like that.
Fit in.
Yeah, yeah. The Highlanders did the same thing. They had the kilt, but they always looked in business too.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But we had Tatanka back in December as part of our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, and the interviews we did with him were great. Where he has a Legends contract. He was a little PC, but I mean, just some great stories.
Does he still have a Legends contract?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's doing all right for himself.
Great,
He's got a good life down here in Florida. Good
he
guy.
lives in Florida too?
Yeah, I really didn't know him all that well before we had him up in December, and it was a great series of interviews we did with him. The fans can still enjoy over on the Patreon. We get early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider episodes, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD series that's been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show, including that Iron Sheik classic. I'm sure you've seen at one point or another where we wanted to anally violate half of the 80s roster. You get some Patreon exclusives, and you help keep wrestling legends and wrestling superstars working. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. See, I can get him in too, not just your book.
Okay.
we can do it together.
You go back and forth as much as you want.
You know what? We're having a lot of fun with it at the same time. But yeah, Tatanka, I mean, that was great that he was able to come back and have that second run.
Yeah.
I think his first run was kind of ended a little bit too quick. He was involved in a scandal that he really wasn't involved with, so to avoid any legal problems, they sent him home for a few months. Then when he came back, I was told that he kind of, on a flight, had a very unique conversation with God, and then he was gone. And then, he was in a good spot. He was with Ted DiBiase's.
Yeah, I remember that Money Inc.
Corporation. Yeah.
He turned on Lex Luger.
That was a good angle.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And then he was gone they brought him back, I think, 2006. So for the better part of 10 years, he was gone from the company. And now they've brought him back as a legend. And, he represents the company well, I think.
Nice.
If nothing else. So there you go. Maybe that could be another 10, 15 years from now when your in-ring days wind down. Maybe you could be that type of man.
We'll see. But first, they got to bring me.
They got to bring you back first just to get there. January 19th, 2007. I'll throw one at you where you were again. It's around my age, around that time frame we were fans. We lost the late, great Bam Bam Bigelow.
Yes.
Now, is that something that would resonate in the locker room in 2007? The loss of Bam Bam to a lot of guys that maybe weren't all that. Okay.
Absolutely, because he was a great worker.
Yeah.
I watched some of his stuff in Japan and how for a big guy the way he moved. Oh my gosh, yeah. I was always a big Bam Bam fan. Yeah.
Bam Bam or Vader? Who do you think was the better big guy in your opinion?
Well, Vader, he had more notoriety, I believe. He had more popularity. But I, as a now being a worker and knowing the business, I think I'm gonna go with Bam Bam. Yeah, the way he moves and the way he told the story in the ring, and the tattoos on the head, you automatically notice, recognize Bam Bam.
It's a shame that we lost him so young.
How old was he?
He was only in his early 40s.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And his body was just so broken down from all the things that someone at 400 pounds you wouldn't think would be able to do. And Leon, Vader, the same thing. He was, even at his size, he was still trying to gas up too. And my God. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you look at him, even though he was big, thick, and hefty, he was very solid. Bam Bam was if you ever saw him outside of that full body neck
next
to feet,
suit
he
with
was kind of.
flames.
You wouldn't have been as physically impressed by him as you would Vader. I don't know if you ever came across him. But,
I came across Vader. Yeah.
But two great guys to enjoy the wrestling of either way. But I was like, sometimes it's interesting to throw those out.
So guys, real quick look. If you want to get solid and you want to put on some muscle, t-moss.com. Raise your testosterone naturally. No more steroids, no more gas, no more growth hormones, SARMs, none of that stuff. Keep that out your body. Keep it natural.
And the libido.
And the libido, yes, it does help with the libido.
I know. I don't know if you want to have any more little G's. I don't know how much more libido.
No, I'm
help
done.
you need,
I'm done.
I've needed more libido help now for the better part of 15 years. But leading into the Royal Rumble, you mentioned you were doing some of those great skits, the great vignettes, along with the matches that you were working. Were you disappointed that you didn't get a chance to be in the Rumble?
I was in the Royal Rumble. What year?
This is the San Antonio one that ended with that fantastic Shawn Michaels and Undertaker that went about 10 to 15 minutes to end, which is the longest ending to a Rumble, I think, ever.
I don't remember. You know, it's sad I don't remember that.
Classics.
Oh, man, I got to watch that back.
I think, did you work? You worked a dark match on the show.
I worked Lance Cade. I was
Murdoch,
singles.
Close.
Who?
Murdoch.
I worked Murdoch?
You worked Trevor Murdoch in a dark match.
Oh, because I remember working Lance Cade singles. So yeah, I guess I wrestled them both singles. Yeah, no, I think it was Lance because I think he got in trouble for something I did wrong.
Oh.
Not really. I think I threw a drop kick at him, and it kind of grazed him, but he sold it like I hit him.
Like he got hit by a shotgun.
Yeah. So and then I remember going backstage, and I remember him getting in trouble for the why did you bump? Have him hit you again. He's like, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I think it was Lance Cade. Yeah.
Did you want a Rumble spot though, as opposed to the dark match?
Did I want a Rumble spot?
Yeah.
At that time, I was just happy. At that time in my career, I was just happy to be there.
You were just happy to be there.
I was just happy to be there. Yeah.
What about this one? I lost it right there. January the 29th, Raw. You're about 6 months into your half a year or so into your WWE on television career. You finally suffer your first loss to the duo of Charlie Haas and one of my all-time favorites that we've ever booked and worked with. A man that, again, I have to remind folks is 6 years older than me.
Wow.
Mr. Shelton Benjamin.
He looks great.
He sure does. You know what? I'd take 46 and look like that if I could. Believe me. Especially with some of Shelton's partners in crime that he's had on the road, so to speak. Here we had him at WrestleCon. Zeb Coulter said he thought the wall was going to cave in, but it's a different story for different times. Shelton is a very friendly human being at times.
Yes, I love
Great
Shelton.
tag team, Shelton and Charlie Haas. It was great that they reunited them when the tag team division was so weak. Your memories of working with them?
Well, I love working with Shelton and Charlie Haas. Also, they were great with us outside the ring too. They actually helped us, get acclimated to the road because we traveled with them.
Oh, did you?
We traveled. Yeah, I remember. There's some cool stories that's also in the book. So when we were on the same show, it will be Crime Time, World's Greatest Tag Team, Umaga, and Armando Estrada. We all get like a big van, split it, and we all travel together when we were on the live events. And just being even outside of the ring, like they were smarting us up about restaurants, fans, gyms. Like you have to remember, like being on the road is like a totally different lifestyle, and they definitely helped us get acquainted to the road.
I think Shelton and Umaga, they lived next door to each other, right?
Yeah,
right
in Houston.
In
Houston,
yeah. I remember they were really, really
and that's also that Chad also moved down there too.
Oh, he was a Houston guy?
Yeah, he moved down there. They kind of like talked him into it, yeah. I was still in Kentucky at the time, and I moved to Texas. I found my home in Boston and then eventually LA.
How long were you in Boston for?
I lived there for maybe a year.
Oh.
And then me and my ex, we had our first daughter, and then then we in LA, and then we moved back to Boston. Yeah, because I was always on the road, and she didn't want to be by herself in LA, so she wanted to be home. Yeah.
So I'm surprised we never hooked up when you were in Boston.
Just
one of those things.
It's one of those things.
Well, you know what? We're here now. That's all that counts. But I mean, one of the best tag teams of that generation, I think, Shelton and Charlie Haas.
Oh yeah.
I don't think Well, you know what? They almost, I think, tried to give Shelton the Sting push. I mean, if you remember when they first broke them up during the draft in 2004, they broke up the team. I think Haas stayed on SmackDown. Shelton went to Raw. Shelton went over clean on Triple H, and it reminded me of that
Oh yeah, I remember that.
in Ric Flair Clash of the Champions match, the one that ran the day of WrestleMania 4 in 1988. And then they did the follow-up with it where he lost again, but then it was almost like Triple H treated as the slipping on the banana peel type loss, as opposed to this guy
beat me
2 weeks in a row, 1, 2, 3 clean. He is our new superstar.
Yeah.
It gave Shelton a great level of credibility.
Yeah.
But did it get him to that point where he potentially could have been as a main event babyface as opposed to a guy that was in the middle of the pack having great matches?
Yeah.
I remember it was funny. We actually had an event, our little group, at the TD Garden in Boston, believe it or not, which for us, you know, who else runs there? WWE.
Yeah.
And Shelton, you know, was one of the ambassadors we had with us. And we had the whole building empty to ourselves.
Wow.
I said, we've got to tape some kind of an interview. Shelton was in a nice suit and whatnot. And we went into the garden, into the seats, almost like what you'd see with WWE, with how they do it. We had a nice little conversation. And I said, gee, Shelton, you know, this must bring back some great memories. I don't know if you remember the Raw match he had there. It was in, I think it was called the Gold Rush Tournament, where he worked Shawn Michaels.
Oh, yeah. Was that the super kick? That's when he took
Yeah,
the
we
super
did
kick?
the super kick when he did the gimmick. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, you
agility
got the
that I
feet up.
had
Look at
right
you.
there. Yeah.
You take some T-balls today? Did you take some T-balls today?
I took it. You already sent it to me, brother. I'm in great shape. Oh, what a finish. What a great match.
Yeah.
And I could just tell the vibe was awfully odd
Yeah.
to him talking about it. So after it was over, he said that's the least favorite match of my career. And I said, why? He said, because he said, after we had that match, which everybody in the world thought was a classic, they still did nothing with me. And I knew I was never going to go any higher than that.
Wow.
And it made sense. But just, it's too bad.
Well, you had some great highlights from WrestleMania.
the ladder matches.
The ladder
yeah,
matches.
That
yeah.
one at the first one when he kind of ran up
and then
just did
flip.
the flip. I mean,
Yeah.
that's some dangerous shit.
Yeah, he's a walking highlight reel.
He's one of say what you want about how far he went up the totem pole. He's one of the greatest athletes in the history of WWE, as far as I'm concerned. And Tony and I had an argument about that. He said, "Well, John Cena could lift more weights than him." I said, "Well, that's a totally different thing, Tony."
Yeah. Well,
that's why Tony's, the banter that him and I have is so much fun sometimes, because it's almost like two generations and two different walks of life. You have to compare how much weight John Cena could lift compared to Shelton and Kofi's athleticism.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Wrestling fans, again, the time has flown by so quick. We're running out of time again, and I hate that because I really enjoyed these interviews. You're available all over social media. Usually, is it at JTG1284?
Yeah, so on Twitter, it's JTG1284. Instagram is JTG121084. If you're wondering what the JTG121084 is, that's my birthday, December 10th, 84. So that should make it easy to remember. And yeah.
So what's 1284 mean?
This is just the month and the year. December.
Oh, December. I see what you mean. Okay,
Yeah.
you got a little more elaborate on the Instagram.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Are you a Facebook guy too?
Not really. That Facebook is more for close friends and family, and that's Jason Paul.
Oh,
yeah,
yes, I won't be on.
Yeah, I got you. Just send a friend request. I got you.
I got you. Again, so many different ways you can interact with him on social media. A guy that is in his prime, not to be confused with Crime Time, if you want to rhyme along. I think you're going to see the way he looks at his age. I don't know why he's not on a national television platform as of this moment.
Not yet.
I still want you with us, but hopefully he can do both. Again, little information on this, sahbeard.com.
Yes, if you want to get your sexy on, go to sahbeardcare.com.
Beardcare.com, I'm sorry.
Yeah, beardcare.com, beard and body. Not only can you get your beard sexy as hell, get your skin sexy as hell too. We got over 25 amazing scents. Right now I'm smelling like mango and passion fruit. It's all there. Go check it out.
Glantz loves it. He's already using it. He smells like passion fruit. Let me tell you. All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. Again, the next time you see this man, I want him in MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. We'll have even more fun. Are you a Kowloon guy?
Oh, man. Am I? I love that place.
Closing down.
Stop it.
within the next year or two. Yeah,
I gotta
They're
come down.
turning it into condos and all kinds of stuff.
Not
because-
Calhoun's. My picture's on the wall.
Yeah, you know Andy, right? The one kind of I call him
Set
the
it up.
dragon, like Ricky
Okay.
the Dragon Steamboat. The young Wongs, they don't want the lifestyle. Andy himself works 6 days before coronavirus, at least 6 days a week, 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. With 1 day off a week.
Okay.
That's a tough life.
Yeah.
Granted, it's not the 80s WWF
Yeah.
schedule where he
Yeah.
lives close to home, but 11 hours a day with that shift, not much of a.
Is there anything we can do to keep this place open? You just set up a dude up.
Well, you know what? Maybe if we can sell
Go
enough
fund.
beard care products and books, and
We can
the
buy all.
interviews are a big success, maybe you and I can buy in and we'll run it. We'll just have to buy some Polynesian shirts.
Or if I get a WWE contract, then
There
I can.
you go.
I can
All right. So
you got some plans. All right. We got to keep Calhoun's open, man.
I'm telling you, we are entrepreneurs, if nothing else.
Yes.
For my friend JTG, I'm Dan Marati. We look forward to seeing you again. Again, the Premier Chat is open. Share some thoughts. Super Chat always open. Tip the bartender if you enjoyed the content. We hope you and yours be well, stay healthy. Until we speak again. Good night.
Sure.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews. Wrestling fans, we've told you that we have a new Tuesday night coming for you for our 20th anniversary beginning September 7th when Boston Wrestling MWF goes extreme. Sunday night, August the 29th, one of the rotating superstars joining us will be former ECW World Champion Justin Credible, coming to MWF Studios for the first time for Wrestling Insider's Extreme tapings, plus a live episode and Cyber autograph signing. Joining New Jack, Justin Credible brings a brand new edge to Tuesday nights. Interested in joining us live? Boston Wrestling Patreon family members can join us for free. For information, visit patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans anywhere in the world can join us for the live episode and Cyber autograph signing. For more, visit bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, and Cyber autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. Well, I tell you, JTG is helping Dan Marati get the pimp game on, baby. He sent me some of that beard butter and the strawberry lemonade base spray. The only thing I really need now is the T-Moss that he talks about to try and get the libido going. But Kofi Kingston certainly does a great job in helping get the word out about how to get some of the walking QVC's merchandise selection, as I like to call them. I look forward to having Jay back in the studio soon. If you want more of JTG and some of these other great superstars, folks, let me tell you, that Super Chat button, it's still working. You're also taking donations using Venmo at Boston Wrestling and at PayPal at don't tell Gramps at yahoo.com. I've got to get the link up, but you know it as usual. I'm always about 8 weeks behind. Another way to bring you more live episodes, more cyber signings, more ways to support your favorite talk shows, folks, is by joining the Boston Wrestling family on what in the fall is going to be a very revamped Boston Wrestling Patreon family over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you get early ad-free access to our weeknight Wrestling Insider shoot interviews, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, Patreon exclusive videos, plus the knowledge that you're helping keep wrestling legends working. We have more content coming your way next week. You can find the link at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, if you can't remember it, in the description box below. Again, we can't keep these productions going without your help. As we prepare for our next episode or here on Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, if you missed the news, our Thursday night partner in crime, Marty Jannetty, returns to the studio live this week, Wednesday, September 1st through Friday, September the 3rd, for 3 big days of tapings. I think it goes without saying that this promises to be very interesting, but we have respectful ground rules in place. I'm going to be optimistic in that we're going to have 3 great days, as I truly enjoy having Sir Jannetty with us. Up next, put the women and children to bed. It's time for Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty, as Mr. Jannetty continues his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look back at the 80s and 90s. This week, Marty continues to look back at WWF 1990, the year that was, the Hulk Hogan Earthquake feud, Demolition Axe becoming ill, leading to Crush taking his spot, the Red Rooster out, the debuts of Dustin Rhodes and the Legion of Doom, and much more in this great episode.
Wrestling fans, it is Thursday night. We are your home away from home here on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. If you could, share the link across social media. Let fans know that we are on. There are millions of lapsed fans from the 80s and 90s that have given up on the sports entertainment of today that would love to party with Marty on Thursday night, reliving the good old days of professional wrestling. Marty, we can talk about the Legion of Doom debuting on our last episode.
Right.
At that same TV taping, Dino Bravo defeated Paul Romer in a innocent enough squash match.
Was it a squash match?
Pretty much. At the end, as Dino tried to take some liberties with Paul Romer, out came the Rockers to try and make the save, and that led to Hercules coming out, who was a little fired up.
And that's the build of the Power and Glory, right?
Yeah, yeah. So we saw the beginnings of Power and Glory come together as you were wrapping up your house show run with the Orient Express. Your thoughts on I guess, first of all, the pairing of Hercules and Paul Romer.
I thought it was pretty good because they were good friends anyway.
Oh, were they? Okay.
Yeah, they were workout buddies, and so they had so much in common. They got along. I mean, both were pretty decent, good workers, and worked a different style. Well, there was a Power and a Glory, you know. And so, yeah, we liked it. Again, that's another team we haven't mentioned too much that I used to love to work with. Both good in different ways, like you said. I forgot about that, too. We talked about all the tag teams earlier, and I forgot about that. But, yeah, man, they were good for, I don't remember how far they pushed them. You?
Oh, they had a tag team title match run with the Hart Foundation.
Okay,
they didn't
but
get the
they
belts,
were never champions, though.
No.
Okay.
I think they kind of used you guys with the stepping stone to get to the Hearts.
All right.
Once the Hearts had the belt. But we'll get there later in
Remember what we talked
the year
about,
as time went on.
Every time a new team needed to
here we
are.
Yeah. Like, what was the terminology that Billy Gunn used? The springboard?
Yeah, springboard.
The springboard, yeah. What happened with the Young Stallions? I mean,
there was a tag team name. The Springboards.
The Young Stallions, I always thought they were a pretty solid team. They never did much with them. Is it true that they didn't get along all that well? Romer and Jim Powers?
Together, but most of the tag teams didn't. Sean and I were the only ones that really could, spend 24/7 around each other. And I, loves them both, and hung out with Jimmy, and didn't really hang out with Paul. But I mean, Paul and I got along great, so I would get to hear both sides. It's not that they didn't get along, they just, I think they were buddies, but, Paul would have a couple of negative thoughts, on Jimmy, and Jimmy would have a couple of negative thoughts on Paul. And that's about it, though. It wasn't nothing serious, you know what I mean? It wasn't he's an asshole type thing. It wasn't none of that. But I thought they were good, too.
I always enjoyed their matches. I like the Young Stallions.
Good energy, good-looking guys, great bodies. as a team, probably the best buddies. You know, at least,
Yeah, well, together, yeah. I mean, they were really, I'm sure helped, but, you know, they would look the part very much on WWF television.
And you'll find this hard to believe, but with them and Sean and I hit the clubs together, nobody went home empty-handed. Night after night after night. And we did, we'd all hang out. Paul wasn't crazy. You know, Jimmy and I got real close as friends, and especially after Sean and I split off, you know, we couldn't be hanging around.
Yeah.
But there seemed to be some animosity there somehow. Not bad, but again, you know, we weren't going to be hanging out. So Jimmy and I would keep going out and
He
stuff.
was your new riding buddy?
Yeah, that was my road partner, and you know, we had so much in common. Same, you know, loved the working out, loving to, you know, the nightlife, and loving the wrestling business. So we had, you know, all that in common. And so, you know, I got to see the other side that a lot of the other wrestlers didn't. That thought, you know, because one said something negative, you'd be all just. I'll say now, Paul always thought Jimmy was kissing ass too much to other guys. Like, when he's around Warrior, he tries to be like Warrior. When he's around the Bulldogs, he wants to be a Bulldog. You know.
And do you think there was truth to that?
Well, those were likable people. So I mean, so.
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, Jimmy's probably the only other person other than me that Warrior liked.
Well, you like Jim Powers?
Yeah. Jimmy and him were more so to me. I mean, he just, I think he could just tolerate me, whereas he couldn't tolerate nobody else.
He really liked that few people in the locker room, the Warrior?
That's why he had his own dressing room.
Wow.
And even if it was a closet size, I mean, there's nowhere the Warrior we can put you but this closet. Just the chair will fit in your bag. There ain't much more space. That's good enough.
Any idea why he had such a negative attitude towards people?
Most miserable person I'd ever met in my life. And I've met a lot of miserable people in the wrestling world. You meet a lot of people. And
yeah, I can attest to that.
Yeah, he was just the most miserable. I mean, a good-looking dude, built out there, you know, built as good as you can be. On TV, you're a star. And you get to push through the world. Why do you walk around 24/7 negative? I don't think I can explain it any better than this. And I'll brief it because I've told it on here before, but it might be new people who didn't see it. One time we were going to a club in Detroit, and you remember this? We were going to a club in Detroit, and Warriors come up, where's everybody going tonight? I said, straight up the road. That's where I'm going now. He goes, I'll be there later. I'll see you later. I'll look for you. And we went into the club. It was a regular club right up the street from where everybody stayed. And they were having a banana contest with the girls. The girls go up on stage, and they take a peeled banana. The girl has to put as much down her throat and then pull it back out, and they measure without breaking it. If it broke, it was disqualified. And so, you know, all the guys are going crazy. It don't matter how much, you know. I wonder where they got the idea for that contest.
I don't know.
Yeah, but so they were, you know, we got to 5 inches. They would announce it, 5 inches, 6 inches, and when they got to 5, you know, that was they had the final. The girls that were breaking it at 2 inches and 3, you know, then they had the finals go again. You know, because maybe the second time around or whatever the case. And Warrior shows up right as the final girl, she just did it, I think they said 8. Tesla only has banana. And they measure, I mean, all the guys I think that was the end of the banana. There wasn't nothing else. Couldn't go 9, there wasn't 9 inches of banana. But when the announcer dude, he says 8 inches. The whole place is going crazy. You know the guys, right? What they're thinking. And Warrior walks in right at that time when everybody's just hooping and hollering and throwing their hats in the air. And he comes, sees me, he comes right to me. What the hell's going on? I said, they're having a banana eating contest. So look up there, that girl just put 8 inches of banana in her mouth. He goes, so what? Look how fucking thin the banana is. You just can't please the man.
Do you think maybe where there was some accusations thrown the Warriors' way, he wanted to compete in this banana contest?
They probably would have let him. Yeah, maybe he was like, come on, make it a challenge.
But just for years, he was really that unhappy being around?
Most miserable human I've ever met. I mean, he walked through, like I said on other episodes, he walked through the airport and people weren't going to get autographs, especially when you're just standing there. When you're walking this, they're going to let you walk a little bit. When you're standing there waiting on your baggage, they come up and want an autograph, and, even the ones that didn't, I didn't mind, I don't care, but then again, I was never a top guy. Maybe it's aggravating as hell when you can't catch a break. I'm not in character, I don't have my paint on, can't you see that? I'm not going to sign, I'm not going to take, boys taking the pictures more so than the signing. If they ask for a picture, I'm not in character, and of course not, I'm not going to take a picture with you. Well, you didn't have to scream at him to tell him.
He would yell at them?
Yeah, oh, well, pretty much. I mean, he'd be loud. I'm not in character. I ain't got my paint on. And then, but he would do that, and then yet show up with a jacket with his picture on the back. Get tattooed his own warrior, his own body, and thing. Got cowboy boots that say Ultimate on one side, Warrior on the other, but don't want nobody to recognize you. What the fuck? I mean, he would go to, we had to get a rent-a-car every place we go. He goes, coming down the escalator, going to the rent-a-cars, and you hear him yelling, and you think, oh shit, one of the boys, something's trouble. He's sitting there pounding on the counter at the Hertz rent-a-car, wherever it is, because they didn't have his car ready. It was some kind of mistake. I spend all my days off getting the reservations and you don't have it ready. I do that shit so I don't have to wait. God damn it, it's that incompetent mother. We're like, oh my God, he's screaming at the Hearst people. Another time we were at the restaurant eating, and he's dieting, he's getting his things. He ordered egg beaters. The girl brings it, the boys are all in there. And she sets it down. Oh my God, I saw it when she set it down. There was butter. It was almost floating in butter. It was so much. And when he looked at it, I was like, oh shit. All of us were like, what's he gonna do? Because we know how he was. What the fuck is this? And he swipes it off of the table, the little thing that was in, breaks all over the floor. I ordered egg beaters. Do you think I fucking want butter all over it? What's the fucking point? Poor girl almost started crying and walked away, and we're all scooting away from Warrior. The whole restaurant's looking at him, and
you think it was roid rage?
No, he was. Whether he was, see, I really don't even believe in that. I think roids, you might bring out what's already in you, because there's a lot of guys that are big and bad, and they never change. When they're doing it, the boys. I mean, when you've got to be miserable as hell when you get pulled over by a policeman and you jump out the car, he's behind you, he's got the lights on, you pull over, jump out the car and go back screaming and pointing at him, what the fuck are you pulling me over for? I haven't done nothing. And the policeman just cracks the window, goes, you're on the one way, the wrong way. He was on the wrong way, he made a turn, didn't know where he was at. Kind of that happens a lot on the road. But the chase, run, fuck. I mean, most miserable person stays that way. Jimmy Powers was with him when they went to the Mustang Ranch or whatever it was out in Vegas, where you can go pay for a girl and get the back room.
Fellatio.
Yeah, well, Annie. And Jake the Snake was there. They were together. It was Jake and Warrior and Jimmy Powers. And the lady recognized him. She was a big fan, and other people there were going crazy. She went and gave them a voucher for the free one.
Oh, really? Wow,
yeah, well, I think she wanted, because they were messing up, all the guys in there were paying more attention to them. So she was like, give them, and, Jake standing there, and Jimmy got one, and when she gave Warrior, she goes, what the fuck, you think I'm poor? I don't need that. And Jake said, Jake said, let me have it. But Jimmy Powers says, he sits there and talks to one Warrior, talks to this one girl for, Jimmy says, for a little bit. And then I'd finally said, to hell with it, I'm going to take that back. I said, he said, he was sitting there trying to talk that girl into coming back with him. He didn't want to do nothing there or whatever.
This is Warrior or Powers?
Warrior was talking to a girl about, get out of this shit, just come back to my room, and I'll pay you double or whatever, you know. And, I mean, just a miserable, I mean, every aspect of it was miserable. I just never seen nothing like it.
There was really that few people he got along with other than you and Powers? I mean, like, for example...
Well, Kerry Von Erich, but then, you know...
Yeah, they went to world class way back. Did you, how did he get along with Sean? No? No good, or?
Nah. I mean, he wouldn't really have nothing to do with it.
What about...
We'll put it this way, Jim, when he got in little closets of a room, you know, Jim and I we could sit there and talk with him bullshit, but we're not going to dress there because it's like crazy. But he wouldn't let anybody else come in there and sit with him or anything.
Wow. What about it? Did you ever observe his interactions with top guys like Hogan or Savage or Piper? Or...
Just business. Everything
was he more respectful towards them at least?
Yeah, he didn't do
yell
all
at you and scream at them.
No, he didn't. Not that I know of.
I mean, I can't see someone.
I think it seemed, according to the biography on A&E, don't do it. Go ahead and do it. Let me sing. Denver, Colorado. Where's my phone?
Oh, right there. Nothing to worry about.
What was he saying? Oh, about something about Warrior. Oh, on A&E they said that's kind of all they talked about was his business deals. It came off as like he tried to strong arm, you know, Vince, manipulate Vince all the time. Like, I did as much in 2 years as Warrior did, or as Hulk did in 6 years. I built a character faster. I want the same pay as him when they had a WrestleMania or something together, or
SummerSlam.
SummerSlam was it? And I don't know. And then another. He had all these contingencies, you know, that he added on after he was, you know, brought back.
Yeah.
He had the cartoon character thing, and he wanted Vince. Comic book was it? He wanted Vince to pay for $100,000 to be issued or some shit. Yeah, he was something. But yeah.
Well, I know. Just trying to. If you were interested in using him for an independent show, he was off. That's number one, Johnny. Very difficult as far as some of his...
I can't see him on an indie show.
Well,
maybe seminars. He loved doing seminars. And not wrestling seminars, although he ran a school. We didn't understand how. We just shake the ropes and hold your hand out for money. That's the way else could he teach them. But like motivational speakings.
He did do those, and look at all the trouble that he got himself into.
What, all over at Yale or one of the universities?
Many of them.
Oh, really? I knew the one they showed.
He had derogatory comments about homosexuals, and I think some of the things he said about Bobby Heenan were deplorable. He was glad that he had cancer.
Oh no, he didn't say that.
Yeah, he sure did.
Come on,
Jim. And you know, he treated Bobby Heenan like he was a rag doll, and threw him around like he was nothing. Well, remember when they would work singles matches? They did those weasel suit
Bobby's
matches.
the nicest guy in the world, wasn't he?
Well, you know, Bobby took a couple of shots at him in his book, but I think they were receipts that were deserved. He hurt him physically, regularly, to try and get himself over. But then to say...
Oh, he hurt everybody. That's why Rick had to punch him, you know, that time.
It's one thing to say, you know what, you're an asshole, but to say that you're glad he's got cancer, or you deserve the cancer... That was low, and that's why I don't understand.
Now I got to question myself for liking him so much.
How WWE has a Warrior Award at their Hall of Fame. Please.
Yeah, they hated
of
him
all
for
the
so
people.
long.
Exactly.
They did that video to destroy him.
They did a DVD. Yeah,
DVD to destroy him.
The self-destruction of the Ultimate Warrior, whatever it was called.
Yes.
And they had people bury him for 2 hours.
Yeah, Chris Jericho was good at it too.
And he didn't even really work with them. But I mean, I don't know. Wrestling fans, we got the cue from old John C. in the back. Right now, I'm going to take a brief timeout. Perfect time for you. Check out the eBay, the Patreon. We'll be right back.
Tickets are on sale now at BostonWrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live at JFK Coliseum in Manchester, New Hampshire, Sunday, August the 19th, 1984. In the opening contest, S.D. Jones drew Charlie Fulton. Rocky Johnson with the win over Fred Marzino. Greg the Hammer Valentine beat Rick McGraw. Chief J. Strongbow victorious over Mr. X. Iron Mike Sharp defeated Terry Daniels. And in the main event, the Superfly, Jimmy Snuka with the win over Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff via disqualification. If you were in Manchester Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Dan Marati along with
MJ in the house.
Unbelievable. As we continue our journey through 1990.
Did you forget who I was?
Never.
You never asked
You
me
think
after
I could
the intro.
forget you? You think I could forget you? What turned into almost a day of reckoning in the world of wrestling. July the 4th, in 1990, the victim, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, almost had his face torn off.
Yeah, they showed that.
In
They
a
talked about that.
parasailing accident. They showed it?
Well, they talked about it on biography.
Oh, I see.
No, it was actually
the
the
treasure
treasures.
hunt one,
Treasure hunting with Greg Valentine. Don't do it.
What would I possibly do about Greg Valentine?
You know what you do.
To make him smile?
Well.
But,
no,
I mean-
you always go to A&E on that one.
well, that's what channel it was on. I can't control that. But I mean, in all seriousness, what a horrible accident. When
Yeah.
he was just trying to enjoy a rare day off, a July 4th barbecue, and some woman's knees, I think the woman's knees broke. She hit his face so hard.
Yeah, for those who didn't know, he was parasailing and taking off for it or something, and the boat stuttered or something. And
No, I think the woman. I think he was in the water, and the woman's knees hit him in the face.
Oh,
she was taken
parasailing.
off. Yeah.
Okay.
He was just in the water.
Oh, I heard it differently. He was parasailing and just, the boat stuttered and crashed into somebody. But that makes more sense.
And his face was, the bones and the inside of his face was so shredded he couldn't speak.
Yeah,
he could barely breathe.
He said on there that the doctors were saying he ain't gonna make it.
Yeah.
But I don't know when they say that right in front of you.
I know his hearing must have still been working. I
Yeah,
guess.
his hearing was working. Nothing else was
But
working.
I
But he
mean,
heard that.
He has a very interesting book where
Yeah,
he talks
does.
about it in great detail. In that book, he discusses Greg and a personal friend he had in Boston from the A&E network.
Am I gonna have to sing?
Now, you know, we won't go there, but you know who we mean. But the fact
I'm
that
sure everybody does.
the fact that Brutus would actually include a mini chapter in his book about it just shows to me the level of the intensity of the
Did
A&E.
he talk about in there? He did about me buying him a midget for his birthday.
I haven't finished it yet. I haven't.
Oh,
I don't
really?
remember that. But I guess we'll have to. Why did you buy? I'm going to ask now. Why did you get Brutus Beefcake a midget for his birthday?
It was kind of joking on him. You know, just giving him.
Was it a female midget?
Yeah, a female midget, and her job was to,
Service.
Yes.
Did she?
I don't know. I didn't. We were all laughing too hard.
Well, how did Brutus react to you about the midget?
I think he called me and said, "Get this out of my room." I don't remember.
You just gave the midget his hotel room number, and
Yeah, we
she
was
went and
all
knocked on the door?
I think he was at up there, the Howard Johnson.
Oh, it was in Boston?
I think it was.
Yeah?
I'm not sure on that either, but.
Did you see the midget go into the room?
Yeah, I think a bunch of us saw, but didn't. We're laughing.
Well, I mean-
we're trying to hide, so we ain't got no idea who did it.
If the midget went into the room, I can't imagine they sat down and had a conversation.
Not making fun or light of anything about midgets. Just, we just wanted to give him a hard time because he's so big and they're so small.
Yeah.
Did that make sense?
It did. Do you think he did a little bit of strutting?
And stroll.
A little cutting? He maybe trimmed the midget.
He had his scissors.
Oh, poor Brutus, a very polarizing individual. A lot of his peers weren't the biggest fans of his.
What do you say that? What
As
that
we
means? You
mentioned,
either love
that
him or hate him?
Bret Hart pretty much buried him in his book.
What's polarizing? You love or hate?
Yeah.
Basically. Sort of like Donald Trump was polarizing.
You could say that. Much more so than
Well, they
Brutus
did on
Beefcake.
TV. I always figured that's what it meant.
But how did the boys react when you hear about something like that? The guy, when you get back on the road, he was working B teams with Mr. Perfect
Well,
for the
we all felt bad about it.
Yeah.
The sadder part to me was the fact that he had to go through all that. I know how it is with these. But imagine your face is glued and stapled and bolts and screws and all, because it crushed everything up here.
Oh, his nose was crushed.
Everything.
His jaw was wired shut. 8 steel plates, 40 screws, 100
You
staples.
got it written down?
I do. I had it written all down. Just to try and put Brutus's face back together again.
And
they did a pretty good job. I mean,
yeah,
he looked,
they did a great job.
he looked almost like his old self.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, for considering that, yeah. But sadly, after, and I can't, I've been through the injuries and the surgeries. Just as you're getting over the hump, and now we're on, okay, we can deal with it now, it's getting better. Falls down in the tub and hits his face. You know about that?
No.
He didn't put that in the book.
I don't remember it, no.
Yeah,
He
man.
fell over in the bathtub?
Yeah, he hit his face on the tub and cracked it again.
Did they have to bring him back to the hospital?
I think so. They had to redo or something.
I think didn't stay with Hulk for a little while?
I would imagine he probably did. I don't know that for.
Well, I do remember him saying that Hulk was a great friend to him when it happened. And I mean,
That's not a
his
surprise.
whole world imploded. And that, no matter what you think of the guy, you have to feel for him. That's just horrible.
Why did you say it like that? No matter what you feel about it.
Well, there's
Always
just a lot of people that don't like
right.
him,
Yeah.
Did you ever go, you were a Florida guy, did you ever go and see him when he was out of commission for so long?
Couldn't, was on the road 300 days a year. We didn't have a chance.
You didn't want to take a day off to go and see him?
And I didn't want to, just.
You didn't have time?
Yeah.
Did the boys try and do anything to help out? Maybe try and collect a little money for him?
I don't know if they need to. He was doing pretty good at that time. That was another thing, it was probably the Was that during the barbershop or after? Do you remember?
Long before. That they started doing the barbershop because he
Afterwards?
couldn't work. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He couldn't have matches because of his face.
Well, he was still climbing the ladder even before the barbershop. He was climbing the ladder. He was getting up pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he was working a feud with Perfect for the Intercontinental title on the road.
So what do you think about if Beefcake would have? Well, who was the heel though? Now we was looking for partners to feed Warrior, wasn't we? Earlier episode, we were saying they didn't have nobody to feed him, and they gave him Rick Rude again.
Oh, you mean if they turned Beefcake heel to work with Warrior?
Yeah.
Oh, I think those matches would be horrible. Could you picture that being? I mean, Warrior was someone that was difficult.
For me, it'd be fun because
maybe once as a rib.
I could hear Beefer complaining about it, but I'd love to hear exactly what Jesus Christ, I just love to hear him how he would put it.
He would complain too, Beefcake.
Honky Tonk would complain. He had to. I think he was the first one, wasn't he? Didn't he have to work with him for the Intercontinental title?
Oh, at SummerSlam '88, they were going to do Beefcake and Honky, and then they did the angle where Ron Bass cut him open with his spurs, and the Warrior got the spot. And I think at SummerSlam '90, 2 years later, it was going to be Beefcake and Perfect again for the Intercontinental belt, but because his face was destroyed, they gave Kerry Von Erich the spot.
Yeah.
And Kerry wound up with the title for a very short period of time.
I just remember Honky Tonk. Jesus Christ, he almost killed me and my career. He was like,
when Who was he talking about?
Warrior.
Oh, Warrior?
Yeah.
Did Warrior like Honky at all?
I don't know who he liked besides who I've told you earlier.
I mean, did you ever hear him yelling at Honky like he yelled at everybody else?
No, he didn't yell at the boys, really.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Just people else?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, I tell you these stories. I got to ask you about...
Man, what'd you just swallow?
Oh, my God.
That fly?
I think the fly went down my throat. Hold on 1 second. I got to get a drink of water.
We had a horse fly big as a bird.
We've had some interesting people and some interesting insects in and out of the studio. That July...
Interesting insect.
Interesting insects on the
inside. It was
inside.
bigger than this. What is this? Oh, don't forget to drink your Fabo. That's
Fabo Pop. You got it, baby. July the 16th, Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Lord, I don't know if the story is true, if you ever saw anything. It was a TV shoot, so you would have been in the building. Bret Hart wrote about the ultimate... What do you need, brother?
Oh, you forgot?
No, you're doing the Cosrow Vizeri.
Yeah.
Do you need a timeout?
No, what were you talking about?
Oh, the TV shoot, July of 1990. Ultimate Warrior was set up to do a Make-A-Wish with a child that was on a breathing ventilator. He had on the Ultimate Warrior t-shirt, the tassels, the face paint, and Ultimate Warrior blew him off the entire night. He wouldn't even meet with them.
Really?
Bret Hart called him.
Damn, man.
Bret Hart called him
That's
a coward, a weakling, and a phony hero.
He called who that?
Warrior.
Called
a coward, a phony, a coward, a weakling, and a phony hero that he wouldn't meet with the Make-A-Wish child. And I think if that story is true, I think
Warrior didn't want to meet with the kid.
Right.
That's messed up.
You had a Make-A-Wish kid on a ventilator and a breathing tube.
I just forgot.
What did you think? We weren't shooting?
No, I forgot about getting up.
Where
I was
were you
going to get the bottle top there. But
leave. Forget about that.
I had to now.
We got Johnny C, baby. What a horror! But I mean, if that's true, what a horrible person.
You know, if I'd have known that, I would have yelled at Warrior over that kind of crowd. That's bullshit. Excuse me.
I mean, a dying kid. And you know, funny enough, is the weekend we're taping this, we're doing the Make-A-Wish. Is that signal too, Johnny? Oh, all right. What the hell did you come out for then?
Get the beer top.
Don't worry. We can wait. It's not going to grow legs and run away. Thank you, John.
You don't know that with the
we
flies
appreciate
around
your
here.
attention. The fly may pick it up and run off with it. But did you, other than this instance, did you ever hear of guys that would ignore a Make-A-Wish kid that was set up by WWF?
Sean didn't ignore, but
You told me he didn't like them after the one experience.
He didn't like doing them because we'd go see a kid and have the best time with him. You're supposed to be there half an hour. We were there an hour and a half.
Oh my God! Wow.
You know, and then you got that letter, you know, from the family. They hug you out the door. Shit, I'm about to cry telling you. In the family, you'd get the letter like, well, Joey died, and you're like, you got a hurt in your life that wouldn't 2 days ago you had 4 day whatever it was, you didn't have no clue anything about that, and now you carry that with you. You learn to. I kept doing it. Sean just didn't. He didn't. Because it was hard to do. I don't know how Cena does it. He's got.
He's got more than any person ever. Athlete,
and
actor, and
I'm sure
actress,
it has
singer.
to affect him.
Yeah, he's a strong person to be able to do. I mean, it's been years, but he's done over 500. I know that much. But I mean, honestly, though, how could you even?
And for you to just kids, man.
That's a warrior. That's a warrior that blows off a dying kid on a ventilator in his T-shirt, wearing his makeup and with tassels.
Yeah, I'm getting pissed
and I
off.
agree with everything
I
that
was
Bret
just went
Hart
from
said.
crying, now I'm getting pissed off again.
That is a coward, and that is a weakling, and that is a fake hero.
I don't understand it either. Why?
God, I remember that. And you know what? If it's untrue, apologies, but I can't see anyone making up a story like that.
Who actually said it?
Bret.
Bret Hart. No, Bret wouldn't make nothing up like that.
No, he wasn't a big Warrior fan, and that was just one of the many reasons why. But did you ever hear of any other? I know you just mentioned Sean a minute ago because it was, it hurt his heart.
Yes.
Did you ever? Were there guys that you, geez, I don't want to deal with these kids? They were an annoyance.
Not that I know of.
Well, that's one thing you can say about WWF. Think of the kids that they've helped over the years.
And they do
to
a great job of that.
Nobody does it better.
Another thing I did a lot was with the Special Olympics. Well, Sue would hook that up. Sue Aitchison.
Right in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's where I know they're based out of Connecticut.
And that was the first Special Olympics I did was in Connecticut. And that's another thing I enjoy doing, man. Hugging up with the little kids and helping them do something like a run or throwing the ball somewhere or whatever. That was always fun to do, because there's smiles on their faces and they
it gives
feel
them some
good.
life instead of being just stuck in the house.
Yeah.
And you know what? We've been proud Special Olympic partners since 2011. I don't know if you knew that here in Boston.
That, but I'm glad to hear that.
We do a lot of good work with Special Olympics, especially at our live events like we have coming to Memorial Hall Saturday night, November the 13th. Back to the 80s WrestleFest. For ticket information, head on over to bostonwrestling.com as we celebrate our 20th anniversary with some of the great legends that made this industry what it was during that big 80s boom. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to wrap up another intriguing night with Marty Jannetty. Stand by.
In the house.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as we continue Marty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey through the 80s and 90s. A man that was rocking since he came out of the womb. there must have been a lot of music playing around your mother.
On that
When
day,
you were in the womb, maybe she had little headsets on and you were already rocking.
I just know when I was born, I slapped the doctor, took a cab to the club, been partying ever since.
Well, maybe someone that was partying a little bit too much on July 18th, 1990.
Why, what happened?
Haku and Brady Boone arrested in Sauset, Illinois after a big barroom
East St.
brawl.
Louis.
Were you there for that?
Well, I heard about it. I wasn't there. But,
you weren't there for that one?
Which is, I guess that's basically East St. Louis. It was when you go over this big bridge off to the right going into Illinois. It was a flats area, and there was clubs there. There was a great place for partying, and you know they were probably in St. Louis that night. We were wrestling on the other team, wherever the heck we were.
Gotcha.
And word got away to us right away what happened. I guess barroom brawl, and nobody could do nothing with Haku. Nobody ever could. Immediate where we got was that he got beat up at a bar, and
Haku got beat up.
That's what got to us at the other show. We're like,
impossible.
Yeah, and Hacksaw. Remember Hacksaw in particular said, "Hey, anybody on any day, you never know. There's always someone out there." But we still, that being true, we know that. But no, not Haku though, right? And as we found out the next day, actually what happened was nobody did that to Haku. That's why the police came, because Haku wiped everybody down, and the police wanted to get him, and he wouldn't let them. So they sprayed him with mace and kicked him, in certain places, and why he was. They said at first he was just eating the mace, and then I guess they power sprayed him or something. He had a mark down his face for like a week or so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But they got in his eye somehow to where it slowed, he stopped him and they nutted him, and then they put the boots to him, I guess. Still didn't hurt him, but
just enough to arrest him.
Yeah, and just like I said, the only thing he had was a line down his face. You could, he's dark complected.
Yeah.
It was a little bit darker line from where they did the mace thing.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Why is it that Haku got into so many barroom brawls?
Because he's a wrestler. That's a big guy. He's not a bodybuilder big, but he's pretty big. I've been solid as a rock.
And he was trained.
But he's very nice and polite. Because I was with him one time, and I don't know what bar that was that night. It probably wasn't the same bar, but he's so nice, so gentle. That a lot of people, when they're like, "Oh, fucking wrestler shit," and then you see how soft and nice you be, and they say, "Oh, they ain't shit. He ain't. Look how he's," and he would take it. He'd let you say one thing and give you a pass, and then people would take that kindness as a weakness and go overboard, and then generally you had to put your hands on him. When I was with him, they put the hands on him, and that was it. That was a no-no. It's probably, I imagine that's what happened that night, and like I said, the gentle giant, nicest guy, but if you're gonna take it to the physical, it ain't gonna be nice. They ain't gonna like it.
It wasn't a nice night for whoever was in that bar. What about Brady Boone? There's a name that may never come up again. Any memories of him?
He got, and he was an athlete. Was he an Olympic, or he was something with gymnastics? He was pretty good.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a pretty good athlete. But he got knocked out right away, I think. Kurt Hennig was with him. Kurt had about 14 stitches. He got hit with a bar stool over there.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He had like 14, 16 or more, either staples or stitches, whatever it was. Actually, you could see it. Kurt's came up to us right to the front of his hairline. The next TV, you could see. For us who knew what we were, looking at, how you had the curly hair. But
yeah.
It was situated right to where you could see the stitches that come right down to here. I think they ran across his head there. Yeah, it was them three. Brady got knocked all the way. Kurt didn't get knocked out, but he got busted open pretty bad.
And Haku just took out everything.
Haku wiped it out, and then the police come to get him.
But Haku, he was arrested so many times for barroom brawls. Was it ever a concern to
I
the
didn't know
company?
it was all the time.
Well,
No,
I mean, it
because
was a
he
couple
always
times a year.
Always in the right. Another thing that I don't really want to touch on here because I don't want to, get that crap started up. But he didn't like being called N-word.
The N-word. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I don't understand why anyone would even throw it in his direction, where he was Samoan.
Stupid as hell.
Yeah.
But that would piss him off more than how you phony wrestler or you fake fucker, you ain't shit. But you call him that, he'd go off on it. In fact, tonight I saw him go off. That's what they, you ninja, and then snatched him. I say snatched him like you ain't nothing but a. And then I say ninja, but they didn't say ninja.
The other N word.
Yeah. And boy, whap, bap, 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 and I'm thinking, oh shit, there's more of them. Bap, 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 bap. I'm like, well, goddamn, I ain't got to do nothing. I mean, shoot.
What was it? Was he trained as a sumo wrestler? Is that what it?
I don't know.
Where his strength came from?
It probably could have been, but I know he was so high up in the marsh. That's your boy, probably.
No, that's your phone.
Probably Charlie calling
You
me.
can take a peek real quick if you.
I'll do it in a second, but I wanted just to say that. I forgot what the heck I was saying.
He was like a machine.
Yeah, it was something else we was going to say, but anyway, I don't know, but he was. I didn't know he got arrested a lot of times though. I know
a couple times a year at least.
No, it wasn't that much.
It was. How many times has it come up?
Well, Jimmy Jack Funk. You remember I wasn't there for it, but. Jimmy Jack's
it was a bad night for Jimmy Jack Funk night.
He'd caused us that problem. He was the reason we got fired.
Yep.
And he was just strung out from the road. Some guys just didn't do well with it, with the 40, 50, and 60 days in a row. And it is, man. The ring is a break. It's the road, it's the routine of, one city to the next, the same routine, the hotel, to rent a car, to find a place to eat, find a gym, get back showered up, find a place that you go eat after the show, get to the show. It's just you can't mess up. You got to, the whole day is timed at different places. And until you're in a city enough times, you're lost. That's the most frustrating thing.
No GPS.
You got to time. Yeah, no GPSs. You got to find a place. The city map ain't gonna help you much. You got to ask. People send you the wrong direction. Some people in country ass towns, or you can't get there from here. Shit like that. But yeah, man, that's a hell of a schedule. And Jimmy Jack, that's the only reason he screwed up Sean and I. He wasn't really comprehending the everything that was going on, and did it with Haku, something similar. Evidently, I wasn't there. We got the boot already. And from what I heard though, he did one of his keys. He was more deadly with his feet than his fist. The only time I saw, I actually only saw him that one time. I was telling you.
And it was his feet.
Yeah, pop, pop, pop. I mean, he could kick a face. I mean, you could put a pin on the wall, tell him kick it. He hit it. But he kicked Jimmy Jack evidently and knocked his eye out of socket.
Yeah,
he had to put his eye back in the socket.
Wow.
But yeah,
I wouldn't want him mad at me.
No.
I wouldn't want him mad at me.
That's the thing. He wouldn't. He's the nicest guy in the world. Same with Barbarian. There's another guy that can hurt you. That's how we knew how badass Haku was, because I think they're cousins or something. And Barbarian had some guy was talking. He was a big brute guy that just got through with Barbarian in the ring, and he comes in the match was what I meant. Comes in and he starts throwing chairs. Fucking Barbarian stiff me, that son of a bitch is kicking shit around. We're like, damn. And Barb walks in the dressing room and he goes, oh, thank you, Barb, for the match. We're like, wow.
What a
kicking
phony.
the chairs around. And we asked Barb after, what's it like to be the baddest boy in the business? And he's like, hey, okay. Now, Haku, he bad. And that's when like, wow. For Barbarian, and Barb's a martial art too. They can do all that stuff. Yeah. I think he was. I didn't see that. Or I didn't see him. I heard him. He did the feet too.
I know he threw a pretty good kick.
Yes, he did. I can tell you that.
Well, yeah. You took it many a times, yeah.
But it really was light, for
was it light?
Big man, yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. We got a lot going on here in the world of Boston wrestling sports. Again, we ask you, please If you're chatting with us during the premiere, give us a super chat. Don't forget to tip the bartender. A thumbs up. Subscribing to the YouTube is free. It alerts fans through YouTube about all the great stuff we're doing here in the world of Boston wrestling. You can share the links to our great talk shows on social media to get more fans engaged. The eBay store is open 24/7. You can find the link in the description box below. Never mind our world-renowned Patreon streaming service where you become a member of the Boston Wrestling family. The link is below. You can also check out patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. And again, Marty, Saturday night, November the 13th, as we celebrate 20 years of Boston wrestling.
In that nice building.
In that beautiful building, Memorial Hall, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. MWF Boston Wrestling. We're going back to the 80s for WrestleFest. Great legends from the great era of the sport and the hungry young athletes, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow are going to light it up in the ring. For ticket information, head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Our goal is to give you the best value in professional wrestling. For my Thursday night partner in crime,
MJ,
Marty Jannetty. I am not Haku.
I do want to brag on that building a little bit. I just saw it last night for the first time on the outside. That's a nice-ass building. And you were saying it's even prettier on the inside, huh?
Yeah, they had wrestling and boxing in that venue back in the 30s and 40s. So it's a classic. It's that old,
wow.
Yeah. Road Dogg thought it was haunted. Seriously, true story.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's interesting. But great venue. There's not a bad seat in the house. It holds about 800. It's got a floor seating and just one lower loge. Again.
How much? 800?
About 800.
I suggest get your tickets early.
Well, I tell you this, the tickets were flying up until coronavirus hit, and then it got delayed a year and a half. But such is life. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marathi. Don't forget tomorrow night after SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays. We'll be back next Thursday night to party with Marty. Until then, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Sir.
Wrestling fans, we've told you that we have a new Tuesday night coming for you for our 20th anniversary beginning September 7th when Boston Wrestling MWF goes extreme. Sunday night, August the 29th, one of the rotating superstars joining us will be former ECW World Champion Justin Credible, coming to MWF Studios for the first time for Wrestling Insider's Extreme tapings, plus a live episode and Cyber autograph signing. Joining New Jack, Justin Credible brings a brand new edge to Tuesday nights. Interested in joining us live? Boston Wrestling Patreon family members can join us for free. For information, visit patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans anywhere in the world can join us for the live episode and Cyber autograph signing. For more, visit bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, and Cyber autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. Marty's back every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling. Don't miss 2 special bonus live episodes this week at Wednesday and Thursday night at 8 p.m. with those Cyber autograph signings featuring Marty himself. There was that misconception that we had cut ties with Marty or Marty left the show. Come on now. It comes up in chat on almost every episode. It's complete BS. I believe that rumor started down in Long Island, New York, but that has nothing to do with the great things we're doing here in Boston. Whatever happened in June, Marty is our friend. We have to keep in mind, fans, that Marty was overcoming and still is overcoming pain from 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries this year. And we're trying to create the best game plan possible to give you guys the best content possible. As I've said to Marty directly, as I've said to you guys, we don't just want him on the show in 2021. We want him on the show in 2031. I look at this as a long-term partnership, a friendship, and we want you guys along for the ride. Fans, the countdown continues. We're just 11 weeks away from Boston Wrestling's 20th anniversary, back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. If you're in the Northeast, where else would you want to be? We humbly hope that you will be joining Marty Jannetty, Jake the Snake Roberts, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, and more as we celebrate Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary, back to the 80s. A live wrestling autograph photo fan fest that includes a VIP exclusive Q&A session will create memories you'll never forget. That's what it's all about. Anyone can give you a wrestling show, renting a ring at a VFW hall. This is an event that you will never forget. Discount tickets and all-inclusive VIP packages remain until we announce our 6th featured guest. It could come at any time. I almost feel like a dad waiting for the text from the mom waiting to give birth, as I have another very unique, interesting guest that I'm hoping, knock on wood, is going to be joining us. Who knows? It could come during one of the live streams this weekend. I honestly have no idea. As we close out Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, it's time for old Johnny Cash himself as John Cena Sr. shoots on SummerSlam, CM Punk's AEW debut, the returns of Becky Lynch and Brock Lesnar, and tons more.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marotti, John Cena Sr. here. A brand new time slot for us, Johnny. There is so much going on Friday nights. Why try and make the fans choose? We can be, again, our goal has always been to kind of be the post-game show for the Major League Professional Wrestling of the night, and where AEW has been so successful, which we'll talk about momentarily.
Sure.
Much like we do with Oscar on Monday night, we premiere his show at 11 after Raw, so it kind of made sense to me, especially on Friday night when people are kind of relaxing after a hard week's work. You know, they can check out Fabulous Fridays at 11, or even on Saturday morning, late night when they get home from a bar, however they want to do it.
Works for me. Hopefully it'll work for you.
Because you're fabulous, baby. That's what Majo told me, at least. I don't know when Mrs. is coming back to the USA Network, but big week ahead, Johnny. We have former ECW World Champion Justin Credible coming in on Sunday Night Live for the very first time. Wrestling Insider Extreme. We are taking Tuesday nights in a whole new direction. As you know, we had the series finale of the former show that was in that slot. So beginning September 7th, we are going to be going to the world of Extreme. We have those great episodes already produced with New Jack. And for those of you that loved ECW, that lived for ECW, we're going to try and bring you a weekly series with the superstars, the people, the surroundings, the circumstances about that great era. For those that thought it was a great era in professional wrestling, Johnny, were you an ECW guy?
I was. I enjoyed ECW. Paul Heyman did a wonderful job. A lot of times when the boys that come in to do the shows, they stay at my house afterwards and leave the next day. Great group of guys. Instead of going to the hotel, why not?
Are you talking about the WWE version of ECW?
I'm talking ECW.
Back in the 90s?
That's right. Ask Justin Incredible. He'll tell you about. He remembers.
Whoa.
He remembers staying over.
Well, see, I didn't know you then. But you used to go to the ECW live events when they were in town?
Absolutely. I
Really?
wouldn't miss those for unbelievable.
Over at Wonderland?
Yeah, I'd go every time.
Or Waltham?
Yeah,
or?
they were in New Hampshire. They were all over.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
place.
I didn't.
Yep.
I had no idea.
Yep. They were my favorite group of people. That was real wrestling. Let me tell you, that was something you would never, ever just sit back and go, wow, I don't believe they're doing this.
I think the biggest problem with ECW was they almost took it to the extreme, no pun intended. I think there was only so far they could go with blood and guts and violence until, okay, how do we top this? I mean, do we cut off someone's head with an axe?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
at some point, you can't keep topping what you've already done.
No,
I mean, look at those dives. New Jack almost died. He
Right off the balcony.
A 30-foot dive off of a balcony. I mean, at what point was it, if it didn't end on its own, what would they have done? I mean, some have suggested they would have tried to revolutionize the wheel and go the quote-unquote indie style of today with a lot of high spot wrestling as opposed to the hardcore style wrestling. Maybe they would have been the first to have tried that. You know, you look back at that, a very underrated series they had with Jerry Lynn and Rob Van Dam.
Yep.
I could see them maybe trying to build the promotion that way, where at its peak, when it was, as far as the quality of the events was at its peak, you know, it was in the middle of the Monday Night Wars, and WWF and WCW were going head-to-head with Raw and Nitro. Everybody was looking for talent. Paul Heyman really didn't have the luxury of being able to afford too many high six-figure contracts with what they were pulling in from the ECW Arena and, you know, Wonderland Greyhound Park and Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania, and some of the other places they went. And then, you know, they wound up getting a video game deal, which was huge. They wound up getting on TNN, which later became Spike TV, which was almost a slap in the face at them. They were almost used to try and get the attention of the pretty girl in WWF, when WWF wound up on TNN a year later for a monster contract compared to what ECW was making, which left ECW without a home, which left ECW without a TV show, which left ECW without any television revenue. And within 4 months, it was c'est la vie.
Goodbye.
And Vince bought it for pennies on the dollar. And I tell you, the money they made with that library, then turning it into the WWE CW on Sci-Fi.
Horrible.
There wasn't much to write home about.
Horrible.
You remember the Abraham Washington show?
Yep.
Yeah, that was the home of that.
Yep.
But I think it's going to be an interesting series. I think we're going to have some interesting people. I know James Mitchell kind of creeps you out and makes you feel a little
good man.
Odd. So we got some cool stuff coming up on Tuesday nights. It's a new Tuesday for a new season.
Just incredible.
For a new decade for us.
What a guy. I've worked several shows with that man.
Well,
it's going to be very interesting, let me tell you.
Yes.
Very interesting.
And then you want to talk about interesting, Johnny. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, as we noted, the man that said he learned every party trick he knew from John Cena Sr., the man that taught him how to rock, watching his old VHS home videos from back in the 70s, Marty Jannetty returns.
God bless Marty.
God bless me.
Well, God bless Marty. I can't wait to see that. I can't wait.
I am happy to have our friend back. He is in good spirits. He is further removed from those 2 surgeries that he had. So I think it's going to be a really interesting series of interviews, as we always have. And for you guys, not only do we have Just Incredible live Sunday night, but on Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to have Marty live for Cyber Autograph signing. So we're going to have, hopefully, a lot of fun.
Going to be great.
Now, Johnny, I know earlier you were very impressed with my lady attention gravitating scent that I had.
Eau de Cologne.
No, not cologne. That's right here, baby.
What?
I got it right here on the set.
What is
it? It is the sexy as hell strawberry lemonade bay spray. Now, I don't know if you've been using this to try and attract Margot Oulette, but JTG, I call him the walking QVC with all the different products he's wisely trying to develop to continue to, have life and income outside of being stuck to professional wrestling. He said he wants to pimp me up and make me John Cena III. I think that'd be kind of impossible, or maybe the 6th Cena. He said he's going to up my pimp game.
Nobody wants to see you.
He said me and you are going to be in competition with some of these women.
Nobody wants to see you.
No. They want to see you.
No, I don't know about that either. But
they want to see you.
I had a great time at the Kowloon.
Well, you want to talk about that for a minute?
Later on, we'll talk about it whenever you
want.
want.
We'll talk about, again,
I
folks,
love that.
If you want some information on JTG and his great products, we have it all over our social media, or all over the platforms. I tell you this, strawberry lemonade, who would have ever thought that would make for such a nice scent for a body spray for a guy? I didn't want to. I'll give you.
Wow.
Spray a little on your wrist if you want.
Wow. It's very simple ingredients.
Well, don't give away the recipe.
I'm
Johnny.
not.
Come on now.
But it's on the label.
Well, I guess anyone can get it then if they buy a bottle.
The trick to this,
Yeah.
The trick to this, my friend, is the fragrance.
Yeah.
And he's got it down perfect.
I received the highest of
Wow.
compliments from a very attractive individual as a result of
Very
this.
clean, fresh smelling.
That's one thing about it. It's very fresh. It almost feels like you're getting out of the shower when you put it on.
Yeah, it's great stuff.
Yeah. So JTG's done an exceptional job. He is yet another one of the rotating hosts. He's going to be with us every week from mid-October as we head into the big MWF Boston Wrestling 20th anniversary, back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. So Jay is taking quite an immersive look into things here in Boston wrestling. I think the episodes with him have been great. Even though I've got, I think, maybe 3 years on him, we both became fans right around the same time because his mom was a fanatic in New York, and even at 2 years old, taking him to the MSG house shows. And so him and I, you know, instead of sometimes quote-unquote historical episodes, we just chew the fat and talk wrestling sometimes, and I think the fans have liked it. Again, you know what? The idea with these Wrestling Insider series is to have variety. I love historical episodes. Current event episodes can be interesting too. And again, you know, you hate to use I just based on our demographics, more of a guy show than a female show, but there's nothing wrong with that.
I think we appeal to both.
Well, if you looked at the numbers, I know you may. Well, I'm not. I won't even make that joke. But you appeal to everyone, Johnny, because you are fabulous.
Thank you.
But I know the women that do tune in, they can't resist.
Thank you.
I mean, we've even had people, females, offering money for articles of your clothing.
Now I know he's smoking something.
All right, Johnny. Well, before we get into all the big news in wrestling, on SummerSlam Saturday afternoon, you had quite the interesting experience at the world-famous Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex, where we had our holiday headlocks dinner several years back. What were you doing up at Kowloon, old Johnny Cash over there?
Old Johnny Cash was up there with some big stars were up there. One of your former wrestling people was there, Eddie Edwards.
Oh, was he?
Hopefully he'll be showing up for the 13th. We'll see what happens with that. Francine was there.
Of ECW fans.
Enzo Amore was there.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't realize it turned into such a big thing.
Matt Cardona, formerly known as Zack Ryder. Jack Hawkins was there. It was a great day. Andy Wong and the Wong family, I can only say thank you. The hospitality shown to all of us was above and beyond what anybody could expect.
Was Andy throwing chops?
Andy was there, boy.
Was he throwing chops?
No chops. He was there doing his stuff. Let me tell you, I can't thank him enough.
You know what he told me? He said, well, it's no secret now that Kowloon is trying to, reinvent the property over the next couple of years. He said he actually wanted to go to one of the local wrestling schools, and he wanted to get into the industry as Ricky the Dragon Kowloon.
Your jokes are not funny. You heard me say that right here, folks. His jokes are not funny.
We could relive Randy Savage and the Dragon.
I'm going to say this. It was a great time. Sold out. That show sold out in 5 minutes. Sold out.
In 5 minutes?
5 minutes, there were no tickets left.
Wow.
5 minutes, that show was gone.
Now, could you eat? I mean, could you get food while the show was going
They
on?
had food there, Andy.
So it was kind of like Bruce's?
Right. You could buy food, buy drinks. The Kowloon fed the boys and the ladies back there. It was unbelievable. It was just so much fun to be with a lot of the fellows and ladies that I had worked with in the past, have not had a chance to catch up with. Some new faces I hadn't seen. It was just unbelievable. And all I can say to the fans, all I can say to Matt and Kurt and those involved, thank you for allowing me part of it. I didn't think they knew John Cena Sr.
Everybody knows
But I got to tell you
Cena
something.
Sr.
Thank you for the response. Thank you for the kindness. And you'll be seeing more of John Cena Sr.
Did you bring any women with you?
Nope.
You went solo?
Solo.
Now, how many women came on to you?
None. I'll be very honest with you.
What about Francine?
I did what I had to do. She's very kind, very nice.
Yeah.
She's a married woman.
Oh, all right. Well,
she's remembered me from a signing we did in New Jersey, New York. Mr. Cena, she said, "Are you still doing conventions and signings?" Yep, I am. And I just tell you, it was a great, great feeling. And I did what I had to do, what I was asked to do. I did not stay for autographs after.
Why?
I didn't think I was needed for that.
Did you bring any 8x10s?
I brought my Fabo box, which everybody, if you see, I've got it right on my phone. You can see it's all over Matt's Instagram, Facebook. It's all out there. People were crying, Fabo bucks. We got Fabo bucks out there. And I was informed or asked where I was because several individuals, more than several, I guess, wanted to take photos and pictures and get autographs with J-Fab, John Cena Sr.
Yet another reason for the fans to be there live Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall.
Yep.
Up close and personal with a wide variety of the good stuff, baby. Who needs champagne when you got a little Fabo pop, baby?
It'll be there. My whole thing was, but it was a great time. Great
now,
time.
what do they do? Do they primarily talk about action figures about the show?
No. It was a completely different setup. They all three went out, and they basically everybody was assuming it's going to be a podcast. Didn't work out that way. They introduced, one of the wrestlers from New England, well known, Eddie Edwards. Man, he was out there. The Queen of Extreme, Francine. So it really wasn't this sit down with headphones. And
what was it that they were doing? Was it interviews or?
Everybody came out, did their thing.
But what was the thing, I guess, is what I'm trying
whatever
to get to.
they had asked you to do.
What did you do?
I just came out, and there's a young man there who was going to be going over to AEW. I just came out, did my thing, and then they asked for a few words, and then I just raised his hand. And my comment was, "The champ is here." And that was it. That was it.
You get your spot in.
I would do what I was told. It's like wrestling. You know what? When the promoter says job, you job. When the promoter says win, you win. So you're in charge.
Fair enough.
I'd
All right,
do it again.
In a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat.
I know I've had a lot of fun doing Bruce's shows, and you did too.
Yep.
So I imagine, would you put it on par with Bruce's show?
I think it was on par with Bruce's show, if not a little higher.
Wow.
Completely different shows. And I compliment Bruce because his show is not what Matt's show is.
Yeah, they're different.
Not like Foley's show is. So when you ask me to rate that, it's a little higher than Bruce's because it's a completely different product. Put Pritchard up against somebody else that's doing the show. Pritchard gets 150.
Yeah.
This guy gets 110. Pritchard's on top. So two different types of products, but I had a hell of a time.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we are going to take a brief time out. We come back, we'll dive into a world of professional wrestling that is nonstop, day in, day out. So much happening right about now. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Tickets are on sale now at BostonWrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Providence Civic Center in Providence, Rhode Island, Sunday, August the 27th, 1989. In the opening contest, Tim Horner beat Boris Zukov. Brutus the Barber Beefcake battled WWF Intercontinental Champion Ravishing Rick Rude to a draw. Mr. Perfect with the win over Hercules. Superfly Jimmy Snuka defeated the Honky Tonk Man. The Bushwhackers victorious over the Powers of Pain via disqualification. Widowmaker Barry Windham beat Paul Roma. And in the main event, Macho Man Randy Savage with the win over WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan via countout. If you were in Providence live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstars, shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Wrestling fans, we've told you that we have a new Tuesday night coming for you for our 20th anniversary beginning September 7th when Boston Wrestling MWF goes extreme. Sunday night, August the 29th, one of the rotating superstars joining us will be former ECW World Champion Justin Credible, coming to MWF Studios for the first time for Wrestling Insiders Extreme tapings, plus a live episode and Cyber autograph signing. Joining New Jack, Justin Credible brings a brand new edge to Tuesday nights. Interested in joining us live? Boston Wrestling Patreon family members can join us for free. For information, visit patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans anywhere in the world can join us for the live episode and Cyber autograph signing. For more, visit bostonwrestling.com. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. If you ever have a chance to see that Zack Ryder and Kurt Hawkins traveling show, sounds like it's a heck of a lot of fun. I don't know if it'll be as much fun as we're going to have November the 13th, but then again, we're celebrating 2 decades. They haven't got to that place yet.
I don't know, but they're coming back in this next summer.
Are they really?
They're coming back.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll invite them down here, too, to promote the show when they're here. Why not?
Yep.
That's what I like about this show. You know, everyone says we're WWE, we're WWE, we're WWE. We're pro anybody that's good pro wrestling, I think.
I agree. I agree.
That's the way I've always looked at it.
I like that.
I have no discrimination against anyone. If it's bad pro wrestling, I want nothing to do with it.
Well,
but if it's good people and good pro wrestling, that's what this studio was all about, in my humble opinion.
Well,
not that I ever was humbled by Sheiky Baby.
If the show or the wrestling is bad, we call it like we see it.
We do.
I do, and you do too. So.
Well, we got a new wrestling show to talk about, Johnny. AEW Rampage. They got a little nervous. Tony Khan and TNT executives were worried about going head-to-head with us Friday nights at 10 p.m. So, you know, we didn't want to put the pressure on them, so we decided to move to 11.
I'm glad you're chuckling because I'm sure Tony Khan wasn't worried about John Cena Sr. or Dan Marotti.
Well, I think I put out feelers about bringing you into Dynamite October 27th here in Boston, but I unfortunately had to break the news that you were going to be at Halloween Horror Nights.
I would love to have been there. I really will. Justin Roberts texted me, found out how things are going, and I'm sure he would have texted me, let me know when they were coming in. I'm sorry to miss AEW. I hopefully will be able to catch the next show when they're in the area. I'm so looking forward to it.
I think you'll enjoy it. I know I did. It had a different feel. If nothing else, it had a different feel, and it was a different experience than what is usually a great WWE live experience. But sometimes different can be good. And you know what? That's to take nothing away from the outstanding productions that WWE live television tapings and pay-per-views can be. It's nothing to take away from what I think are my favorites, the WWE non-televised events. You know how much I love those.
I like those better than the televised.
Because it's usually solid, good wrestling from beginning to end with very little in the ways of skits and vignettes. You get the meat. You get the meat, baby. No appetizer.
Nope.
No dessert.
Nope.
You get the meat, baby.
Well, a little dessert in there sometime. There's a little in there.
That's what Marjo said.
Oh,
but that's a
God. Here
different
we
story
go.
for a different
All right.
time. But AEW Rampage, Johnny, the first 2 episodes, we haven't had a chance to watch the one from tonight. But what smart way to kick off the series. You have Kenny Omega, the AEW, the Impact Wrestling champion, the AAA champion down in Mexico against Christian Cage.
puts the Impact Wrestling Championship on the line. Bada bing, bada boom. Christian Cage is the new Impact Wrestling Champion, a title he held under the auspices of TNA when he was there between 2005 and 2008. I think, in some ways, I think Impact benefits from it. I think Kenny Omega is one of the great wrestlers in pro wrestling right now. I think, Kenny competed here in Boston Wrestling back in 2005. But I think if you were to talk to the average Joe on the street, I think Christian Cage may have more name value. I think he's better known. He's been around the block.
Name recognition.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
I agree.
And he has a great history in Impact Wrestling.
I agree.
So I think it was win-win for everybody. I think Kenny Omega went in and did a very serviceable job trying to enhance what Impact Wrestling was doing. And now Impact, not only do they have someone that is, if not equal, more name value right now, someone that has a great history within that organization. So what not just a great way to kick off the series, but the opening match on the series to try and capture people's attention.
I agree. That was a great show. Great show.
Well, and we can only hope that that helps Impact going along, as Impact, as we've noted, by hook or by crook, for all the people that write them off as they're going to die, they're not going to be around much longer. 19 years after the fact, Impact Wrestling is still alive.
They got to beef it up a little bit. There's a little bit of massaging to do there. The talent, the work, the product, it's good, but I just think they've got to beef that up. You know what the problem is now? Now you've got three choices. You're really up against it, and I think that Tony Khan has made a smart decision. Aligning himself with New Japan Pro, aligning himself with Impact. I think that's the smart way to grow.
It's like the old NWA, all the different territories.
It's a smart way to grow.
Yeah.
It's a smart way to go and grow. So we'll see what happens. I'm interested.
I am too. And then week 2 of AEW, probably one of the biggest news stories of 2021, the return of an old partner, a friend of yours, man that you held, Daniel Bryan, and you gave him some chops. Talking about the one, the only, the man that almost blew the roof off of the United Center, sold out in Chicago. CM Punk, he's back. Some people doubted it would happen, but he's back.
Well, I always said CM Punk, Phil Brooks, is a very smart individual, very talented individual. He will analyze and make sure that it's what he wants, not for the money. And I mean that. I think he and his wife have done very well. They continue to do very well. But Phil loves the sport. He loves professional wrestling. And I think he made a decision that AEW was the place where he had creative freedom. We'd be working full-time now. He's not going to be this part-time jobber. He's going to be there full-time. I think the fans have a lot to look forward to, but let's see how he's used, and let's see where it goes from there.
I think they were very smart in not having him have a physical altercation with another wrestler on night 1. Let it simmer.
Sit in the middle of the ring, do his pipe bomb stuff, and let it go from there. I watched that. That was interesting. Again, the fans, many fans commented on that. Some were positive, others were negative. So let's see how it goes. It's a 50-50 split.
I thought it was nice in the media appearance that he did after the show. He said,
Yes.
and at the end of the day, it really came down to his two decisions were AEW or our 20th anniversary back to the 80s event at Memorial Hall. And unfortunately, he chose AEW, but it was nice to know we were in the running.
Well, you know, I can tell you this, Mr. I'm only kidding. I found from a couple of the wrestlers that I was with back at the Kowloon for Matt's show and Kurt's show, AEW and Impact wrestlers are allowed to work the indie circuit.
Many of them.
So if you want CM Punk, put your money where your mouth is.
Well,
there you
I
go,
think he's a
fans.
little out of the price range. A little out of the price range for that event.
We might be able to get somebody else.
Hey, that's a different story for a different time as we continue to get closer, although it is amazing now that we're just about 11 weeks away. 11 weeks away from our baby. 2 decades. My little baby's growing, Johnny. It's almost old enough to drink.
Okay, folks.
But I tell you, what a reaction One of the great reactions I think wrestling fans will ever see from when he came out at that United Center. He kind of reenacted the pipe bomb promo a little bit, just sitting in the middle of the ring, chit-chatting with 15,000 of his neighbors in Chicago. AEW, you wonder, I don't think their original game plan was to go after so many WWE known commodities. I think they wanted to try and take and cultivate younger talent from the independents and try and make them their own and brand them their own. But, they walked into Andrade Almas, who I think to me should be one of Raw's or WWE's main event heels right now.
Yep.
Alistair Black is Malachi Black. They've
what
done
a
more
loss.
with him in 3 weeks than WWE did the entire time he
was there. I agree with that.
CM Punk now, well, obviously CM Punk hasn't been around WWE lately, but Daniel Bryan apparently is going to be debuting soon. I think it was very smart that they held off on that. I would not have had him debut the same night as Punk. I would save Bryan for when they're going to have 2 big back-to-back weeks in the New York City area. I would save Bryan for one of those 2 shows to debut. One man's opinion.
No, I agree with that.
On Halloween, Bray Wyatt becomes a free agent and eligible to sign with any promotion he wants.
I can't wait.
You think about this, the AEW has a pay-per-view the second Saturday in November.
I can't wait.
Now, what do you think about that? The
I
potential of Bray Wyatt in
Bray
AEW.
Wyatt at AEW with no limits on what he does or the character. Sit back, brother. Get ready for the ride. You're going to see the new Undertaker.
I'm interested into how they can or will bring him to life. Would they call him Wyndham Rotundo with a dark look? Would they try and come up with some kind of horror, nightmarish scenario look for him? He has teased certain things on social media, but I think that's all sometimes those things can be. Social media teases to try and get people talking, but the human being himself is going to add a lot to that product if he chooses to go to AEW.
I think he will. He'd be foolish not to. I think he'd be foolish not to. WWE owns the name Bray Wyatt.
Right. And Fiend.
And what?
And Fiend.
And Fiend?
Fiend.
Yeah, Fiend, yeah. I think that there's always a way around that. Bray may be the name. They don't own Wyatt. So pick any name you want. Fiend may be the name, but it's an open field when you get to that. So I think there's a ton of ways around this thing. I think that they made the biggest mistake of their life when they let Bray Wyatt go for whatever reason. Nobody tried to retain him. It was just see
It's not that nobody tried to retain him. It's not like he was a free agent. They threw him out like garbage.
Well,
they released other than Roman Reigns. Like I said, I would say he was probably, I would have thought, the most bulletproof person they had.
Apparently not, because
he's someone when you go to the live events and you open your ears and pay attention to the fans, he's someone that they were paying to go to see. And right now, when, let's be kind, WWE isn't at its highest popularity peak, going on 2 decades now, but Bray Wyatt was someone the fans were interested in seeing. He was an experience in and of itself. His entrance, his music, his matches, the fans wanted to experience that. It was like an Undertaker-like entrance.
Thank you.
And they took that away from the fans for no real reason. This is a company that is making record profits, Johnny, each and every quarter. They're breaking their own records, and yet they continue to throw out high-quality talent like they're nothing. And I saw an interview with Nick Khan, the new president, who I have a lot of respect for the man. He comes across as very smart, very intelligent. The things he says make sense, but when it comes down to the execution of some of the moves, they say they're worried about not the past, but the present and the future. Alistair Black couldn't be part of the present and the future. Andrade in his early 30s couldn't be part of the present and the future. Bray Wyatt wasn't a part of the present, never mind the future. Strowman couldn't be at least part of the present. I mean, I know he's probably pushing 40. He's closer to 40 than 30.
Where's he headed?
Isn't that something that really, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of an awkward, Howard's given us the old signal there, which means we got a couple minutes before break. But, I mean, isn't that something? A guy that pinned Billy Goldberg to end WrestleMania 36. They went off the air with WrestleMania with him as the champion. Now, a year and a half later, doesn't even have a place to go. It's crazy to me. I don't know if it's crazy to you.
They made a lot of dumb moves, like nobody 30 or over will ever be hired. That's stupid. You know, talent comes in different packages in different ways. Boogeyman's an example. Strowman's an example. I think you can't close your eyes to that. If I were to analyze the situation, I don't care what anybody says. You only clean house the way they're cleaning it because, as Khan says, we're not actively seeking, but we're always open. Whatever's good for business. They're actively looking for a buyer.
Well, getting rid of so many talents in their primes, in their peaks, there is no positive to that.
No.
All it's going to do is turn off your fan base. Why disappoint fans when, before coronavirus, business, live event business was very flat, if not going down, declining? Why take away stars that fans enjoyed?
Same 10 wrestlers every week. Over and over and over and over. You know what? Eventually, it's like going to the hometown buffet. You get pretty tired of the food and you stop going. And that's exactly what's going to happen with WWE. The people are getting tired. You have new blood now. AEW, Impact can make a comeback. New Japan Pro in the United States? Are you kidding me? Hang on. You know what? You used to be the only furniture store on the street, but guess what? Competition is out there. I don't give a damn what anybody says. WWE, and I have a lot of respect for WWE, the chairman of the board, but you know what? You got competition.
Well, wrestling fans, let us know what you think. If you're watching the premiere of tonight's episode, the little premiere chat box is live. Your thoughts are always welcome. We like to know what you like about what's going on in AEW, some of these WWE releases, and anything going on in the King of Sports. Of course, the little super chat button under that is always open. Help us keep the lights on. As we noted, we have 4 big days of tapings coming up with Just Incredible, and then 3 with Marty, plus 3 live specials for you. Every Sunday night through mid-October, we're going to be live. And one thing we want to keep in mind, folks, and hopefully this guy maybe even come down for it, on Sunday night, September the 26th, our official 20th anniversary weekend, which is kind of cool. We're going to be having, of course, our Extreme Rules watch-along. But our great friend a few doors down, Jack Sy of Red Rose, is going to present a feast and a half. I'm still full from last weekend. And we're going to have our Big Corners Cure raffle, where one lucky fan will win anywhere from 6 to 12 autographed NXT posters. For more information on that, check it out.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays in our new 11 p.m. time slot. You know what? We didn't want Tony Khan and AEW getting too nervous going head-to-head with you, so we decided
Khan's a little nervous. I get the Fabo bucks. He's got the real bucks, but you know what? We're both billionaires.
Well, I know the father was interested in having you down and maybe buying into the Jaguars football team in the NFL. One thing you haven't bought yet is a Major League Sports franchise.
I'm not interested in football.
You don't want to buy it?
Don't watch football. Don't watch baseball. Don't watch basketball. I do enjoy hockey.
You're a hockey guy.
I love it.
Really? A Bruins guy?
I don't care who's playing.
Did I ever tell you that Johnny McKenzie and I almost went at it?
Another story for another time.
It's a true story, though.
Okay.
All right, discombobulated for a second, but this past Saturday, Johnny, it was WWE's biggest party of the summer. They claimed over 50,000 strong at Allegiant Stadium in one of my favorite places, what we look at behind us on each and every episode, Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. What I'll say this, from a production point of view, what a great spectacle they put together.
I heard it was a spectacle, but I also heard it wasn't that good a show.
Well...
No, I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it at all?
I didn't watch it at all. No, sir.
Did you see any social media clips?
I did not. Not interested.
Really?
Not interested.
Really? You weren't even seeing the fruit of your loins compete?
Wait a minute. You know, here's where I get in trouble again. Here's where I get in trouble.
All right.
Did I not predict what would happen? Why watch it when you already know the answer? And where I was on Saturday afternoon, I made another prediction.
What was the other one?
I said I wouldn't be surprised if you see Brock Lesnar. And who came and beat the living shit out of him after the show? Brock Lesnar. Same 10 guys, same thing all over again. You know what? The product, the writing, it's got to change.
Stale.
It's very stale. I hate to say it, folks, but you know what? I'm a big, big fan of the WWE. I really, it's my family. It's a family. And when I get hurt...
Families can get stale, too.
And when that does, you've got to do something to bring it back together. So now we've got Lesnar, we've got the head of the table. Please, you know what? Want me to predict that one, too? It's not good when the fans can sit here and make the outcome. You realize that on that SmackDown show before SummerSlam, you had fans wondering if John Cena Jr. was going to win that title. Do you know how they kiboshed it?
Oh, I'm leaving WWE if I don't
right
win.
There. As soon as he put his hand out and said, I'll go one better. If I lose, I'll leave WWE. Okay, so Cena loses. Why tune in? You know what I would have done with that? I'd have had Cena win. And then what I'd have done is, there was no contract, there was no writing. Paul Heyman's got his attorneys. He's still in WWE, and he's still head of the table. And then I would have had Big E cash in. Well, wait a minute. And then I would have had Brock Lesnar take the title off of E. You know what? There's so many ideas, and I'm not the greatest writer in the world, but you know what? I think professional wrestling. I think like a fan. I think in a storyline fashion. At least the storyline with Cena and my friend Reigns went 30 days. Longer than anything else, and it had a point. It started to get good. It's just too bad there wasn't more time.
That 1, 2, 3 promo he did was phenomenal. It made you think that even though you knew he was going off to Hollywood, that there was that chance he may leave with the title. And then,
Right.
like you said, as usual, they have too much TV time, and they had to overdo it. I'll say this, I think it is a huge mistake to bring back Brock Lesnar right
Thank
now.
you. Thank
That
you, thank you.
should be a WrestleMania main event and a WrestleMania storyline. Who is Paul Heyman going to side with? Lesnar, who he never really cut ties with, or Roman? Almost going back to SummerSlam 92, when they teased between Macho Man and Ultimate Warrior that Mr. Perfect had sided with one of the two of them, and he was playing mind games with both, and in the end he sided with neither, and it was just a ploy on Ric Flair's behalf. I'm not to say that they do that with this Paul Heyman, Roman, and Lesnar dynamic, but I mean, when are you going to do Lesnar and Reigns? Are you going to waste it at Extreme Rules on a B pay-per-view? Are you going to waste it on a Saudi Arabia show that's on Thursday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon that very few people watch? I mean, even Survivor Series, I don't think that's a big enough platform for it.
It's been done, Dan, not to interrupt you. It's been done. Lesnar and Reigns has been done and
But
done
not,
and redone.
not with this coat of paint, not with this color.
Well, if they go your route with Heyman in the middle trying to make a decision, great storyline, makes sense. But they're not going to go that route.
What do you think they're going to do? Paul E is just going to leave Lesnar cold?
I don't think Paulie's going to get involved in any way with Lesnar because the money's with the head of the table. So,
but Lesnar's been his guy since 2012 and even before that.
He ain't got the guy anymore, though. He cut ties with him, basically.
I just major thumbs down to me. And then on top of that, after the show goes off the air, Lesnar attacks Cena.
Why?
Now, why not air it on TV? If nothing else.
What was that for? Can you explain that to me?
What was it for? I have no idea.
Thank you.
You know, usually you go with the old send the fans home happy. I know John, after he recovered from his beating from Roman and his beating from Lesnar, did a little, he did a little mic work and, played his song and all that. But, I mean, if you're going to have the guy get beaten down twice, I mean, storyline-wise, he was slim pickings after losing to Roman. It only made sense that Lesnar could toss him around like fried dough, but why not use it? You know what I mean? Why let it go to waste? How many more times are you going to have the opportunity for Cena and Lesnar to even be in the same ring? Look at both of them. Both of them are very, very, at best, very, very part-time people. Why not utilize that?
I agree. Well, his last show is Madison Square Garden.
I heard they have a hell of a main event.
What is it?
It's Roman, the Usos, and Heyman against the two Mysterios, John, and you.
I'm ready. I didn't think anybody knew that. I didn't know it was out already. I'm getting a good payday for that
It's
one.
a six-man is the main event.
Cena's in it?
Yeah, him and the Mysterios against the whole Reigns
Head of the
family.
table?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll
And
beat
it was
him.
a good match.
They'll beat him that night.
I tell you this, if I didn't have to head out to Vegas for the Cauliflower the next day, I might have made the journey down. I love MSG.
Never been there in my life.
See that, and I find that odd. I don't know why you weren't there for WrestleMania 20 when John had his big night.
You have to be
defeating
invited.
the Big Show.
And I guess I'll stop at that.
Or the 2008 Royal Rumble when John made his surprise return after that injury.
You have to be invited.
Yeah. Yeah, and I tell you, the fans missed out on a lot because in that fall of 2007, when you and John and Randy Orton were involved in that vendetta, and perhaps the cowboy Bob Orton himself could have come in and ridden in on his cowboy. If your son wasn't injured at that point, there was so much more that could have been done with that crazy storyline.
I think
it's a shame he got hurt.
There was more that was going to be done, I think.
It would have been a good thing if we could have done it.
Mr.
That's all right.
Cena, yeah.
I like what I see.
I love that man.
Just don't let him bleed, that's all.
Cowboy Bob Orton.
We don't want
I
to
love
go.
you, brother.
We don't want to go that route again.
I love you.
No, the Cowboy's a great guy. We've had a lot of fun with Bob over the years. At one point, you bought Bob. You paid him off to turn on Todd Hansen and involve him in your little uprising groupings. So you and the Cowboy have had a very interesting. You and the whole Orton family have had a very interesting past. And who knows what may lay ahead in the future.
I don't think WWE is going to ring my bell.
Well, you never know.
I don't think that's going to happen.
You never know what could happen here in Boston wrestling.
Well, we'll see.
You never know.
We'll see.
You never know. I lost my complete train of thought.
We're talking about
SummerSlam.
SummerSlam.
We're talking about SummerSlam. We are in, I believe, segment 3, correct?
We are.
We are in segment 3. Okay, see, Johnny, I tell you, the one thing, as much as I love doing these shows, sometimes when we go the morning route, the brain isn't agreeing with the mind's mission. You know what I mean? But anyway, another one that to me, I have to say it, Johnny, and you may say hell has frozen over, but I have to agree with that individual that I really don't like all that much, that almost became a Cena. She was a guest at SummerSlam, and she was asked, they did like a red carpet or whatever it was when they were leaving, what her favorite moment of the night was, and she absolutely buried what happened to Bianca Belair, and she said, I didn't even have a favorite moment of the night, which I thought was a little bit too far, where she was a guest of WWE that night, to say that on camera to someone doing an interview with her. But I have to fully agree that, again, Bianca Belair was growing on me. I think she's a fantastic athlete. She's got great personality. There's just something about her that makes you stop what you're doing to watch. To have her lay down the way she did so quick after her big moment at WrestleMania, again, to the overpushed, disrespectful, in my opinion, Becky Lynch, was a disgrace. To have her lose in 3 seconds to Becky Lynch, and Becky's big comeback after giving birth. Now again, people, sometimes they try and slice up a sentence and create their own version of it. My reasoning is this. WWE tried to build their company around Becky Lynch in 2018, 2019 as the man. They let her main event WrestleMania 35 in New York, and the people basically left the venue depressed it was so quiet. Then on top of that, after Seth Rollins kicked the hell out of Brock Lesnar and won the championship, instead of being presented as the WWE champion, they presented him as Becky Lynch's boyfriend, castrating him in his title reign. Then at that point, business got so bad they were canceling house shows left and right. Then it came time for WrestleMania 36, which took place in a warehouse, unfortunately, instead of Raymond James Stadium, due to the virus, obviously. And then when for the what I thought was a poor concept of Money in the Bank at Titan Towers in Stamford, Connecticut, Asuka was the first to climb to the roof to capture the briefcase. And then the next night on Raw, the big surprise was Becky came out and handed Asuka the briefcase, and inside of it wasn't a contract, but the championship belt itself. And, oh, Asuka, you can be the champion, and I'm going to go home and be the mom. So after building the company around her for 2 years, she could not have had enough respect for her peers that laid down and did jobs for her to make her look good. She could not show the respect to all the people that work in merchandising, in production, people that have to plan things 6 months to a year ahead of time. She could not have had enough respect for creative to have said, okay, it's the time in my life when I want to start a family. Can we come up with a scenario over the next couple of months to write me out? No. She shows up pregnant, doesn't put over anybody, gives Asuka a lunchbox, and has Asuka scream wildly in Japanese in something that people couldn't even understand what she said. No one got over. It helped no one. Another reason why you see so often record low ratings for Monday Night Raw. Record low ratings for Monday Night Raw. Record low ratings for Monday Night Raw. Maybe if Becky Lynch went out and did business the right way, which should have been to tell WWE she wanted to have a family, which I think is a great thing. I don't think you and I will argue. There's nothing better than to have the little ones in your life. But just show the respect to the company, the same respect the company showed to you to build you up as one of its top superstars. And instead of doing business and laying down on your way out, just basically walking out. I think that was completely disrespectful and spit on every talent that did a job to turn her into the top female superstar in the company. Your thoughts?
Wow. Tell us how you really feel.
Well, I have a strong feeling about that.
I can see that. Once again, all I can say is this. In the business, and you know, you do what you're told and you say what you're told to say. So I don't think I can
Well, do you think they told her to go get pregnant while she was the champion?
Look, you know, things happen. Things happen. She's not the first one that's become pregnant. She certainly won't be the last. I just think that maybe you disagree with the way it was handled. I think it could have been handled better. I don't think it's a kick in anybody's face. I think that the fact of the matter is somebody wanted it done this way, and that's the way it's going to be done.
Well, she was pregnant. It's not like she was going to be able to have a match at that point.
I understand, but you could go in there, pregnant or not, you could still get in the ring. A clothesline, no bump that's going to injure that child, right? And bingo. 1, 2, 3. Done. She loses. That wasn't the way Vince or the writers wanted to see her go. The way that she went, I think, was totally the wrong way to do it. I have to agree with you. I don't think it did much for all those people along the road that helped her get where she is. Now to bring her back as the superstar, you know, and then to bring that...
It's almost rewarding her.
Well, you know what? We all knew it was going to happen. We all knew it was coming.
Well, I didn't know she was going to be pregnant.
Well, no.
Oh, you mean her return?
Yeah,
I
her
see
return.
what you mean.
Yeah.
Now, just imagine on the flip side, if they went my route. Imagine if she said, okay, I want to go have a baby. Let's come up with a way to write Becky Lynch out for a while.
Right.
Imagine if pre-pregnancy she had a kick-ass match with Asuka, and Asuka came out of it looking like $1 million, strong 20-minute match on pay-per-view.
Big injury match.
Back and forth, and you come up with a way to lay out Becky for a while,
Right.
and ever come back looking for retribution.
Right,
There
I
you
agree.
have something of far more interest than,
I agree.
Here's your lunchbox,
Well,
Asuka. I'm going to go home and be the mom now. And nothing against Becky Lynch. I hope they have a wonderful family. My thoughts on them as human beings in a family is very different than the professional wrestling presentation of it. As far as Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch having a family, I hope they have had a wonderful experience with their child, and I hope it continues to stay that way, that they have a very happy, healthy life together. But as far as the presentation for the fans and for the company that built them, they were 110% wrong in the way they went about doing that. And I'm not going to blame Becky Lynch for the return, but they basically just took almost like the Sheik and spit in Bianca Belair's face, who has been there working week in, week out. To have her lose in 3 seconds as if she was nothing, I mean, come on.
To have Cena take a beat down from Roman Reigns, what's the difference? You know what?
Come on.
It's all
Well,
in the
this was
but
televised,
it's all
at
in the
least.
cards. It's all in the cards. You know what?
But for even
the
someone...
check's the same whether you win or lose.
For even as someone that contributed as little good and interesting as Nikki Bella to job it out,
please.
I think that says it all. For even her to agree with my thoughts on it.
Are they bringing her back in? It certainly sounds that way.
She was there with the Dancing with the Stars husband, so
That's
I don't
fine.
know.
God bless them both. I have no animosity. God bless them both.
I
But
hope
you know what?
I hope I never see her in a wrestling ring again.
Thank
I know
you.
that.
I'll second that.
But for her to actually go on video and say how lousy it was, the way that they killed Bianca Belair by propping Becky Lynch, I agree with Nikki. And you know I'm not their biggest fan.
Well, is that what she said, or she said I didn't have a favorite moment?
They said, what was your favorite moment of the night? And she goes, well, I'll tell you what my favorite moment of the night was not. Bianca Belair is, you know, I love the women. They've made her into one of the top stars, and to have her lose like that in 3 seconds, I didn't have a favorite moment at all tonight. So she's to her, and again, I'm not their biggest fan, but I respected her for at least to have the integrity to share her honest feelings about it.
And I'm sure that everybody there really didn't give a damn what she said. And you know what? I'm sure that if the man in charge of talent relations brings her back, when she walks to the ring, she'll find out just exactly the kind of respect she'll get from the fans, which is, who?
You can look, but you can't touch.
No. All over. And again, Seth Rollins, I kind of joke, and I say, how does it feel when your wife's more over than you? I'll be shut off on his Facebook.
Well, you know what? He unblocked us.
Not now.
Well, we may go back. We may be blocked again. I don't know.
I'm only kidding, Seth.
I can't knock Becky Lynch for what happened at SummerSlam. She went by creative direction.
That's the way it goes.
As far as Nikki Bella coming back, is what talent relations thinks. Look at who's in charge of talent relations.
I just threw up a little bit in my mouth when you said that. Becky, Becky did good. That was fine. Then when you mentioned, I just threw up. You know what?
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's done. You wanted a family. You have what you want. You've got a wonderful husband. You've got a wonderful family life. End it.
Come back.
End it.
We don't want you at WrestleMania 38, and we don't want you at WrestleMania 39, which is their dream.
Maybe they'll do it with Nora Greenwell.
No, they want to do.
Production.
I was told they want to do the Rock thing. They want to come back at WrestleMania in Dallas and win the women's tag team titles, and then they want to lose them the year after in Los Angeles, so they can go. You can look, but you can't touch.
If Vince goes along with that, I'm sorry. If Vince goes along with that, I'm sorry. And I wonder what they paid her for her appearance. She didn't do that for free.
At SummerSlam?
Yeah.
No, she was just a guest.
Oh, no.
You think she was paid to show up and bury the company?
She didn't bury the company. She did what she was told. She said what she said because she was told to say it.
No, this was a non-WWE interview. They did like they had a red carpet with all the logos and the sponsors on it.
She was at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Still part of the gimmick.
Well, I tell you this, Marjo said you can look, but you can touch. But that's a different story for a different time.
Not interested in Marjo. I've got Moniz. That's my baby.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time this week. Still so much more to catch up upon. The good news is we'll be back next Friday night after SmackDown and then AEW Rampage. Again, we're interested in your thoughts. If you're with us live, the Premier Chat box. We love to interact with you, especially if I'm up on old evil Marathi Hill. I love to see what you guys have to say. The Super Chats are welcome, as well as Venmo at Boston Wrestling. Even the PayPal has been rocking. You guys are great to help us keep the lights on. Again, Sunday Night Live, we have Just Incredible with us, and we're going to be live every Sunday night, at least through mid-October. We're going to be having pay-per-view watch-alongs of current events. We're going to be having special guests in studios. We're going to have some retro pay-per-view watch-alongs. I don't know if you saw them, Johnny, but we did a SummerSlam 88 and a SummerSlam 89 retro, which was a lot of fun for the old school fans. We want to give you guys what you want. So if you want us to try and give you a place to hang out and talk and chat and type wrestling on Sunday nights, we'll be here for you if you help us keep the lights on. So this Sunday, it's Just Incredible. Then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Marty Jannetty will be back in studio rocking like no other man we know can rock, Johnny. Marty is in a good place for my great conversations with him. I'm looking forward to seeing my friend. There was this misconception created out of Long Island that Marty Jannetty was no longer on this show, which was never the case for even one day. You know, Marty had a bad day one day when he was here back in June. He's recovering from 2 major surgeries, and now he's 3 months further along in the recovery process. He's doing much better. We talk almost every day, so for those that look to stir a pot that doesn't need to be stirred, there's no stirring needed. But Marty is ready to rock, baby.
Then don't stir it.
And then, again, I want to note, Extreme Rules Sunday, the official weekend of our 20th anniversary, to try and help the great kids with Corniscure. September is Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month. Johnny shared a very sad story with me before we even went on the air. You know what? We like to do these things for the kids with all the different groups we work with. We've been Special Olympics partners since 2011, which means a great deal to me. for a variety of reasons. We love to help Make-A-Wish when we can. You know, the Big Brothers, I think, is a great group. But what we're going to do on Extreme Rules Sunday, when we have the pay-per-view watch-along, we're going to be having a feast from our friends at Red Rose here in Melrose. Visit them at redrosema.com. The fans, depending upon how many raffle tickets we sell, John, are going to win anywhere from 6 to as many as 12 autographed NXT posters. A jackpot that could be worth well over $1,000 for as little as a $5 raffle ticket. Are you going to be with us? It's Corner's Cure night. How can you not? If you're in the country. If you're in the country.
I'm afraid I won't be here.
Where are you? Nice, France?
I might be there. No, Nice, France. Might be doing a movie.
You might be doing a movie.
You never know where you're going to see.
September 26th, really?
You never know.
Well, so I guess we won't see
Argyle, you never know. That might be the thing.
We may not see you September 26th.
Yeah, I don't think you will, but...
All right, well, you are extreme. At least that's what Marjo said when the lights go off. But anyway. All right, for John Cena Senior, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you Sunday Night Live with Just Incredible. And we'll be back with this guy, baby, old Johnny Cash, the gunslinger himself, next Friday at 11 p.m. after AEW Rampage. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well. Stay healthy. Good night from Boston.
Wrestling fans, we've told you that we have a new Tuesday night coming for you for our 20th anniversary beginning September 7th when Boston Wrestling MWF goes extreme. Sunday night, August the 29th, one of the rotating superstars joining us will be former ECW World Champion Just Incredible, coming to MWF Studios for the first time for Wrestling Insider's Extreme tapings, plus a live episode and Cyber autograph signing. Joining New Jack, Just Incredible brings a brand new edge to Tuesday nights. Interested in joining us live? Boston Wrestling Patreon family members can join us for free. For information, visit patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans anywhere in the world can join us for the live episode and Cyber autograph signing. For more, visit bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, and Cyber autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. Another fun episode with Mr. Cena. I can't wait to see him come face to face with that sleazy Club Cam Zagami and his former Uprising faction live in just 11 weeks at our 20th anniversary celebration Back to the 80s Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. I feel like Devon Dudley back in the early 2000s. It's going to be an incredible night, folks. One, again, we hope you will never forget if you are in attendance. Photos that will last a lifetime. Speaking of incredible, don't forget that Just Incredible of ECW will be with us tomorrow night, Sunday, August the 29th, for Wrestling Insider's Extreme tapings and a Cyber autograph signing. Tuesday nights are going to be getting a lot more edgier and adult theme, that's for sure, when Wrestling Insiders goes extreme, beginning September the 7th. If you thought Party with Marty was something, this Tuesdays and Thursdays, they may be the night, again, to put the women and kids to bed a little early if you're going to join us. I'll look for more information on bostonwrestling.com this week, along with our social media platforms. With 11 weeks to go, to Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Again, this is literally your last chance for the discount tickets and all-inclusive VIP packages as we're awaiting the official thumbs up for our sixth featured superstar to see who's going to join Jim Duggan, Jake Roberts, Demolition, and Marty Jannetty. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com, get the best seats in the house as they are going fast. The Ultra and the Platinum are the two that are a major concern. With plenty of gold VIP, plenty of general admission tickets left, but if you want the Ultra, if you want the Platinum, act quick. And act quick no matter what, because the sooner you buy a ticket, the better your seat is going to be. The quicker you buy a ticket, the better your place in line is going to be for the Fanfest. So keep those things in mind, too. Between the hot in-ring action, the VIP exclusive Q&A, the autographs, the pose photo, the Legends ceremony we're going to have in the ring, again, it's going to be a night of memories that will last a lifetime. September. Saturday, November the 13th will be here before we know it. Believe me, between the talk shows, between the event, I don't know what sleep is. And then we get ready for the toy drive. The proof is in the pudding. Keeping wrestling legends is a great passion of ours, folks, which is why, again, we implore you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. If you cannot remember that link, you can find it in the description box below. I love to use Marty as an example, almost like my guinea pig. I shouldn't say that because that'll come out wrong and someone will send it to him trying to start trouble and blah, blah, blah. But Marty is coming back this week for 3 long days of tapings, as it's the only cost-affordable way we can do it. Imagine if we had double the Patreons, triple the Patreons, 4 times the Patreons. Imagine if we could afford to bring Marty in once a month in a much more relaxed environment. It would make great programs so that we have even better. Again, let's make these wrestling greats' lives even easier with this platform to simply fly into Boston, share their experiences with you, sign some autographs, make some video content we'll enjoy for decades to come. The Patreon itself gives you early, ad-free, full-screen access to Wrestling Insiders. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, thanks to Sheiky Baby. Patreon exclusive videos and the knowledge that you, yes, your fine self, are helping keep wrestling legends working. If you're watching a show like this, we know you have a passion for wrestling's great legends. Again, that link, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You'll have the streaming time of your life. No peacock needed. If you had fun tonight, and I know you did, folks, again, please give the video a big Hacksaw Jim Duggan size thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. It lets YouTube know you enjoy all the craziness that we do, and then they showcase our video to more and more fans that haven't seen us yet. There are millions of fans that don't know we exist, but when they do, they'll love us. I have no doubt. Like any high-quality human being, if you had fun tonight, don't forget to tip the bartender or waiter or waitress by using that super chat button here on YouTube. It's that little gray $sign under the premiere box. You can use Venmo at Boston Wrestling. You can use PayPal at paypal.me/Boston Wrestling MWF. I'm pretty sure on that one. We have a big week ahead with 2 great guests, and we need your help, folks. If everybody helps a little, it would go a long, long way. The eBay store, it is open 24/7 with rare items of superstars from every era. Every purchase not only helps keep wrestling legends working, but gets you an on-air shout-out for helping the team. The eBay link can be found in the description box below. Fans, I've said it before. I will certainly say it again. It feels like the ending of the old Saturday night's main events on NBC. We have to say farewell for now. We'd love to stay and talk all night, but I think our live Sunday night programs each and every Sunday night, probably at least through mid-October, are going to be a lot of fun. We'd love your feedback on this week's episodes, all of our episodes as we prepare for Just Incredible and Marty Jannetty this week. Again, without you tuning in, without you watching, without you helping, sharing, liking, commenting, contributing, we can't do these shows. And I know we can make this even bigger than we have because you guys, right here, right now, are the best wrestling fans in the world. We just got to keep it the family growing. Until we speak again, I've said it every weekend all summer. Enjoy these summer weekends. There are not too many of them. Again, tomorrow night, we will be live with Justin Credible at 8 p.m. After Justin leaves, we may continue the live stream and do maybe a short watch-along or maybe just a chat session and have a little bit of fun. At 10 p.m. tomorrow night, I'll be joined by the former and first Boston Wrestling MWF Heavyweight Champion Tiger Mulligan for Wrestling Insider's Stern Fair. Hope you will join us. If you haven't had a chance to check out my weekly podcast with Tiger, please do. He's certainly not a WWE-known superstar, but he had quite a history with us. We have a heck of a lot of fun talking about current events in the world of professional wrestling. With that said, I send you my love from MWF Studios here in Boston. Good night. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.